understand of the stories. Oh, Harry, I'm depending on it. But do you feel it when you don't feel staying? Do the words have no meaning? They will if we let it. But first we gotta say that means we gotta learn. You're not alone.
All right, good morning, everybody. Good morning. How's everyone doing? Yes. Small but mighty group this morning. Everyone get their vitamins, get a good meal. All right. Well, welcome back to day 2 of the Education 2.0 conference. I'm your MC, Kelly Long. Get ready for another day full of surprises. Today, we're plunging into the exciting future of education with sessions that are sure to enlighten, challenge, and spark inspiration. It's the perfect day to meet trailblazers, swap innovative ideas, and explore new approaches that could revitalize education. As you are taking it all in, don't forget to share those amazing moments. Tweet your insights, favorite memories, and maybe snap a selfie with some of your incredible people that you've met during this conference. Please use the hashtag Education2Conf. Before we jump in, a huge shout out to our bronze sponsors, Third Level Consulting Group and Language and Literacy Academy for Learning Incorporated. Thanks for your incredible support. It really makes a difference. Ready to get started? Let me hear ya. Let's get going. All right. Let's dive in and make today unforgettable. With youth voter turnout consistently lagging behind other age groups, schools have a unique responsibility to shape the next generation of engaged citizens. But how do we empower students to navigate an era of misinformation, media bias, and political polarization? Our first session, titled Guiding Students for the Ballot, the Role of Schools in Nurturing Informed Voters, delves into the critical role of education in promoting civic awareness. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome our moderator, Casanova Green, owner and CG Create LLC, and the panelists who will guide us through this subject. All right, come on up, guys. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for joining us at 9 o'clock in the morning, Pacific Standard Time. My body's still like, dude, it's noon. But I think we have a good discussion in store for you. Is everybody ready? Let's get started. All right. So, once again, my name is Casanova Green, and I'm the owner of CG Create LLC, an organization designed to equip people and organizations to find and fulfill their purpose through mentorship, inspiration, consultation, and creative thinking and talents. I'm also a licensed 7th through 12th grade English teacher through the Ohio Department of Education and Workforce, with 15 years of experience as a high school English teacher, college professor, and administrator. So, gentlemen, would you mind briefly introducing yourselves for our guests?
Hi everyone, my name is Alpha Chin, co-founder and CEO of the 2X Education, and I'm also elected official of the Vancouver School Board from Canada.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Christopher Banks, Dean of Student Success, Director of the Betty Howard Center at Washington Adventist University, which is a private liberal arts university just outside of Washington, D.C. in Tacoma Park, Maryland, and look forward to engaging with everyone today.
All right, awesome. See, there are goals for me. We would be remiss if we didn't acknowledge Dr. Nyla Austin, who was supposed to be our fourth panelist, but she was unable to be at the conference this year. So Well, if she's watching, shout out to you, Dr. Alston. All right. Let's set the scene. For 249 years, the United States of America has been a laboratory for one of the greatest experiments in history, democracy. This democratic experiment began with white male landowners who are at least 21 years old, to now any citizen 18 and over, with few exceptions, can engage in the voting process. However, the cultural landscape has shifted from an engaged electorate to a country that is exhausted and apathetic, believing that their voice doesn't matter or no one is speaking to their needs. People and groups have used this apathy and fear to create a culture of disinformation, strategic omission, and division, which privileges a decline in critical thinking and diminishing feelings of connectedness. Many countries who share similar views and practices are experiencing an increase of the same apathy and decline. So how do we move forward? How do we change this growing narrative? As educators, policymakers, and stakeholders, it is imperative in these times to teach the next generation and remind previous generations of the core and intent of the American experiment, to create a government by the people and for the people. This transcends the barriers set to divide us, touches the core of the human experience, and is a way to keep education as a beacon of hope and progression. Our aim today is to examine the current state and role of education in regard to voter apathy, information overload, analysis paralysis, and other factors affecting voting from three perspectives: a member of a metropolitan school board, a seasoned higher education administrator, and an experienced educator. Then we wish to provide actionable solutions from our perspectives to inspire you as you return to your communities and provide space to discuss and answer your questions. So, one housekeeping tool real quick. So to provide adequate time, because we want to hear your thoughts and questions. But so to ensure that we have adequate time to do that, please save your questions until our designated Q&A time. So I always tell people, if you're going to forget it, write it down. All right? You ready, gentlemen?
Sure.
All right. So could each of you briefly share your observations and thoughts on voting as it pertains to the work that you do?
All right. So since I'm from Canada, anyone here from Canada too? All right. Thank you. So Canada, I never lived in a state. So, but then as an immigrant from Asia, I assume the North American system is similar. But what I hear is I want to understand more in Canada is the union have more power, than lots of citizens. So the union will actually affect some kind of voting privilege, right? The unions will tell you, hey, you should do this or that. Even though, well, they won't say you should, or they say they recommend you to do this and that, right? Sorry. So that's what changed the game, right? Because when they have too much power, right, that's how they change the game. At the same time, I found out it's more, I would say, after being elected, right? That's right now I have a dilemma here. It's whether when we talk about later on about the voting, about how we vote, it's my parents sometimes will talk to me, hey Alfred, after you being elected, you'll be more emotional. Oh really? Why? Right? Because I always hear complaints every day at school board level. Every parents will come and complain. And what I feel is I heard about one of my uncle actually mentioned is oh, school board will never success. Why? Well, two things. Well, one is observation from other CFO for the school board is well, we always have a structural deficit. What structural deficits? So basically, it's doesn't matter how many students are there, right? We always have a negative kind of balance, because the funding never able to catch up from what the demand is. Right. Second part is for this emotional thing is I always receive all these complaints. All the parents asking for A and B and C, and then my uncle say, hey, in the school district, or let's say in district, everyone have kids here, somehow have kids, right? So relatively, when we talk about our kids, we are a little bit selfish. I won't say we are selfish, but a little bit, because it's our own kid. We care them the most, right? But at the same time, it's public school system is a fair game. How can you put everyone a little bit selfish mindset into a fair pool? There's a more debatable questions. So that's how I feel. Sorry, not taking too much of time.
No, I was actually enjoying it. Being a trained political scientist, I am absolutely wanting to speak to you very much later. Just towards the question from the perspective of, an administrator in higher education, and I can only discuss what we're doing at Washington Adventist University, just outside of Washington, D.C. What we strive for, especially the past election, irrespective of how people choose to vote, right? In the United States, you have the freedom of choice to choose and vote how you wish. What we sought to do amongst the student body is, as undergraduate and graduate, is we sought two things, which is part of kind of like the basic framework inside the university. One is to strengthen data analysis, right? We live in a world today where even watching 1-2-minute YouTube videos is too long, yes? Everybody wants it 30 seconds or less. Well, what has that done to our society? It's shaped our society into wanting immediate gratification. I'm sure Alfred can absolutely let us know that there is no such thing as immediate gratification in life, and especially not in politics. But there's the pressure to produce it, right? And it's like, show it now. Well, the university is very different, right? We're there to mold, shape holistic people for understanding that you're not going to get what you want immediately, and that's okay. What we do at Washington Adventist University, we have the philosophy of strengthening data analysis and then social engagement, but here's, as far as I would say, the point. Social engagement for enacting social mobility irrespective of which political side you choose. If you are on the left wing of the political spectrum, if you're on the right wing of the political spectrum, at least understand why you're voting, what you're voting for, and the effects of voting both on yourself and on those around you. Now, as Alfred said, we tend to be a bit selfish. So, we're like, forget those around me. I'm going to vote for me. Okay, fine. Just be informed while you do it, right? No problem, right? We know it's going that path. Just be informed while you do it. Understand what the lay of the land is. Understand it for more than 30 seconds. And when you exercise your power of the vote, understand what the consequences and results are. And it really doesn't matter what side of the political spectrum. If you do that, we have a healthier electorate. And Alfred will thank you.
Yes, really appreciate it.
So I just hope I get to ask questions and listen. Y'all, everybody's leaving like, okay, I'll answer it. All right. With great power comes great responsibility. We in America, because I see voting different from maybe possibly a lot of other people, because those who came before me had to fight to do it. Yes, 14th Amendment, great, but even when that happened, there was still a fight. There was still a struggle till the 1960s. But there's still a fight and there's still a struggle. And understanding that your voice does count. There's millions of people who vote, but your voice counts. So understanding that power and not coming into decision-making, voting at any level lightly. For me, it goes back to the core of what I do as an educator. Teaching English, teaching rhetoric and composition. I get to have fun during election season. Because all right, let's watch these commercials and talk about what are they really saying. Like, let's look at this article. What is really being said here? How do we know these things? Because again, people want it instantly. So they will ignore. They'll see what they want on the plate, but they will ignore everything around it. But everything around it is just as important as that main dish. So what I do is I'm the one going, hey, look at the garnish. Look at everything around you. Discern this information. And it goes back to the concept of critical thinking, which I'm going to talk about later. We have an electorate, not just youth and young adults and children, but even older generations who have either not learned how to critically think or have forgotten or have chosen not to. So we have to understand that we have this deeper responsibility.
If I could just jump in for
Go
2
ahead,
seconds
go
here.
ahead, John.
I would absolutely agree. You know, the greatest challenge, again, just to reiterate, the greatest challenge that counters having a healthy electorate is the lack of patience, the lack of wanting to take time to know the issues.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I say, you know, not everyone is going to spend days on end trying to understand every single issue. But the issues that each one of us that care about, whatever your issues may be, whichever political issues you care about, know them. Mm-hmm. Know them. And it's a sense of immediate gratification that I think has really worked against us as a society. And when I say society, I'll even expand it to entire Western world. Mm-hmm. I lived in the UK for 6 years. I visited Canada a lot, both East and West Coast. I'm an American, right? This country is my home. All across the West, we have this thing that we have great technological advancements, but we've almost allowed AI. We've allowed machines to think for us. AI is great. It's fine. Buy your stocks, right? But let's also recognize that we should not outsource critical thinking. We should not outsource understanding and being informed to machines. We should not outsource it. If we do that, it'll be to our detriment.
Well, if I add more things, if it's going too far, right? When we talk about AI stuff.
But when I say we have a program, but if we got to lean into it, we're going to lean into it a little bit.
But I do agree the fact that the critical thinking, we should not rely on AI or other people, right? Mm-hmm. But then in the voting system, I think it's origin from Hong Kong 30 years ago. In Hong Kong, China, we don't have too much kind of voting, right? So what I found is when I first come to Canada, I love this country. Why? Because if you ever have Asian friends, or if they know that how they grow up the kids, right? Only the parents talk, right? Kids, you cannot put your option in here. You have no options, right? Basically, it's you have to listen to your parents, right? When I first come to Canada, it's my teacher say, "Oh, that year was federal elections." I was in class. Now we have a role play, or all these teacher talk about all these Canada parties and all this stuff, and then suddenly I hear something make me feel exciting. Oh, you just have to respect your parents. You have to convince other people to listen to you, how you vote, or how was your favorite. But you don't have to listen to your parents. Oh gosh, I love this country. But the key fact, I think, is you guys hear about is respect, right? So I think all the freedom is based on respect, right? So for all the voting is whatever which party you like, which party you don't like, right? I think when we're teaching the kids how to vote or how to decide which favorite party or person they like, it's based on, of course, based on freedom of the right of the speech, but all based on a human respect. You have to base on respect first, then you earn the freedom. If no respect, you shouldn't earn that. That's how I feel.
And you're right. I'm looking at the questions going, we have covered all these already. That's a good thing.
May I just jump in briefly?
Go ahead.
And talk about influence. There was, not too long ago, even though I serve as a dean within the administration of the university structure, I actually teach a small seminar on life skills, right? And this is as part of the first year experience program that we have at the university, here's the point, helping first year students, freshman students, transition into university life, transition into better habits that the hope is will serve them well so that they can graduate within the on-time margins. Yes? The aspect is that during university years, as I'm sure many can attest to, you're falling under different waves of influence, right? You're falling under different waves of influence. If anyone states that they're not influenced by anything, you're not being honest with yourself. We're all influenced by everything. the aspect is that usually the television teaches society, and professors, teachers, those who they're fighting for influence with social media, with television, with the internet, and sometimes it can seem like in fighting against the waves of the ocean, right? Sooner or later, the ocean's going to win, right? Unless you're a very powerful swimmer. But the aspect is how, here's the point, how can classrooms at the elementary level, secondary level, tertiary level, how can classrooms extend their influence to correct, and sometimes it needs to be the case, to override the influence of social media? When I was growing up, we did not have social media. We had bicycles, okay? We had other things. We were told to come in before the sunset, right? It's a whole different world now, right? Social media is shaping minds. And so how do we counter that? I'll state this one last thing and then turn it over. Usually, if we kind of break down, there are others who have done these studies better than I, but if we break down categories of influence, among them, not an exhaustive list, but among them, we have religious leaders, we have pop stars, we have sports stars, and we have to ask ourselves, okay, especially the pop stars and the sports stars, what gives them influence over our children today? It's the aspect that they see social mobility through the pop stars, and they see social mobility through the sports stars. There was a time across the Western world that you saw social mobility through education. This is what is out of balance. Oh, if I become like the pop star or the sports star, and I love sports, all right? I'm not anti-sports. But that's what students are reading. They're reading, my social mobility can come through how they made it, right? I think the biggest thing that we can do as educators is reset the balance where your best social mobility, best being the key word, comes through strengthening your education. And then showing people throughout society who have strengthened their social mobility through education and point our children in that direction. It may be like fighting the ocean, but it is the best way forward. That goes a long way to having informed voters in our society, especially throughout the Western world.
Couldn't have said it better myself. So I want to make sure we have some time for some questions and discussion. So we're going to do the second part a little bit differently. We've talked about the problems. We are aware of the problems. We're living them in real time. Now, for me, like I know how I am as an educator. How can we solve it? Like, what are the things that we can do, and not from a theoretical standpoint? Because I mean, like the majority of us have, like, we've gone to college. We might have advanced degrees. We've learned a lot about theory, right? But the urgency of the hour requires practice. So, from our three vantage points, so we have the district level, we have the higher education level. Ironically, he and I did the same job. He got the fancier title. As a higher education administrator, and then I'll come in from the classroom teacher perspective. You ready? Go ahead.
Well, district level wise, how can we inform like the voters, right? I think like starting from elementary school, right? Whenever there's a campaign or like voting stage, doesn't matter civil level or like provincial level, state or like federal level, right? Then they can have a mock kind of like voting station, right? Ask a student about like what kind of party you like, or having like some principal or vice principal being their like left or right party, for example, and explain to the student, hey, who's your favorite? Or like for high school, there's student union council, right? Student union council already, there is starting to roll, but then like at the same time, it's like kids nowadays, they don't care, right? The problem is they don't really care about anything besides what they want. So like, how can we inform is actually starting from elementary school may be a good thing, because like when the kids are curious, the younger one is curious, then we can build a habit about like how to analyze, how to do this critical thinking, how to like think about what they want or what is their future want, right? So think about all this like community. From the school level, I think like starting from elementary school is a better way, right? In high school, of course, like once they become a teenager, it doesn't matter what you tell them. They still choose whatever they like, right? So that's why like I would, if I have the power, right? But the challenge is like unfortunately Canada, we have a lot of like unions. Every time I want to do something, the superintendent will say, Alfred, like you can't do this. Why? Because of the collective agreement. So that maybe the teacher does not allow to do this, teacher does not allow to do that. But at the same time, I know there are lots of school principal and teachers, they're willing to do it. So like I mean like, hands are tight. But at the same time, it's like we can still, hands are tight doesn't mean that we don't do anything. We still have to do it, right? When you talk about like social mobility, right? We shouldn't be against them, right? We should leverage it, how these tools can help them to understand a little bit more, right? For example, my background was a tutor, right? I don't teach anymore because I was an old-fashioned tutor. I need to look at the kids' handwriting. I need to look at the kids' like eyeball, right? Once I have the eye contact, I know what they are trying to think. I know they're trying to trick me, or I know they're confused, right? But nowadays, on a Zoom teaching, I'm not that great because I can't just look at the Zooms. Well, I need two cameras to see like where the eyeball and where the hands are, right? But like for these young tutors, right, they're good, right? Even though they don't have a lot of experience, but they know to use a lot of interactive tools to help the kids to understand, right? So sometimes I find out, well, I like to listen. Part of this role is like, and also my company is I try to understand more about the kids, more the parents thinking, right? Parents are more old traditional like us, right? But the younger kid, sometimes like I try to listen to the younger kid more because I find a lot of different stuff from there. This is what they want. This is their future, right? How can we leverage all these tools to help them to go to the right way, right? Even AIs, right? Right now, you talk about AIs, about ask ChatGPT or DeepSeek about all these questions and product questions, right? They're great, right? But always I tell the kids, like, you know what, this is what it's just like talking to some person, some other people. This is what they say, right? It's not right. You still have to think about what is true to you or true to the community, true to the country. So that's why it's like, from a kid, educate them for the next generation. Hopefully the world is getting better.
Oh, right, go ahead.
Yeah. Hopefully the world is getting better. Fingers crossed. The aspect, though, in all seriousness, I really like what Alfred just said about the engagement. Yes, seeing eyeballs, which I completely agree with. Right. The aspect is, so for the Washington Adventist University, it's in the name. It's part of the Seventh-day Adventist, if anyone's familiar. It's a Protestant group, Seventh-day Adventist education system worldwide, which focuses on holism, right? It focuses on mind, body, character. We have, as most universities have across the United States, first-year program. I've referenced it earlier. First-year program is a transitory program. It's to help students enter college and university life. If they have not, here's the point, if they have not received the tools and skills that are proven for success, then during their first year, it is part of the FYE, first-year experience program, to incalculate those tools in them, right? Now, of course, everyone has free will. Some students are saying, wow, this is valuable, let me engage. Some students are saying, oh, let me just wait till senior year to engage when it's too late, right? Mm-hmm. But it's the aspect of holism. Now, one other quick thing on this aspect. What we are seeking to do, and we're implementing it, we've implemented it for the spring semester, and we will expand it for the fall semester and going forward, is, again, conveying to the students social mobility. Get them thinking about, what do I want to be when I exit the university in 4 years' time? Who do I want to be to society? These are the major questions that a lot of students have not asked themselves yet, right? They've gone through elementary, secondary education. They've not asked themselves, who am I and who do I want to be to others? So we're trying to convey the importance of thinking those things at least from the freshman year. We are also thinking of implementing cohort groups, that communities. It's one of the things that have really taken a hit in the last 40 to 50 years in our society, is the breakdown of community, right? And so at least our attempt in that first year for students is to re-engage them with the importance of community and to form those communities where they're going on hiking trips, they're going to the mountains, they're helping to trust and rely on each other, and, key part, to become more trustworthy people. If we have a society where no one trusts each other, good luck. Good luck, right? So we want to inculcate in students that you want to be trustworthy and you be a trustworthy person. And so during the first year, we're rolling out a program in which it points students continually to the importance of these values. Yeah? Now, next year, perhaps, I'll be able to report what the statistics have shown. But we've studied other universities that have tended to go this way, and so we're pretty optimistic of seeing some good results.
All right. I got 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Raise your hand if you are actively teaching right now. You are actively teaching students on a daily basis, okay? Raise your hand if you're the people who administrate those who are teaching on a daily basis. Like you are the CEO, you're some form of administrator, okay? All right. Who here is just like, I'm in for the room, I want to see where this goes? All right, I love it. All right, so the best way I can put it is this: common sense ain't common anymore. What do I mean by that? It goes back to the microwave thinking. I want it, and I want it now. But if given a major decision, most of our younger people tend to freeze, because it goes back to the concept of critical thinking. Critical thinking and problem solving. There was a presentation yesterday in the Fuel Conference which affirmed what I already knew, that critical thinking is the #1 needed soft skill that employers are looking for. And a part of that is because we have nurtured this incoming generation through testing over the gaining of knowledge. They write, they learn to please the person in front of the room and to please the algorithm that is going to grade that test. A consequence of that is that they're taught to just follow. So, here are some things that we can do. Here's some things that we can do immediately. These are things that no Dear Colleague letter can say are illegal. No policy can say that you can't do it. Return to the teaching of inquiry over the teaching of opinion. That's the best way I can put it. What do you mean by that? Again, my area is English, rhetoric and composition. I'm currently working on a doctorate in Red Comp right now. And what I have learned is that we need to teach them how to hear the voices in the room, how to receive information from multiple places, and then discern and think through it. To look for, to examine, something feels off about this. Why do I feel off about this? To be able to employ, like I talked about this with my friend last night, the scientific method is not just for science experiments. How do I use this methodology to help my thinking in other areas? in terms of the K-12 space, particularly in the 9 through 12 space, we need to begin teaching from a place of transfer theory. Meaning the knowledge that you're learning in science class needs to be able to have a direct or tangential transfer to the other classes, English, vice versa, not just so much to do this one thing, but how can I take this one thing and move it in this new context, employ it, and get an outcome. Because again, we've become so married to algorithms, we've become so married to testing, that when they come, because it's been 6 years since I've taught high school. So when they come to me in the college classroom, I'm like, okay, I want you to do this rhetorical analysis. They're like, what? I'm like, what did they say? What is the message? How do they know? Oh, well, according to, you better not say ethos, logos, pathos. Dig. Teach them how to inquire. Teach them how to dig. Teach them how to seek the answers for themselves. People cannot say that you're being political. People can't say that we're going to break the law. How is it? How is it to break a law when I'm teaching something that will help you survive? So that's how we nurture that information through that curiosity and that inquiry, at least from my standpoint. All right, so we have a smidge of time. Got a smidge of time for questions. What questions do you have? All right. Do we have a microphone available? Yes. Okay. Cool. All right. So one quick housekeeping tool with the questions. I know people have thoughts and preambles and declarations of independence, but for the sake of time, just go ahead. Let's hit it and put it with the question. All right. We got a question here, question there. Dr. B has a question. Okay, we have a question back there. Go ahead.
Starting here?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll drop my preamble then. Okay. So we all have problems with measurement of educational outcomes because it's easy to measure knowledge gain. This is how we grade people generally. We know what 100% is that we're expecting, and you only get 75% of that. I think it was invented in Cambridge or Oxford or one of those places. But in any case, we still use it all the time. But I've heard it yesterday and today, critical thinking is the ultimate thing we're really trying to shoot for here. So we have to measure critical thinking. So any thoughts on measuring critical thinking as opposed to just knowledge gained?
As an educator, again, humanities, I have this luxury. I focus on process and not product. I've learned to, if I walk with you through the process, the product will become what it needs to be. The issue is we have to guide them to the product. But when you're looking at this specific thing, there's no guidance to that. It's just, give me this. So especially with this group, you have to go see, this is the process. Okay, I see this. Why are you thinking this way? What is your rationale? To get them to make that thinking second nature. Your thoughts?
Well, I think it's a very tough question. Thank you. It's like because critical thinking, I think it really depends on measurements on different people, right? People live in East Coast and West Coast have different standard, even though once that standard is different, the critical thinking standard may be different, right? For example, when we educated all these kids, let's say compared to Singapore and US, right? So Singapore have the highest, I think, success rate on the exams, right? Or American is Canada is it's slightly better, but it's pretty low. In a G7 country, I think US and Canada is pretty low. But however, I think there's a research saying that in US, the success rate to be business owner for entrepreneurships is way higher than in Singapore. And Singapore is the lowest for people who have successful business. So when you compare all this kind of critical thinking or measurement, right? Maybe it's different family. Oh, I just want you to study well and be a lawyer or doctor or whatever, right? Then maybe this is the way, right? Maybe in Singapore it's better, right? If family come up with, I need you to be a billionaire or millionaire, I need you to do a business that help the community to pay back, right? Maybe American is better. So how can we have the measurement, particularly American and Canada is lots of immigrant, it's an immigrant country, right? People come from different countries have different standards. Right, so that's why I hear what you mean. I really want to have a answer for you, but it's tough because everyone are so different.
I know on time, I'd like to just contribute a thought, right? And you can take it as you will. I am a lover of administrating essays. I'm a lover of it. My past students, maybe not so much. But what I tend to do, the idea of applying the scientific methods, which used to be done, frankly, used to be a wide practice of applying the scientific method to all subjects. And then, here's just a small point. We can actually take the different steps of the scientific method, and then what I used to do is break each step down into, are you answering the who, what, when, where, and why? Yes? And then assigning point structures to that, right? And so it made essay grading methodical, at the same time protecting the principle of inquiry. So that's something that may work, or you can try it out. But it worked in my past courses, and the students thought it was fair, it was methodical, and it encouraged inquiry.
All right. Ma'am, I think it will be our last question today. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, on the scientific inquiry underlying everything that is being taught. But Mr. Alfred, I want to challenge you on something and ask you where you get your information and your data to declare that kids, high school kids in particular, do not care, and they make it very clear that they do not care. In my experience, they care a great deal, but they do not trust us with the things that they care about. And that if we do not lose our deficit thinking, which is inculcated into educators before we even realize it's happening as we get trained, it's easy to carry out a half of a whole career or an entire career not understanding what deficit thinking does to the relationship between the child and the teacher. So I would just challenge everyone on that issue of allowing students to develop trust and not making assumptions about where they're coming from, because yes, of course we know that they don't care because they tell us this all the time. But is that what they're really telling us, or they're trying to tell us some other things? So.
Well, thank you for questions. Good questions. Challenge accept. Now, all this data, right? Because right now, like from lots of research, it really depends. Like as I mentioned, so many research out there, right? You can pick whatever your favorite is, right? Because like sometimes like when people on this side, the research is a little bit more favored on that side. Because like when you look at the sample space on all this like research nowadays, it's smaller as like 400 or even 100, right? The sample size are very small. When the sample size is very small, how accurate is this like research is, right? Now the challenge, I think the challenge is here. Now at the same time, it's like that's why I love to talk to parents and teacher, right? Of course, it's limited. I have limited time. I only have a small group of circle that I can talk to. But I think my day job, beside my day job, I'll just try to talk to as many as possible, as many kids and parents as possible, because like what they tell me is what is going to affect. From the company standpoint as a CEO, yes, I can talk. I can look at things from top. As a trustee for the school board, I look things from the top. But I love to hear from all the kids and the parents, because they start from bottom. That's how I can hear about what they need, rather than the research that maybe only have 200 sample space, where I'm not sure where they come from. That's why I love to talk to people, so we can talk afterwards.
All right, well, thank you so much. We want to make sure that we are cognizant of our time. I know there are many more questions, so feel free to connect with us. We had a slide up earlier with our contact information. Also, I know all three of us will be here for the remainder of the conference. So once again, thank you for your time, and we really do appreciate your time and attention.
Thank you, everyone.
That was incredibly insightful discussion, and I'm thankful to have been a part of it. The world of child activity programs is evolving, and so are the needs of children, parents, and educators. With shifting trends in after-school programs, youth development, and enrichment activities, How can providers stay ahead and continue to make a meaningful impact? This session will have all the answers. Delivering this insightful keynote, Navigating Tomorrow for Child Activity Providers, is Frank Saline, Chief Visionary Officer at Third Level Consulting and our bronze sponsor. As a business management innovator, Frank Saline has delivered over 1,500 presentations for various children activity center industries, such as gymnastics, swimming, cheerleading, and more. So without further ado, let's give a warm welcome to Frank Saline. We can't wait to hear your amazing insights.
That's forward. Yep, okay, thanks. Test one, good. Yeah, I'm not much for standing at a podium. Again, it's that coaching background. And again, it just strikes me as I was listening to the panel before, great job for that panel as well. One thing that strikes me is that a lot of the talk yesterday and today was about measurement and metrics and proof that things are actually happening in the classroom, the children are absorbing things and being able to use them. Our orientation in the child activity center industry, and hopefully this will give you maybe some hope for all of us to integrate what's happening educationally, intellectually, with the physical part of what's happening. Because in the physical domains of what we do, gymnastics, cheerleading, swimming, dance, etc., the measurement is built in. Children are either making progress or they're not. It's really quite simple. So in our industry, the proof has always been there. Sometimes it's just proof of the child's individual best, their personal best, of course, which is overarching, or it's in competition, or it's both. But the metrics are already there, and we'd love to see that built in. What I'm privileged to do in this half hour, this is a 1-hour presentation that I'm attempting to pull into half an hour for you, and I'm a really fast-paced presenter. At the end, there'll be a QR code that you're welcome to scan, and you take it with you. You can end up just downloading it. I'm telling you that in advance because when I start, I go at warp speed. And the reason I do that is, number one, I want to convey a lot of concepts. I don't want to have you figuring that you've got to write everything down. But number two is, and most importantly, I don't want to insult your intelligence. We have a lot of things to cover today in this 30 minutes, and we don't fool around with it. So this Navigating Tomorrow, I'm hoping this slide advances, and it's really not. We'll try a different button here. That's the one. Okay, different button than I was told. All right, that's cool. So what we're trying to do is equip you today with the foresight and knowledge to survive, thrive, and lead. To give you just a really, really quick overview of the evolution of this industry, when I was a young coach, and when I was 15, I started gymnastics. When I was 17, I was coaching. And when I was 23, I was running my own business. Okay, that's been a long time. So I'll be 72 in 2 weeks. It's the children and the fire and the excitement of this industry that has kept me young. You stay young because your thinking is young and because the influence that you might have keeps propelling you forward. And my journey from that to running a business, to being able to build a large facility, to be able to start consulting, to build national organizations, to build international organizations, etc., as I'll kind of quickly illustrate for you, has been a marvelous journey. But it's always been sharing what you think you know. Because you can't come from a place of, this is what I know, I will teach you this. No, if you're lucky and fortunate enough to help develop success pathways for people, that's the key. Success pathways for children, for coaches, for managers, for other owners, associations, etc. And as that philosophy takes hold, sharing what you think you know and getting people to collaborate, your vision and your vision gets better, and you're able to do more things. Nobody's got a perfect crystal ball, but that methodology actually works. So what we'll do really quickly here, and you'll laugh if you knew how many slides I had, you'd laugh already and go, you're not going to possibly do that. I might. It's possible. But we're looking at your course and your compass, why it's our time in history right now as educators, the 4 transforming C's. They were talking about oceans. We're going to talk about oceans a lot in this one. The 3 changing tides, 5 tidal trends, and finally those waves of change. It's all just themed this way. So this is me, I guess, the same. It looks funny on this slide because it looks like if I was a gymnast for 7 years, a coach for 30 years, an owner of an activity center for 40 years, and a consultant for 25, it looks like I'm like 117 years old. And if it is, I look really good for 117, right? So at any rate, this was the journey. My lovely wife and I live in Puerto Rico. We moved there 4 or 5 years ago. Not much to Puerto Rico, really. The people, the music, the ocean, the rainforest, the food. And anybody else? There's one more thing. Oh, dance is very good. We do salsa for sure. And as educators, many of you who are entrepreneurial might know this other reason. Taxes. I'll leave it at that. Anyway, that's basically our front yard. So the center that we developed, and this is critical, because our industry, this is the center we had, it's about 45,000 square feet. It's gymnastics, cheerleading, swimming, dance, full-day childcare, educational preschools, after-school programs, day camp programs, indoor rock climbing, indoor playgrounds, a lot of outreach, etc. It was a full facility for sports, arts, education, and entertainment. This industry grew from a business perspective. The currency when I was first coaching, the currency was winning. Could you have a worse currency than winning? But that was it. But as you mature through, it became, I think this is a profession. As a business person, this has got to be a vocation. Even more, we've got to have a successful business now to hire and train other people and pay them well. And eventually, where the industry has gotten to, it's investment quality now. Investor groups are in the industry. We deal with a lot of mergers and acquisitions. So the journey of profitability is really great, but the mission hasn't changed. And it's how do we develop children so they can cope with what's going on in today's world. So charting your course with your strategic objective sales. I don't know what yours are. I just know that my journey has been from that center, the Wings Center in Little Boise, Idaho, to this third-level consulting, to a group that we call Leap Learning, to another company that we have called Swim Consultant, to Spectrabilities, which is a licensing program for children with special needs, which actually turns into a business, to Zen Tiger Mind, which is wellness and mental health training for athletes and coaches, to the IACDP, which is a not-for-profit international association, to what we call Metaspheres. So that's been my journey. But this doesn't have to be this maelstrom, right? It doesn't have to be that. What we have to find out, and you have to find out as well, as educators or as coaches, what are the rules of the game? And this is Einstein that said this. I love this. I'm playing them better than anybody else. So how do you set your compass for directional harmony? So in any of those acquisitions of those companies that we have, we look at it this way. We're trying to get everybody moving in the same direction. So what are the goals? It sounds pretty simple. What are the plans? What are the roles? And what are the rewards? So what are we going to deliver? How are we going to achieve those? Who is going to contribute to that? And what's in it for me? And that what's in it for me, we'll come back to that again through the presentation because it is important. What's in it for me is what everybody feels. High school students, elementary students, junior high students, college students, young adults, mid-age adults, old people, everybody's thinking exactly the same thing, and that's okay. We just have to deal with that. In these type of companies, we've learned to let the crew sail the ship, and that's really what it is designing success pathways for people and then letting them sail it. Matter of fact, I'm in Vegas for this, but we just had 2 days of strategic meetings on Sunday and Monday with our key teams from those companies, figuring out where they want to take the company over the next couple of years. So when I say this is our time in history, that's what I mean. We have a dynamic industry, and this is the whole thing. Children's activity centers, which in our case are more physically based, but deal with the physical, the mental, the emotional, the social, even the spiritual to a certain extent, from presentations and when they compete. All of that is important. And I think the more we blend classic education in the classroom with the physicality of these children's activity centers, I think we have the ability to be the influencers in society and really build some strong partnerships. One of the ways that people market these days is they work in 3 different ways. Business to business, they relate with each other in the community. Business to the community, being involved in the fabric of the community. And business to education. How do we dovetail with education? And I would think that you would find some incredible partners and partnerships with some of the children's activity centers in your community. And so just brainstorming with them as well. It's going to take all of us to equip these children with these skills that they need, just the coping skills they need. I'm not going to read you slides, by the way. So again, if you came in a little late, the QR code will be at the end. Yeah, we have to be very smart strategically. We've been through a lot. In the gymnastics arena, we went through the Larry Nassar thing. If you think that was positive marketing, you're completely mistaken. That marketing was the worst marketing you could possibly have. But we fought through it, and 99.9% of the schools that were out there were good ones, and they had good reputations. They made it through, only to run flat into COVID, right? And that funding we had was okay for maintaining staff, but many people lost their facilities and lost a lot of momentum and couldn't get it built back up again. And now we have all the current socio-political conditions that are here. But we are in this position to assist. And I think we're going to need to blend public and private to a large degree moving forward. So we look at 4 different transformational, what we call C's or C's. How clever. First one is consolidation. So in our industry, what's happening right now, there's a lot of growth, but the market is consolidating to a certain degree, mainly because of the last bullet point there, the landscape of investor and investment relationships and the trends that are there. For example, these people that are in the marketplace right now, and those of you that are entrepreneurial, by the way, if you're thinking, yes, I'm an educator in the public system, and I work for the government, I work for the local educational concerns, fine. But all of you I know have entrepreneurial thoughts as well, and many of you are doing second things that are out there. I know you are. And those things can be integrated into this larger group. These investor groups are looking for things that do have basis in education, whether it is formal education, whether it is private education, whether it is refound education, whether it is new kinds of education for 0 through 5, or whether it's our industry, the Children's Activity Center industry. So just know that they're out there. Those of you that are entrepreneurial and have intellectual property that you might be able to license, be thinking that way. You'd be surprised where it might end up, and we're happy to have discussions with you about that. I'm not going to cover these, but right now we do a ton of valuations and a ton of business brokerage. Actually, I have 2 of my associates with me today. I have Mr. Jeff Lulla here, who is actually one of the United States Gymnastics Association's key speakers and safety presenters, as well as curriculum. And I have Mr. Ron Ludwig here also, who's my partner with business valuations and business sales and M&A. So in this industry, and you may not have to deal with this, but we do. So if you are funded by the public or through the school systems, you might take your paycheck for granted. We don't. We have to make it happen. And the only way we can make it happen is through quality programs that truly affect children to the point where their parents feel it, to the point where they actually are willing to pay for it. So we can actually pay our people, pay our bills, and try to generate a return. Most of you probably have children or nieces or nephews or whatever it is that you have that have been in sports, and you know how the parents back that if it's good. And if it's not, they pull them out or find an alternative. So we have a lot of reality therapy in our industry, and I think that we need to address that as well going forward. All right. Collaboration is something that is really critical now. This is the main reason I'm here, is to listen to other people and other thought leaders and to see what they're thinking in this industry. It's really, really important. One of the things that we did out of COVID was develop this IACDP, which is this not-for-profit International Association of Child Development Programs. And you can see here from the mission, I don't need to read it to you, but what we did was try to blend the Child Activity Center owners, great educators, great suppliers, and great associations, and great investor groups as well, so people had a 360-degree look at the industry. And I encourage you to think about that in your own sphere of influence. How can you define what your universe is and build a collaborative effort there? Because collaboration is going to happen. Consolidation is happening in our industry, but collaboration is even a bigger factor. Creativity, of course, is a big one. We all know that we have to have new kind of educational programs that are coming up now. And we'll talk about that a little bit more as we go. But what are we doing to enhance that creativity, I guess? In our particular case with Child Activity Centers, they're adding special abilities programs, they're adding parenting classes, they're adding mental health workshops, they're adding diversity and bias training, they're trying to figure out how to work grants in, and that's working out now too. We have to be creative about not only our businesses, but just education in general. And I hope you're not sitting here resenting the business part of what I'm talking about, because it's out there, it's real, and those of you that are entrepreneurial, you know what I'm talking about. And even if you are not, that's not your natural bent, please don't take your checks for granted. What you're paid comes from somewhere, and we have to justify that. Competition is another one, right? That's another reality that's there. And competition means you have to be 100% professional all the time, every day, and really trying to continually challenge ourselves. You people already do that. You wouldn't be here if you weren't the type that wasn't challenging yourself. I know that. But the main thing, and we were talking about this on the panel yesterday, is that we have gone from an economy that used to be goods, and then it was, oh, we're a service economy. It's like, oh, now we're an experience economy. Actually, now we're a reality economy. What kind of realities are there, and how can we deal with that? And all these things are there. We have to navigate these for these children. Put it in a place they can understand, at a pace they can understand, that engages them and empowers them to take the next step. That's what we're here for, in my opinion. One of the things that we do in the Child Activity Center industry that's extremely successful, and I don't know if you've thought about it in these terms before, but we design the customer experiences in advance. In our industries, in our sports and arts, the top schools do not run their programs and then survey to say, how did we do? They actually design the experience. What is the child going to experience? There might be, how many touch points are there? From the minute that child comes in to the minute that child leaves your sphere of influence, there might be 15, 20 different points. At each one of those points, how do we actually excel? How do we actually make that experience lift? Same thing for the parent. In our case, the parent's really important because they bring the child, they make some decisions, they actually pay the bill. So we have to design the parent experience as well. And then, of course, paramount too is the staff experience. So these Child X, Parent X, and Staff X, really important that we design the experience in advance. So we kind of know what's going to happen, and we want to make sure we enhance that experience. That's how we get ahead in these particular industries. So in these seascape tides, and I'll just flip through these quickly because you guys know these pretty well. The technological advancements, we're in what we call a tech tsunami right now as far as I'm concerned. There's a lot of different predictions out there with AI chat and all that. And we will be in more of a metaverse doing these things. Again, I'm not going to read you slides. My time is limited, so I want to be sure we're getting through. There are new norms out there. The gamification of virtual and augmented reality is what's going to happen. All kinds of things that you can go back and look at these slides. Feel free to do anything you like with these slides. I do not care if you take it, paraphrase it, and present it someplace and part of it with your name on it. You don't have to credit me or anything else. I simply don't care. What I do care about is us having impact as a group. Educators are working ahead. Many of you know Salman Khan of Khan Academy. Just put out a new book called Brave New Words, and I like that. It's really a good one. You might just pick that up. Just a resource for you if you haven't already seen it. The other thing is the socioeconomic tides that are coming here quickly. We know that we have dual income households. We know that there's diverse family structures. We know that there's generational family structures. And we know that there's economic disparities, duh. All right, we know all these things are there. How can we design some of our curriculums or our education to make people understand that these shifts are there? A lot of them are being economically driven. How can we help children cope with those things? There's also some evolving behaviors. That's another one of the changing tides. Employees have changing tides, that's for sure, and consumers have changing expectations as well. There's a lot that are going on right this very minute. One of the things that we have in terms of staffing challenges is in the private sector. I'm not sure if it's in the public sector. You can tell me if it is or not. One of them is a sufficient supply. Is the concern across all child activity centers as far as that goes. After COVID, there was a reflex, obviously, where people didn't want to necessarily go back to work. And it was kind of cross-dovetailed with, I'm not sure that I want to work, or I want to work as hard. So there was supply, there was the speed at which we needed to train, there was the training content, and there was the work ethic and longevity. So these things were challenges that we faced in our industry, and we sort of solved them. And the way we did it was the universal challenge to excel. And this is probably the number one tip of the mountain that we could actually succeed. Because when we start looking at the problems or the issues, fine, that's one thing. But how do we get higher? And it's almost always the challenge to excel. So whether it is a personal success cycle, how do we work with them personally to succeed, whether they understand their positions really well, and whether there's effective evaluations. These things can all go into this challenge to excel. And nobody probably said it better than Mandela. One of the last little items here is these tidal trends. And again, you can go back through these slides. I just wanted to deliver enough information to be sure that you had it here. This AI, sustainability, corporate responsibility, global connectivity, regulatory frameworks. This is what our top owners globally in sports and arts are thinking now. So if you don't take anything else away from this, be sure you take away knowing there's another whole segment of the industry in sports, arts, etc., that is working really, really hard at the grassroots and that are available for partnerships for you. They're thinking about all these things too. And you do think about all these things, but just know there's another side of the equation that's here. All right, so this will go through, and when you get these slides, you'll see the different arenas here of artificial intelligence, all the things that we need to do. The one thing that we talked about, that second bullet point that talks about the human touch, the more high tech we get, the more high touch is going to be needed. The same relationships with it. Children's relationship with their own body, relationships with any kind of performance equipment, relationships with a coach, relationships with other classmates, etc. We need to continue to encourage that whole social interaction. It's very, very important. And sustainability, this is the green future. I know you're teaching it in your classrooms, in your schools, in your districts, but just know that we are thinking the same thing on the business side. Because consumer demand is such that our customers are more likely to do business with businesses that are sustainable, green, and have that mission, and that are educational alignment with what's being taught in the private and public schools, and especially the ones that are doing innovative methodologies. So there's a lot of ways we adapt. We adapt to green for energy efficiency, for local sourcing, for curriculum integration. It's just good business all the way around. We also understand that we have corporate social responsibility. Lawrence Fink said this, and I really like this. Every company's not only got to deliver financial performance, but they must make a positive contribution to society. So please just know that on this other side, we are working really, really hard. And I know you probably don't hear this from people like me very often, but you're hearing it this morning. All right. Again, just down the slides, I'm going to go a little quicker. Global connectivity is a big deal too. And I think the reality is that children are digital natives today. There's no doubt about it. We need to have diverse classrooms as much as we can. One of the things that we've done is we've now established a virtual metaverse throughout the child activity centers. You can see the different areas that are there in terms of the different sports and arts. But notice that down on number 10 is the Child Development Educational Center. So that's where education will live. All of these meta spaces, people will be able to come into that with their avatar, hyperlink from place to place, and explore what they want to explore. So this is coming in the next little bit. It's kind of cool. It's just nice that we know it's coming. We know that the metaverse is here. We know AI interface is here. We know gamification is going to be important. And we know that learners have to be self-directed. So on an open campus where they can actually be self-directed learners, that's the key. Education's got to be the watchword here. Connections and collaboration is what it encourages because you can collect and collaborate with anybody. And from an entrepreneurial standpoint, yes, it's got to have an e-marketplace as well. So those of you with brilliant ideas out there, you'll find a home for those. Our saying on this, or the formula on this, is HI plus AI equals MLR. So human ingenuity enhanced with artificial intelligence equals maximum learning results. And that's what we are all after. It's just a formula for you to think about. Again, you're welcome to steal it. That's totally fine. But it leads to all these things. Self-directed learners on self-directed journeys, that's the key. That goes back to what's in it for me, right? That's where they're at. So they'll be able to find things in our particular industry. I want to find out more about different swimming strokes. I want to find out more about particular types of jumps in gymnastics. Fine, I'm going to interface with that. I may go and find a whole section that's here. There's a whole seminar on jumps or swimming. I can find that's there. I can bring my friends in. I can have a personalized tutor. I can do whatever I need to do, and it's going to be pretty cool. I don't know who that guy is, but yeah. Anyway, these things are there. You can connect with me if you like, but the gamification is really where it's coming out. The 3 or 4D models is where it's coming to. You're welcome to connect with me anything you like. I'm not going to go through regulatory frameworks. You deal with them. In our industry, this is really important because we are not government regulated, but we are going to be at some point. But we are taking that into our own hands at first, mitigating all the risks that are out there, and showing government entities and agencies like OSHA that we are handling this in advance. So the adaptability, innovation, collaboration, all that's there. So navigating tomorrow is a big deal. I think that that's where we want to be. You're welcome to scan that if you want. I'll leave that up for a few moments, or if you want to connect with me, you can. I did 70 slides in 28 minutes. I know. And were you bored? Good. That's good. Then I did my job. That's pretty cool. You know, I was telling people yesterday, if you weren't in the room, that it was so funny just lovely to be in a room full of formal educators that have really great, solid educational backgrounds and really are striving to the top, and me with my environmental science and philosophy degree and gymnastics scholarship, not an educator in the formal sense at all. But the truth is, impact is all that really matters. That's what really matters. And I think as long as we all continue to share what we think we know, I think we're going to be in good shape. So I hope this was of use to you. And feel free to contact or communicate at any time. We're wide open. I'll be here for a couple more hours here today, and we'll go from there. And again, thanks to Education 2.0 for putting this on. We really do appreciate it, and hopefully you got something out of it. Thanks. You're welcome.
All right. A huge thank you to Frank Saline for providing valuable insights into the future of child activity programs. Let's give him another round of applause. That was a lot of slides. I'm impressed. All right, now shifting gears, let's talk about academic passions. Sometimes students don't even realize what they're truly passionate about. How can educators help uncover hidden talents and interests? That's exactly what our next session explores. Please join us for a thought-provoking discussion on the topic, Interpreting Academic Interests, Techniques for Uncovering Students' True Passions. Let's quickly welcome our moderator, Tommy Zakia Boxton, owner of Zakia's Cupboard Incorporated and Healthy Halal Meals, and panelists on the stage. Let's give him a big round of applause. Got some fans in the house, I see.
That's what happens when you support people. They support you back. Thank you. No, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I am Tammy Zakia Boxton of Zakia's Cupboard Healthy Halal Meals, and also I teach middle school, so please pray for me. I am honored to be here, my second honor from the Education 2.0 family, my first time actually in person because I thought it was a hoax when they asked me to be here. AI is real, people. That being said, I am honored to be here with my panel. One of our people couldn't make it, but we wish them well. I'm going to have everyone introduce themselves, and then we're going to get right into it because we're here about the children. They're our future generations and our greatest assets, so around for that. First, we're going to start with Tim Jackson.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tim Jackson. I have the privilege of leading an organization called SHAD Canada. SHAD has been around for 43 years. We offer a program to grade 10 and 11 students where they spend the month of July away from home, living at one of 26 universities across the country, across Canada. Over the course of the month, they experience what university is like. It's hands-on learning, it's labs, it's workshops, and they work on a design project. We are STEAM plus entrepreneurship, so we're going to get into, in the conversation, a little bit about how do we go about actually opening these students' eyes to things that they might not have even realized they were interested in. So I'm looking forward to the conversation.
Awesome. Next up, we have Tracy Dacey.
Good morning. My name is Tracy Dace. I'm the founder and chief executive officer of DREAM. DREAM is an acronym for Driven to Reach Excellence and Academic Achievement for Males. And we are about to celebrate our 10th anniversary this summer, so we're very excited about that. If you know anything about being a founder and starting a nonprofit, making that mark to 10 years is really amazing. And so we continue to do the work here in Champaign, Illinois. Our model, our impact is based on a pathway. So we start with boys at the age of 3, and we stay in their lives until the age of 24. And we prioritize the health, the greatness of African-American boys and young men, but we also serve all youth in our community. And our work is built also on the opportunity pipeline, so we're trying to close the opportunity gap in our community by offering everything that any boy in this world would like to be involved in, from after-school sports, academic support. We travel to DC and Malawi and other places because we want them to see the world outside of the world in which they live in.
Awesome. Next up, last but not least, is Mike Ross.
Hello, thank you. So I just want to first say that I'm really excited to be in this room with such experienced individuals in the education space. So again, my name is Mike, founder and executive director of Future Forward Education, which is a nonprofit organization aimed at improving the academic landscape for our youth through a bottom-up whole family approach. So what started as being a very student-centric outlook became system-centric, and that we zoomed out and wanted to further understand some of the underlying issues within education, kind of focusing on some of the fractures that are in the foundation for kind of like long-termism approach to solving problems. And with that, I do want to, again, referring to all of you, A lot of you have a lot of experience in this space, and we are early. We have an early footprint in the system, so we're in the process of absorbing a lot of information, and I'm really excited to be here. Thank you.
Great. All right. We're going to get right into it, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me just say, as an educator, it chose me. I didn't choose it. I came from the legal background, but I worked in family court, so I was always surrounded by young people. I'm going to move around because I'm still healing from total knee replacement surgery. But I just wanted to say, young people only want you to listen to them, not just hear them. There's a difference of hearing someone and listening to them, and they know the difference. And because they are our future generations, we need to do everything that we can to give them the tools they need to succeed, to reach every goal and every dream that they want. That's our job as educators. Not, thank you, not just the paycheck. And as I said, it chose me. I didn't choose it. And I do things 1,000%, especially when it comes to our young people. So in case you didn't know, we're going to kick this off because March is the annual reading month. This week is National Reading Week. So I want to thank Mike again for these questions that helped me to get this moderation getting done. So on that note, panel, what are some of the methods that we can use to receive feedback from our target audience, which are our students, as to better align our future products with their needs, because time is the most important gift that we have. And in this current social climate of threats against the Department of Education, go figure, how do we do that? Tracy.
You would call on me first. Well, I would say in addition to academic interests, we also do the work to unpack their career interests. We see that as a linkage between the two. And so we start with young children at a very, very early age. And during that process, we are introducing and understanding their academic interests and also their career ideas. And so we really use exposure as a way to hear from them. We also use other traditional methods, like surveys and things like that. But the most important one is the fact that we are with them 6 days a week, and we are gathering that real-time data and listening to their engagement in certain activities, and we are then using that to inform what we do. When we first started DREAM, we took on a strategic doing model. So we hear, listen, and within 6 months, we take that information to change whatever may not be working. So we definitely try to include their feedback, but also the parents' feedback, because when kids are that young, sometimes what they're learning at home can also help us build the academic and career supports that we have at DREAM.
Okay. Tim, your thoughts?
Yeah, so for us, we're a charitable nonprofit organization, and I mentioned we are STEAM plus entrepreneurship, so we are not a science camp. We are not an engineering camp. When someone comes to SHAD, they experience all of the aspects of STEAM plus entrepreneurship. And so, like many organizations, we have traditionally surveyed our students and asked them, the participants, for feedback. And we now use third-party academics to do that. But a few years ago, we started also doing a survey of parents. And it starts with a pre-program survey. So the parents do an assessment before the program. And then our researcher goes back to those students in September, October, and asks the parents to talk about the change they've seen in the young people that went through our program. And that has been massively helpful to us. We were trying to figure out, how do you go to impartial, parents are never impartial, but what's the closest we can get to people that can assess the change they're seeing in the participants. So that's what's been helpful to us, is actually having the parents and using a third-party academic to do the survey, so there's actual credibility to them.
Awesome. Want to follow up, Mike?
Yeah, so I'm extremely data obsessed, and I feel that every product or service that is implemented should be backed up and validated with a thorough data analysis. So when I started Future Forward Education, I did a lot of preliminary analysis and research on the landscape. I didn't want to go in and make assumptions about what schools need or what students need. I was obsessed with needing to understand the audience, the customers, so that I could step back and say, hey, this is what inequity is, this is what inadversity is. And so therefore we're not creating potentially static solutions. So some of that looked like a market analysis across multiple schools or a market landscape to determine where we are as a nonprofit compared to various metrics like cost, types of programming, is there STEM, is there not STEM, stuff like that. But also when engaging in working with schools, it's not just, as mentioned, it's not just about the student, it's about the system. So it's about educators. So when building programming for students, we're also getting, currently right now we have it's currently technically in a prototype phase, but a dynamic survey that is tailored to individual schools. Again, to not make the assumption that all schools have this overlapping universal makeup, I guess you could call it. And it's dynamic in that theoretically when feedback comes in, we're kind of like bending the questions and the response to those questions to accommodate for like what we're receiving. So getting that information back is crucial to be able to stay reactive to the needs of the school, whether that's donations they need or a program or curricula. So that's, like I said, data obsessed. I feel like data tells a story. And Tammy, I know you mentioned the Department of Education, but I think there's rumors of that vanishing, which to me is a little bit reckless. So
a little bit.
I feel that data does tell a story, even if it's like 3 decades old. So it's important to see that history over time. So I'm working on trying to preserve some of that, so we can use that as a baseline going forward while we build our own kind of tools.
Great. Just to follow up on some of the things that you said, it brings me to some of the bullet points that I pointed out as far as the curiosity of our students and encouraging them with new activities and providing opportunities for their creative expressions. And I heard each of you kind of testament to that. How would we incorporate students' choices into the programs that you each have? Tim, want to speak on that?
So we don't, and that's a very, very deliberate decision in terms of student choices. So students come to the program, and they literally don't know what they're going to do the next day. And so a day for them might be waking up and being told, today you're going to do 2 lectures. One is going to be something about the history of mathematics. The second is going to be a world-class researcher who does physics, and in the afternoon you're going to go do a couple of labs. One might be you're at a medical school going into a cadaver lab. The other might be you're going into a coding lab. And that's the whole idea of the program. It unlocks people's passions that they didn't know they had. And so for me, one of the things I love is when I go do alumni events. We have 23,000 alumni now around the world. And if I go to, say, a university or college where we will hold an alumni event, and I'll ask somebody, what are you studying? And they might say, I'm doing health science. And I'll say, how did you pick health science? And they will say, I thought I wanted to be an engineer, but I went to SHAD, and I had no idea there was this health science field. But we did a couple of labs and had a couple of speakers, and I was fascinated. And so I changed my grade 12 courses, and I decided to come and study health sciences as a post-secondary instead of engineering. So it's almost the opposite of your question, Tammy. We purposely don't, and that's how we find the hidden potential. They trust the process. They know over the course of the month they're going to be exposed to some things they like and some things that they didn't know they liked. And doesn't mean they're going to enjoy everything, but that's the purposeful way that we're going at it to try to unlock passion.
You know, every step that we take, there's no one set rule or one set way that students learn. We have to come together as a team. There's no I or you in education. It's us and we, because we are the students. The students are us. So we have to make ourselves known, make them be seen, make them be heard, and we have to give them the tools to succeed. Do you agree? Come on, Tracy, give me something.
Well, thank you. So at Dream, we do provide choices because we're very intentional about creating a counter space to school, right? And we all know what the environment at school is like, right? You come there, the teacher has the lesson plan, and you have to follow the lesson plan, right? But at Dream, we really want to create this counter space where we're teaching through choices their advocacy skills, their leadership skills, so that their voice is heard in that space. So for instance, we have Tech Thursdays. And so we give them a list of the various ways they can participate in Tech Thursdays. And then they choose how they want to show up in the space. It may be esports. It may be the DJ club. But we really want them to understand that their voice and what they're interested in is important in them understanding themselves. And so we definitely incorporated. We've done that from the beginning of the program, and we see that that also has impacted retention and engagement when they have that opportunity to have their voice and also have choices in how they participate.
Okay, great. Mike?
Yeah, so those are all really good points. So obviously, student voice is extremely important. I'm always interested in how we can further unlock that. So when I started, it was about 7 years ago when I had the revelation, oh, hey, I think there's a problem. I should probably start building an organization. I was very obsessed with, like I said, I was like focused on the student, and some of that stemmed, I did spend some time volunteering at other organizations, and actually I think this is a mini story that kind of fits well here. So further context, I didn't grow up in the West Coast. I didn't grow up in LA. I grew up East Coast, so the countryside. Fields, valleys, and trees everywhere. But also no adversity. I didn't see communities where there was an issue. It was a small town, so every student next to me was getting the resources they need, so it was very relative. And it took moving out west to have that comparative analysis and reflection on my upbringing. And also I had the luxury of having a tech program at my school where I could actually start learning by doing. And that was the first time. I did have some learning struggles. That was the first time I could actually retain information because it wasn't just lecture-led classes that I was being thrown into. And so my voice became louder than ever, even though I was quiet. I was completely shy. Still, even in high school, I was suddenly louder than ever because I was given tools in which I could express myself. I often say like the canvas became my translator, and that was my initial passion, is the creative space. I became obsessed with anything creative. So I use that as a reflection when like building my own org, and I think about it all the time. And that's not to say that, hey, we create these STEM programs and we give them everything I had, because I'm a different person, right? It's not the same for everyone. But that the unlocking the voice was like pivotal and transformative. And honestly, I don't think I would be here today or have an organization if that school didn't give me that opportunity. And a lot of people talk about colleges and universities making them who they are, but I also point back to my high school, and that was early, and that's important. So
awesome.
It showcases how
Absolutely.
like early intervention is crucial to all that. So
Teachers rock, okay? We rock. That brings me to what you just said about having the tools you need. You were given the tools you need to succeed and to reach your goals and dreams. But there's so much happening in the world right now against education, like the banning of books. Thank you, girl. That being said, that brings me to my next question. What are some of the techniques for remaining reactive to the needs of the student over time as to avoid one-off solutions, as in banned books? Tim, what do you have to say about that?
Yeah, so our whole goal is to have people be lifelong learners. And so one of the key elements of our program is that the students are in campuses of about 60 to 80 participants. But they're given a project every year and a problem to solve. They're not told ahead of time because we don't want them coming in with preconceived ideas. But they're broken into groups of 8 and very, very deliberate, curated groups in terms of based on the applications. This participant is interested in arts. This participant has an interest in science. They come from different parts of the country, different backgrounds. And it's a massive problem. So it could be everything from how might we help Canadians treat fresh water with more respect to how might we help Canadians reduce waste? By the end of the month, they have to have a solution to that problem based in scientific or engineering principles. They essentially build a business. And by doing that, that is the key to our program, is this design project. Over the course of the month, they start with taking that massive problem, breaking it down, doing market research, and then working in teams. Mm-hmm. And this idea that you're working in a diverse team that you didn't pick, I think sets them up for post-secondary when they have to do group work, sets them up for the workforce when they have to work with colleagues that they didn't get to choose. But it's this idea of problem solving and how do you adapt and how do you iterate. And so that's I think the secret sauce of our program is this design project.
Okay, I like that you brought up diversity, which is so huge today and so needed right now, especially in the world of education, because students only know one thing. They want to learn, and they want to be appreciated. It doesn't go by their background, their creed, their color, religion, who their parents are, some of them don't even have parents. The toughest part of my education career was the 18 months I spent at home during COVID. Parents loved us then because you were home with your kids all day, every day for 18 months. Come on, somebody. Thank you. And then you got back on track, and then what you did? Kicked us back to the curb again. Teachers. My mother is a retired teacher. It's in my blood, even though I fought it for so many years. I have educators all through my family. That was not what I wanted to be. My education came from the law side of it. So I give my students not only book lessons, they get life lessons to take them through every stage of their career. I still have students come back to me from years ago, and they still call and ask me for advice. That is a testament to what I've done. And I'm not bragging. I'm just stating the facts. I registered myself for every youth organization in Newark, New Jersey that I can. Some I don't even realize that I'm still a part of until they reach out to me. And I am honored and so grateful to be a part of their life, because as I see them achieve, I see myself in them. Which brings me to another point that's happening in the world today about banned books, because students want to know not only that they're being heard and seen, I make them aware that the only failure is not trying. As long as they try, that's all we can ask them to do. And nothing beats a failure but a try. So, guys, come out and speak anyway. How would you make your students feel in your companies who are down on themselves, because we are our biggest people who go against ourselves? So how would you make the students feel comfortable, especially those who are shy and don't speak out, sort of kind of like Mike said he was, and look at him flourishing now? That being said, what steps can we take to make the underdog, so to speak? Because a lot of times those are our geniuses sitting in the background, not raising their hand, not participating, being bullied, not speaking up for themselves because they don't want to be an outcast. How will we go about helping them? Anybody?
Well, I can share that, so at where we work at Dream, one of the things that we really value and we ensure that is happening is like Black representation. We're working with Black boys every day, so we want them to see Black men on the staff. We want them to see Black people leading on the staff. So we found that that has really allowed us to really build those relationships with them where they can have conversations and they can see us outside of the space as support. Another way that we build that relationship, which is really more important, I mean, I think out of all of the years of doing this work, and we've done some incredible, or provided some incredible experiences, but what they keep saying to us and what we're hearing is, we just want to hang out and chill, Mr. Tracy. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You know, you can take us to DC as much as you want, but really what's important for us is that relationship.
Right.
And so in that relationship, we ensure that we have restorative justice. These are our sons, so we treat them as sons. Mm-hmm. We don't kick them out of Dream. We also value strength-based, so we don't see their deficits or their challenges. We start at 3 because we want to grow with them and be a part of their life successes. And most importantly, we definitely approach the work from a culturally responsive lens, right? Their culture, who they are, their history, their home life is a part of the holistic approach that we want to prioritize at DREAM. And I think we all want to prioritize in our programs and our companies because we know focusing on their strengths and affirming them is going to take them to the next level in their lives.
I like that because, like Walt Disney said, all our dreams can come true if we just have the courage to pursue them. So you guys want to touch bases on that?
Yeah, we benchmark ourselves against the Canadian youth population. So we look at geography, income, background, and then it's how do you be deliberate? And it's exactly as Tracy said. So for us, it's who's at the front of the room, who is facilitating sessions, can our participants see themselves? And then it's very, very deliberate action. Canada has a not a great history with our Indigenous people, for example, and we are working as a country towards reconciliation. And so it's working with groups of Indigenous leaders, and I'll give you an example where we are doing a lot of work in northern Canada, up in the Arctic Circle. And so we are going up there doing science camps, identifying participants who would be appropriate for our program, working with local communities, and then saying, how do we make it that they are comfortable when they arrive at SHAD campus? So doing pre-program supports, bringing elders from their communities and embedding them into our program teams, and then working with partner organizations we were chatting about, like Tracy's organization in Canada, groups like Black Boys Who Code, who are trusted in communities. So when SHAD goes into a community and says, you should send your son or daughter away for a month to come into our program, parents would say, I don't know who SHAD is, but they know the partner organizations. And for us, it's organizations like Black Boys Who Code, Pathways to Education, Minerva Foundation. And so it's building trust, but I think you have to be very deliberate about it. And I loved what you said. I mean, we have one of our values is that we believe remarkable youth are everywhere in Canada, and we have an obligation to find them.
Awesome. Mike, you want to reiterate? Yes, thank you for that.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, it's true. Unfortunately, like the current, especially like highly populated districts, there's way too many students per class, and like I get there's a reason for that, but there are students that are being left in the background, and they don't have voice, and they're very likely itching to scream out and say, hey, I'm here. I want to learn. I don't quite know what I'm doing, but I need help. Right. So it's really important to realize that we do need a lot more external forces or organizations that can come in and collaborate with districts and essentially be that voice for them and unlock their interest and understand their learning struggles. Again, I'm going to allude back to struggles I had. I was very fortunate enough to have a small town, small population, and that was what allowed me to have like a 1-to-5 ratio of student to supports. And it's just, for large districts, it's just not, it's super drastic, 1-to-30 or more. And we think of issues like mental health. The amount of students are not getting mental health supports, or they're on the list, but it takes 8 months to get their first session.
Or longer.
So, yeah, and that's one session. Then what happens after that?
Exactly.
And they graduated, so it's like
right.
by that time. But also, I'm going to go back to data. Like I said, I'm obsessed with data. So we must always be listening to them, and not just in the classroom, but through our analysis reports and impact reports, and sharing that with other organizations that specialize in extracting the right info to develop solutions in that space. And in addition, like districts, large ones again, for example, have multiple data sets, and the same metric might look a little different, and it's overwhelming to look at. So I would consider that a good baseline, but we need to build tracks that are external to that act as additional data sources that we can rely on going forward to bring forward that hidden student that's in the back.
Awesome. All of that was great. And that brings us to our third question. What type of thoughts do you have on the structure of how a classroom is set up, in terms of how it's taught, the type of content, and how we relate to the students, especially now that this being National Reading Month and National Reading Week. Getting to know the students personally by their names. You mentioned that you have the Technology Tuesday, and I used to have Motivational Monday. So I'm used to walking through the classroom, being around them, getting the feeling of what they're doing, how they're feeling, if they're tired, if they're angry, if they're bored, if they're shy and want to come out of their shell. How would you relate to your students on a personal level to make them feel needed, wanted, and that you're really there to help them succeed, not just the book way or the data way, but like I said, I still have students from years ago still reach out to me for advice. So how do you go about keeping those bridges bridged and continuing on throughout their life in education? Anyone?
Well, just yesterday, I received a text while I was here that one of our dreamers, a high school boy, had been arrested, and he was in the juvenile detention center.
Oh, wow.
And he had court yesterday at 1:30, so I instantly text my brothers that I worked with, the men that I work with, and said, you know, troubling news, one of our sons is at the JDC, and he has court. And so the instant response was, are we going? How do we, you know, what can we do? That sort of thing. So we really support them across the many, many successes that they have and the challenges that they have as well. So they see that we care. I think that's the most important piece of it, is when you show up consistently, mm-hmm. and they see that, oh, this is not about a grant. You know, we're not trying to count you for a grant. This isn't about a check. This is about building relationship with young people so that they can be successful, they can be seen, they can be loved. You know, that's most important. While Tammy was speaking, this image came in my head that was just, it was during the pandemic. Mm-hmm. So we opened a remote learning center because parents were stressed out and going, you know, berserk with all the remote requirements. So we opened a center, and so we were open at 7:30 until 5:30, right? So parents was dropping kids off, sometimes going home to get back into bed, but some of them were going to work, right?
Sure was.
And it didn't matter. But the part where we created this environment where kids were coming in, and the first thing they did was kicked off their shoes. They felt comfortable at Dream while learning enough to just kick off their shoes and learn how they wanted to learn. They did not have to be sitting up in a desk or being told not to say this or not to say that, but they really, really felt comfortable in that space. So we really try to build that relationship with them directly, but also holistically we build that relationship with their parents, and they trust us because they know we're there and they know that we care about their kids.
Awesome.
I will say the credit for this goes to not me, who works out of a national office, but our program teams across the country. And it starts with when the participants arrive. As I said, they come in groups of 60 to 80, depending on the campus. And it starts with building community. And it starts at the very beginning when they sit down as a group and say, what are the community rules we will abide by for the next month? They are living together 7/24 for this month. And what I think is incredible, by the end of the month, they are connected for life. And this is why having diverse groups of participants is so important. Last summer was the 40th anniversary for one of our campuses, and I was at an anniversary event. Shads from 1984 came together for an entire weekend, and more than half of the cohort came together in Banff, Alberta, and spent an entire weekend together. Awesome. This was not a high school reunion or a college reunion where they'd been together for 4 weeks. They spent a month together 40 years ago, and they still feel connected to those people. Nice. And so if you build that diverse group, then they become their own network, and they become their own support system. And if you can build this safe space for them, then I think you as an organization or an entity, you play a role initially, but then they become each other's safety net and network. And there's no grades at Shad, and I think that's an important piece. People can try things and experiment, and it didn't work. But they're not in school in the sense that someone's grading them. They're being encouraged to try things and fail. So, full credit to our program teams who actually are on the ground delivering this at 26 campuses every summer.
Awesome. Diversity again, and nothing beats a failure but a try again. So,
and I know I'm preaching to the choir, but the diversity is important for everybody. Right?
Absolutely.
So we're bringing people from rural, remote parts of Canada together with people from downtown Toronto or Vancouver, Montreal, who don't have a care in the world because of their situation. And everyone learns from each other. And that's what I think is great about our network of 23,000 alumni. They know that person who thought they were the only person like them in their small community in some rural part of Canada will come to SHAD, eyes wide open, and say, I didn't realize there were kids like me across the country.
See?
And they are now connected to that network for life.
Awesome. I know our time is running short, so Mike, I'm going to give you the final on that one before we get to our last question. Did you want to add something to that?
Yeah, so I just want to iterate the importance of, and I know we all know this, but project-based learning, opportunities for more learning by doing. And I know there's a lot of educational establishments, schools, and universities that do that. But I think we really need to make a push in that direction. And I get with current school models, like traditional models, there are guidelines and Common Core and all that might prevent certain corners of that being possible. But those are the types of classes that not only unlock voice, but it connects students' perceived vision of their futures to what's happening in the classroom. And I think that bridge is something we have to continue to build and make sure there's integrity to. Students think of schools sometimes as just places of instruction. They go to receive instruction, but it needs to be a place where they know that this is where they prepare for life. And so we have to be able to connect the real world applications to the classroom. And we have to do much more of that if we're going to incentivize learning, because in order to learn, you have to first want to. You have to have that aha, hey, I could do this kind of moment. And I've seen it working with students throughout. And so that's just what I want to add to that, is to make a push in that direction, and hopefully we can do that with current models with all their restrictions.
Awesome. Okay. Well, our time is really short, so I'm going to get to the last question so that we can all get our final thoughts. And what is the one way, or whatever way you have, that we can be seeing others using data, keyword data, to help define academic interests as far as connecting real-world applications, being mindful of individuals' differences, being supportive and encouraging, and, of course, sharing your own passions with your students. With me, they know I don't just teach, but I have a catering company, and they know my goal is to get a food truck. So one of my students drew me a food truck, and it's on my wall at home, and I see it every day, because if you can see it, you can achieve it. So that being said, wrapping up this, how would your companies interact with the students for their passions? Because we are talking about students' passions today, correct? So give me your take on those. Come on, Tracy.
So at Dream, it's the more they see, the more they dream. It's just that's what the foundation of what we do. We believe in unlocking their passions through experience, through opportunities, through seeing something outside of their community. And then something else that's really important to us at Dream is that many times we as educators, and particularly nonprofit leaders, we don't have the resources, right? If a young man comes to us and say, I want to be a chef, right? And having those tangible resources to connect him to that opportunity really, really reinforces what we're trying to do, and it gives them hope about their passions, right? It's one thing to say, oh, that's great, we'll try to find you a culinary arts school, but it's another thing to say, that's great, we have the money so that you can enroll in culinary arts next week, so you can begin to go down that pathway to your success. So
that's the difference.
So that's the difference. That's the difference. We have to walk that walk and show up with the checkbook.
Absolutely.
Many times when we talk with our students about opportunities.
Awesome. Tim?
All the students at SHAD do something called SHAD Speak, which is where they give a talk for up to 5 minutes in front of their peers about something they are passionate about. So that is where we do ask them their passion. And it can be everything from someone saying, I love gymnastics, and let me tell you about my journey at gymnastics. Or I love journaling, or I decided I want to learn how to solve a Rubik's Cube, and I still haven't figured it out, but here's the path I'm on. But and because we know ahead of time, they submit a little précis about what their SHAD Speak is going to be about. And it gives our program teams a little bit of insight before those participants show up about what are the passions that they actually have.
Mike?
Yeah, so I'm sure by now you know how obsessed I am with data, but I feel we can see problems in data and we can solve problems by looking at it. So one of the things we do, actually before even engaging any learning environment, any school, is what's called like a needs assessment. So it's a high level. It's not just about academic performance among the students, but also demographics. And we study that and kind of learn their language before going in, so that we're kind of meeting them halfway. We know how complex school systems are, so we'd rather meet them at least part of the way before going in and discussing programming. But in addition to that, we do regarding, I'm going to pick the topic of like STEM. So we do like high-level STEM surveys initially in the area of like tech, programming, and design, and getting an idea of what kind of tools they're familiar with or would like to learn, and what kind of projects. So that kind of brings up, brings us to the point of creating more real-world applications that are possible in that space. But like I said, that's high level as a starting point. So upon integrating the programming, what I want over time, and again, I said early on, we're kind of like early with engagements in schools, but we're absorbing how data flows through the system now so that we kind of can mesh our processes with their processes. But I think that intersection is really, really important in how we can determine developing more relevant content for our students. And then in addition to that, I want to bring up Career Day, because one of the schools we're talking about, this was a little bit after the pandemic, but they were talking about like a loss of community, like a sense of a loss of community, and that's really scary. They had Career Day, but it was like a decade ago or something. But we want to be able to normalize bringing that back to schools, and starting from, it's important to start like internally and build outward. So we're using their voice to develop what is right for them, so we can tie that all to the environment. So that's
awesome. All right. Well, in closing, I would just like to say, I'm sure we all agree that this is what I tell my students, to always stay focused, positive, and productive. Truly believe in yourself when no one else does, because you are your greatest fan. Be your biggest cheerleader and fan. And don't share your good news with everybody, because everybody is not going to be happy for you. Always surround yourself with positive, productive people, because you want to feed off of that energy. And just stay true to yourself. Weed out that negativity, because it will just drain you dry. And just continue to be the best that you can be in the world that we live in, so that we can continue to give you the tools you need to succeed, to reach all your goals and dreams. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you, Education 2.0. Uh-oh. There's my other leg.
A big thank you to our panelists for sharing their valuable insights. Let's give them another round of applause. All right, coming up, we have a fireside chat on educators' picks, books that challenge and change perspectives. In this lively session, our experts are going to share their top book recommendations, stories that have sparked critical thinking, broadened perspectives, and even changed lives. Whether you're looking for fresh additions to your curriculum or simply searching for your next great read, this discussion will leave you inspired to turn the page on traditional learning. I am really excited for this. I might save some of these to read a little bit later. So without any further ado, please put it together for our speakers, Dr. Sharon Shapley, Professor, Sharon Classes, and Fern Chan, CEO of Fern Chan Ventures. Come on up.
I have a mic on, so I'll just put it up here. Yeah. Can y'all hear me all right? Okay, great. Well, it's going to be a nice, intimate conversation, and I hope you're all ready, because we're going to be stirring up some trouble. Is that all right with y'all? Okay, great. Ooh. So, Ms. Tammy mentioned that it is, was it National Reading Week this week? And it just so happens that we are going to be talking about a bit of a controversial topic. We are going to be suggesting some books that have been banned in the last 30 years or so. And so I think it's really timely that this came up. And so let's introduce ourselves. So Sharon, why don't you go ahead and tell us what brought you here today?
My name is Dr. Sharon Shapley. I am the owner and founder of Sharon's Classes. I have been teaching in one manner or another for about 40 years now. And I came because I see a great deficit in our education. We are failing. We're failing our students. We're failing our teachers. We're failing the businesses of tomorrow. We're failing the careers of tomorrow because we're not equipping our students with the skill sets they need. We have fallen behind in the advances that the world is making in technology, in automation. We are not giving them critical thinking capacities. And banning books is not the answer.
Yeah.
She said we were going to be controversial, so we'll just throw that out there.
That
doesn't help. That does not help.
Yeah, and my perspective is coming from the higher education world, because that's where my background is in education. I'm teaching adult learners. But as a mother of two young children who are ages 8 and 6, I read to them a lot of books. And then, you know, my daughter got a book out from the library, and it's called Ban This Book. And it was such a fascinating read because it brought up all these great books that were one point or another banned. And so, you know, when she asked me questions, Mommy, why can't I read this book? Like, what do I say to my 7-year-old then? She's not 8 and sassy as all hell. But, you know, like, how do you answer that question when an 8-year-old asks you about censorship? So I think it's a really good topic to bring up. And, you know, I'll just mention some of the books that are mentioned in this. So how many of you have read Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret by Judy Blume? Yeah, hands go up there, right? Matilda by Roald Dahl. How about Bridge to Terabithia? Oh, the Diary of Anne Frank. Yeah, the Diary, yeah. So all these books that are classics. And this one made the banned books list too. All the Captain Underpants book. How many of you have young children who have read Right. And those are books that make them want to read, and yet they made it on the banned books list, right? It made children laugh, but some parent thought it was offensive and got it off the bookshelves. So, based on that, Sharon, let me ask you, what criteria did you use to select the books that you believe have the power to change perspectives?
That's kind of hard to do. There are tons of reading material. Mm-hmm. There's too many books to count. When you read to a child, as you're reading to your children, when you buy books for your children, your grandchildren, your students, how many of you are teachers and give your students books as a gift? What are you giving them? You're giving them a future. You are giving them knowledge. You are leading them down the path of, she wrote it, I can write it. She dreamed it, I can dream it. And I guess as controversies go, my question when anybody bans a book is, I want to say something I can't repeat here, but I say, why do you get to decide what is appropriate for me to read, what is appropriate for my children to read? Do you think that by banning the Diary of Anne Frank, you are banning the Holocaust? You are not. And we can't take book banning as an avenue to eliminate parts of history we are not proud of. I want my kids to read stuff that challenges them. The rules say, research has proven, that a child reading a book needs to encounter 10 new words on every page. That is the ultimate, that is the perfect, that's the sweet spot. That only works if the content is captivating. Because how many of us have students that do not stop to look up a word they do not know? They skip it. If it's interesting, if what they're reading is really got their attention, then they're going to learn some of those words just by the context. I look for books that have a grammatical value. Children should be reading books that are one step above their reading level. If you give a third grader a first grade book, what are you doing?
Dumbing down.
You're dumbing it down.
Yep.
And so it needs to be age appropriate, maturity appropriate, which is different for every child. And it needs to be content appropriate, but it needs to lead to new words. Sharon's classes is built on vocabulary. We just finished a discussion about AI. Garbage in, garbage out. If you don't know how to ask the question, you're going to get a good answer. That's vocabulary.
Yeah.
That's collocations, family words. We are, by eliminating certain books, we are selling them short. You are too, okay, now wait a minute. So now this becomes another question. What kind of games do your kids play? Because I'm telling you, I've seen some of the games my grandkids play.
Yeah.
That's double DXY F rated. Shooting and killing.
Yeah.
Blood running everywhere. But you ban a book that was written by a girl who was in a hostage situation, and that is too mature or too... We have an objection to that?
And I think based on your point there, Sharon, I'm going to quote a sentence from this book. It's a great book, by the way, if you haven't heard of it. It's called Ban This Book by Alan Gratz. And he talks about a 9-year-old who goes to her school library who wanted to take her favorite book out. Not that I've read this one, the favorite book from the mixed up files of Mrs. Basil E. Frankweiler. So if you've all read that book, this was her favorite book. She goes to the library one day, and it's not there anymore, because some parent thought it was objectionable because the book was teaching her child to lie, to steal, and to run away. So she thought this was a bad influence on a child, and she went to the school board to have the book removed. So the librarian, who loves our librarians, right? Yes, they do not get enough love. And this is what she said in the book. She says, every parent has the right to decide what their child can and can't read. What they cannot do is make that decision for everyone else, right? However, we're seeing these rights being usurped. I mean, thankfully, I live in a state that still honors some of these rights, and we know there is a process, but, you know, it's coming under attack.
I do not.
Yeah, well.
In Florida.
Well, I'm so sorry to say.
Me
Again,
too.
right? So I think it's, you know, and at the end of it, and as educators, let's be a little bit objective and not just paint, you know, the bad people here, why they want to do it. Are there good intentions from these parents who want to protect their children that lead to bad outcomes? What do we do that? Because the crux of it was she wasn't trying to harm. She just thought that this would be bad for students to learn. But with that action, it caused a bigger issue, right? Where now we're talking about censorship. Do children have the right to read some of these things that may be challenging? Should they read about death? Why did they ban Bridge to Terabithia? Because it talks about death. Should a 9-year-old know about that?
Has that 9-year-old not experienced anyone dying?
Yeah.
I mean, okay, so if we look at the extreme of this, in order to avoid all of these pitfalls of, I don't want my child reading that book.
Yeah.
Send your reading list out from school, first day of summer. See how many complaints you get. A lot of teachers aren't doing it anymore. Why? Because everybody has a complaint about something. Yeah. Currently in Florida, it's in the court system somewhere. They're trying to ban the Bible. So there you go. It's too violent. Okay. But in order to avoid that, it's creating a huge problem for us teachers. How do I don't want all the parents breathing down my neck. I'm sorry. Hate PTO. Forget that. I see them coming. I go the other direction. How do we do it? How do we teach English without running into these controversies that are time-consuming, for which you do not get paid? That's where I started writing. I'm taking a curriculum that I developed about 10 years ago for teaching English, not as a second language, English, period. And now I'm taking it to the point of where the kids are. The kids are no longer 40 of them in a classroom staring blankly off into space, silently waiting for you to instill wisdom upon them. That's yesterday's world. We're not going to get back there. Today's kids know how to operate a phone better than we do, can open any computer app, can operate any operating system. Why are we not using that to teach them?
Oh, my children are now YouTube wizards. They know how to look for things on YouTube and
everything. Everything. So in creating this interactive course that is created in a way that should a student want to talk to a teacher, they can, but if they do not, they do not have to.
Yeah.
How do you put reading in there? Reading is so important. I started writing. If you find something objectionable about E is for Iggy the iguana, you've got bigger problems than me. And so as these courses, there's 50 of them, as we progress, it hurts. Little Women, Harry Potter, Road to Terabithia, Diary of Anne Frank. Are we now, as society, where English high school cannot include all of these and so much more? We can't do plays. Oh, he was a bad guy. We can't read poetry. Oh, it's boring. My child doesn't like to read books. Don't give him reading book assignments. Keep him at home. I think all of this becomes the only opinion you are allowed to have is my opinion. And I have a problem with that opinion.
Well, that's why we're up here stirring up the pot a little bit, right?
And so how do we, and I mean, we need to open this to teachers. What are you doing if you're teaching school? What are you doing about choosing the books? How are you making this a learning experience when you've got 20 parents going, well, Johnny doesn't like to read the Bible, Susie doesn't like to read her ABCs, and the list, it's interminable. If every parent can eliminate every book that they don't like, don't agree with, or their child doesn't like to read, we need to go home. Because without reading, there's no knowledge. Yeah. Without knowledge, why are we teaching them how to read if we're not going to let them read anything? So in teaching English, it becomes this place that I know that I'm stepping on minefields. Because as I'm making interactive the high school classes, What do I do? How do I do this? Parents object to Adventures of Tom Sawyer.
Oy.
He runs away from home. Okay, your kid's playing Fortnite. Come back with something better. We seem to object to things just because we found out that we can. I can say I don't like this book and have it removed from every library. That's power, and that power is evil.
Well, it's power that's unfettered and it's being abused, right? So I think as educators, what is our responsibility to safeguard these things for our children? I do not mind my children finding out about these things. And I will say something about Dave Pilkey. He's a brilliant author because he too was told to not draw cartoons, but he could get a message out. And if we want our children to read, and the best way to do it is through illustrations, through comics, where children are still looking at pictures and getting the drift of it, guess what? Early learners read from pictures. We as adults too like to look at a few pictures, right? A picture is worth 1,000 words. So we are still instilling those things, but he's able to use adult concepts. I don't know if you all read Cat Kid Comic Club, but he was able to use Dale Carnegie's How to Influence, and Create Friends, putting into that. And now my daughter wants to read the original book. And I'm like, baby girl, that book's got no pictures. It is straight text, and it's not going to look like those cute little fishies and the tadpoles in the book. So understand, but she now has curiosity because it's based on good literature, right? So how do we do that to make sure that our students, our children, we give them enough bandwidth, but then we also reserve the right. If she wants to read Hunger Games, that's a hard stop. But you are not old enough. You're 8. You're not going to be reading Hunger Games, right? So we have to be that. But I agree, right? Other parents should not dictate what my child can read, because that should be what I decide for my child.
Well, you can't make that choice for them if you've not read the book.
Right there.
What did parents do when Harry Potter? Who was around when Harry Potter came out? I know we're aging ourselves here. Okay, kids, it came out. Harry Potter, fabulous series. It came out, and my son, I can't remember how old he was. He was too young, and he came out and he says, "Mom, there's this thing called Harry Potter, and I want to read it." Oh, you know what I did?
You read it.
Quick trip to the bookstore. Stayed up all night. Next day, here you go. Oh, you're letting him read fantasy.
Oh, no. It was banned because it was talking about witchcraft
and wizardry. How dare you let your child read that?
How dare you let your child have an imagination? God forbid.
Well, okay, so if you walk out these doors and walk across the hallway to where they're talking about artificial intelligence, progress, automation, who are the people writing that stuff? They're not your kid that didn't read. They're your kid that read fantasy, that read. If you are doing a good parenting job, your child knows the difference. Yes. That's a theory. Good luck with that one. All I can tell you is what's happening in Florida. There's a group of women called Mom something or other, and that I have seen of their profiles, none of them have an education. They don't have a higher education. These are just women who have decided upon their own that they are God's gift to knowledge, and they have, without reading the book, the unique capacity to declare that a book is unfit for a child and have it removed.
I think the crux of it goes towards the school board. They kick up a fuss with the school board, and the school board are afraid of lawsuits, and so they don't put in systems to vet why this is so. So this brings up one of the books that I also read to my child from a brilliant author. Her name is Kelly Yang. Anybody familiar with this author, Kelly Yang? So she's an Asian American author, gotta represent, diversity is important. And she wrote a book called Front Desk. It was a scholastic book that was banned. A scholastic book, go figure. She was writing about a Chinese immigrant family, and her daughter was like 11 at the time, was helping the family working in the motel. So that's why it's called front desk. Some parent thought this was anti-racist. It was challenging critical race theory because it painted the law enforcement as anti-racist and how it was treating people of color. So the book was banned because one parent thought this was not inappropriate for my child. And she had to fight it to say, I'm so crushed by this, right? And other parents had come forward to say, I didn't see that. So I think authors come under that as well. But I will say that that's a great book, by the way, if you want your children to understand that. She wrote a second book, a sequel to that, called 3 Keys. How many of you are from California? Okay, then you know Proposition 187, right? So the book centered around that at the time in the 90s that was going to take away education and health care for undocumented immigrants, including children, right? When I read this to my daughter, not that long ago, she's 8, she said to me, and this was just right after the election, again, she goes, Mommy, are they going to deport you because you're an immigrant? My daughter's 8. And I'm like, baby girl, Mommy's safe. I am an immigrant, but I am legal, I have citizenship, but I understand that you may have friends at school who are not. So she's thinking about these things. She's 8, and she understands that with the current immigration policies, with ICE agents, standing at our school front steps, that undocumented immigrants may be hauled away. And she's asking me these questions, and I'm thinking, gosh, how do I answer these questions and make her feel safe, and make her also feel like your friends, right, who are starting to not come to school because of that fear. So these, I think, are really big questions, and it's okay to expose our children, because then we have to think, how do I bring up these questions? How do I think in a way that will make my child feel safe, but also develop the problem-solving, critical thinking skills to also, let them know, right? This is happening. We cannot shy away from things that are happening right now and watching history repeat itself, unfortunately.
Well, and that it goes back to the question you asked earlier. How do we choose books? How many teachers are in here?
Let's see those hands. Thank you.
Do you get the choice of choosing what is read in your school? What is read in your class? Oh, I see some nodding heads. Oh, where do you live? I'm moving. No, thank you. Never mind.
But stir up some good trouble over there.
Yes.
Right? You're in the heart of the political system.
Yes. A responsible educator, board, principal, teacher, aide, in the interactive courseware that I have designed, each week, even in preschool, we look at a different country. Now, granted, there are 3. We're talking about Africa. What are we talking about? Elephants and tigers. Yes, we're 3. As it gets more progressive in the upper levels, these courses are all designed with the European standards. Sorry, I have high expectations. How do we incorporate Africa? Okay, is a parent going to complain because I've assigned the reading of a book that is about a black child? Oh my. How do we incorporate China? She's right. We don't live in a bubble. We can't live in a bubble. And I think there's a whole group of people that are trying to live in a bubble. And it's a very bad place to be. What does ignorance actually do? What are the consequences of ignorance?
Bad policy.
Well,
bad leadership and a whole other thing, right?
So it brings up this not very funny story. I grew up in Puerto Rico, and I had never seen a Jewish child. lived in Aruba and Puerto Rico and Dominican Republic. Didn't see any.
Come to New York, we got plenty.
I know. So one day this little boy comes to school with his tootsies and his Jewish, and the kids start bullying him. I was in the 5th grade. I go home. Rare conversation with my father. There's this little boy at school, has 2 arms and 2 legs and 2 eyes and 2 noses. I don't know what the deal is, but everybody's being mean to him, and they said he was Jewish. What is wrong with being Jewish? Well, my father was the original. He would have probably been banned because in the 5th grade, he says, hold on, he solved everything with a book. He goes and pulls down a series of 3 books that I will never forget. Took me all summer to read my way through the Gulag Archipelago.
The Gulag Archipelago by Solzhenitsyn.
I cried my way through the summer because this happened like the last week of school. First day of school, I'm ready. Ignorance breeds contempt for other people. We walked in. This is Puerto Rico public school. Kids are standing around, and I see that little boy walk in. Very quiet, head down. I go over there. Come on, you're going with me. We're going to the front row. And I was this little bitty skinny thing that weighed about 50 pounds.
You're still itty bitty skinny, Sharon.
and I just took him to the front of the room. I can remember the teacher's name, Mrs. Ballesteros. And I said, can I make an announcement? And she's like, oh, no. He goes, okay, Sharon, what is it? This is my friend. I play on the baseball team. I'm a batter. This is my friend. You draw the lines. That was the end of the bullying. Ignorance. When we ban a book, when we tell a child, don't read a book because it's a green author. Don't read this book, it's about aliens.
But what happens when we tell people not to do something, right?
They're going to do it anyway.
Yes. So, maybe there's a bright line to this. It's like, oh, that's what made me go look up all these bad books. It's like, oh, why was this banned and why is this so controversial? I'm like, baby, we're going to read all these books. And she enjoyed all of that.
You know one of the ones that has banned that would just blow your mind? The comic illustration of the Bible. I am a Christian, don't care, will stand up and say it in front of a shooting squad. I don't care. I'm a Jewish Christian and proud of it. You have your opinion, I have mine. You stay in your lane and I'll stay in mine. You get in my lane, I'm going to come after you. That's just the way it is. Ask that table over there, they'll tell you, yeah, that's the way it is. An illustrated Bible. Why? What's your argument? Because I just don't like it is not a good argument. No. That's an argument bred in ignorance.
Yeah. It's a losing argument, right? If we believe that leaders are readers, then we need to open up our children to read as much as possible, a wide range of things, even if we may not like it.
In different languages.
In different languages, I hear you. So actually, one of the books I actually want to bring up that touches on some really difficult topics, and I'm sure all of us who have children either have gone through it or will be going through it soon, is this book, also by Kellyanne, called Finally Heard. I highly recommend it. She talks about her 11-year-old daughter. 11, parents, what does this mean? We are on the cusp of puberty. So she's going through body issues, changes in her body, not unlike, God, are you there? I'm Margaret, right? It's Margaret. Okay, not unlike that. But what makes this so much more compelling is she's hooked on social media. We are now fighting the dopamine loop that children are getting addicted to as they're scrolling. So I feel like, this book is such a great resource for any parent who's struggling with kids who are looking more at devices, and we need to promote them reading more books. And also, how do we fight the things of body image? Because they're so unaware, right? They start looking like, how do I get rid of a pimple? And then the next thing you know, everything is flooding their screens on facial products. You need this mask, you need all of these things. And at 11. They do not have their prefrontal cortex, matched yet. Right? We barely have it at 21 to make any logical decisions. As adults now, how many of us are fighting the dopamine loop and not checking our social media? Right? So, come on, admit it. Right? So how are we going to watch that for our children? What are the things for us that we can teach? Because they got Las Vegas in their hands right now, which is a little ironic that we're here in Las Vegas, right? Because it's so addictive.
Well, and one of the problems with it, I discovered this last summer with my youngest grandson. He introduced me to the world of shorts. Okay, what are they doing? We start out when a child is 2, and we start doing puzzles with them. Why? We want to increase their attention span. We want to increase their focus. We want them to be able to look at something for more than a second.
Yeah.
We're fighting that battle to equip them with skills that if you have 30 minutes worth of homework, it doesn't take you 4 hours to do it. Yeah. Okay, so that's the purpose of teaching with the software, with the interactive software. Yes, you can stop whenever you want, but if you stop before the end of the lesson, you won't have as many points as the person that finished the lesson. Well, there you go. Got to keep this competition going. But what does social media, what is Facebook? What are all of these things that are just tools? What are they doing? Well, I asked him a question, and he said, oh, yeah, hold on a second. Takes my phone and pulls up this 30-second video. I don't need to read the book. I can just look at this, because it was obviously I was asking him about a book. And he says, I don't have to read it. I can just pull this up here, and it says this book was about blah, 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 blah.
No. Oh, I can watch the movie.
I can watch the movie. And what are we discovering in the process? That we're taking all the work that we did, teaching them to do puzzles, teaching them to stand there long enough to brush their teeth, teaching them to be still long enough to ride in the car. I mean, who lets their kid bounce all over the car when they're going down the road? Anybody? We teach them these things for their safety and for their skill set. Then we hand them a phone. And we got to go back and place the blame where it belongs. The world might have created the social media. We gave it to them.
We did.
Go in the grocery store. The child is not talking with mommy and daddy about whether they want Captain Crunch or Fruit Loops. The kid is 1, and he's this.
Yeah.
They don't know where they are, what they're doing. What are we doing? We're taking their attention span, and we're throwing it out the window.
Yeah, and I think it's one of the dangers of these, as technology advances, unfortunately, right? There's a double-edged sword to this, that we are falling prey to the conveniences where we tell ourselves we're freeing up our brain cells to do other creative things.
But we're wasting 8 hours scrolling.
Well, you go, doom scrolling, right? Because we don't have to check ourselves. Yes. I prefer a book. We go to the library.
Well, and I'm the opposite, because I currently have students, I think, in 15 countries. Shipping them books it's just not feasible. The cost, the time, they would have to sign up for the class and wait 6 weeks to get the book. We do digital. And while I really rather have the paperback, we're not going to go backwards. I cannot teach in Beijing if I have to wait for them to get the book. So there are uses. You get on, okay, so she brought her 3 books, and I failed epically because my 3 books are on my phone.
But that's okay. I think, we have to cater to the needs.
To the need.
To the need.
If you're teaching a class, if I have a cute little class in California right now, yeah, we could use the real book. But to be consistent, 2 of those students are in Washington, D.C. Here we go. Now we got a problem. So we do the digital. All of my books are available to be printed. to be downloaded. When they enroll in the class, those books become part of their library. They can order them printed. I have parents that do. I have a parent in China that orders everything printed. Okay, that's good for him. Do I want a child to have a real book? That I give my kids paper books? Still do. And they're grown. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you.
Anything.
Yeah. Yeah. Wonderful. Season 2. Oh, season 3.
Well,
I'm
and now
behind.
let me ask you a question. What is wrong with that in a classroom?
Yes. Yeah.
Have to rise above.
We do, and I think that's a good point, right? As there's actually a lot of power in the PTA. I'm a member. God forbid, I can't bake to save my life, but you know what? If there is something that you have to fight for these things when it comes under threat. We are now at a time where I feel like one of the pillars of our freedom is coming under attack.
What you
Right?
said about freedom,
What-
freedom of speech,
what do
freedom
we
of the
do?
press.
and or restricting the age at which people can gain access, usually 18, and they have to prove it. But they can stop you in a digital world too. So how do we combat that?
Well, and the problem is that you run into, okay, so maybe the problem is just for adults. I don't think the problem's for children. Kevin was 11. My brother says we have a problem. We have to set up security so that Kevin doesn't access indecent movies. I'm like, okay, sounds to me like you've got a problem. And he says, I'm just going to put a security on your television while we're here so he cannot gain access to these particular shows. I'm like, okay. I had older kids, and my kids are looking at him like he's crazy. And so he sets it. He walks out of the room. Michael says to Kevin, so your dad stops you from watching. Oh, no, look, let me show you. I know his password.
It's password 123 or something like that, right?
So we have this problem, but this problem seems to me more us than them. Yeah. This is parenting problems. This is adult problem. Okay, so social media, I think one of the place we will not mention Florida, is about something about you cannot get on certain social media unless you're 18. All right, anybody in this room that does not believe that a 6-year-old can bypass that security in 30 seconds, you will be figuring out 2 weeks from tomorrow. Charlie has got it open and gone. So what we're doing in banning and prohibiting is only affecting the adults. The kids know how to get around it. Can we access old books? Yes. Do they have an easier time doing it than we do? Absolutely. I mess my phone up, I give it to the youngest one.
Yep, they figure it out.
He fixes it. So the problem is there, and maybe the problem is of such a serious nature that we really don't want to think about it.
But we're planting the seed just to stir up the trouble.
Yes. Okay. So in planting that seed, what books were banned during World War II?
What happened to books in World War II?
They were burned. Guess what they were burning? Anything written in German. Guess what they burned? German Bible. I don't want to be held responsible for that. This is not the first rodeo. Evidently, adults do not learn from their mistakes, and we
just create new ones, right?
We just create, replicate them and make them bigger. Banning books. Do you think that the Germans that were living in the United States quit reading just because all of their books were banned?
No.
I dare say the answer to that is no.
Okay, thank you. So readers are leaders, right? So as a final thought, because we are both authors as well, what responsibility do you think we have as authors when we're writing books intended to challenge perspectives? Because I wrote a book that was a bit of a slap in the face. The title is so obvious and obtuse. It's called, sorry for the shameless plug, How to Not Suck at Presentations. And suck is right up front there, right, to get your attention. Because it's like the New York 72 slap. Because you know, this is like a pattern. How do I get your attention so you can pay attention? It's to disrupt patterns of traditional thinking. So my intention to write something like this, a little bit controversial on the title, is not for everyone, right? You don't have to read my book if you don't like it. If you think this language is a little offensive, it's okay. You have the choice to read something else. I think that's the point, right? When we create as authors, who do we want to reach as our audience?
Well, and maybe as you're writing to adults, it's not as, well, I guess it is. Never mind, I'll take all of that back. Yes, it's just as important. When you're writing children's books, what do you want them to remember? I'm giving them currently, I just finished writing a whole series of books about the letters of the English alphabet. Riveting read. Lots of pictures. Do I exclude certain pictures because I don't want the controversy. Hell no.
Let's put it in there. Let's be troublemakers. And you know what? Thank you very much for being such an engaged audience. I hope you found this discussion really powerful and engaging. And we thank you for your attention. Sharon, let's make more trouble out there. Thank you very much, everybody. Oh, sure. To be totally. Should I go all books?
Everyone needs to go out and buy that book, How Not to Suck.
Nobody suck out here, okay? That way.
I need an autographed copy.
Let's give them another round of applause. That was a fun one. All right. Well, we are glad to be a part of this amazing fireside chat. And thank you so much to our amazing speakers, as always. All right, let us take a moment to celebrate those who are leading the way and shaping the future of learning. We're honored to welcome Stefan Wall, pharmacist, VitaWelt apothecarian, to present our bronze sponsorship certificate and the awards to our exceptional leaders. Please join me in giving a round of applause to Stefan. All right. You can hang over there. Yeah, and they'll be passing the awards over there. I would like to call another one of our bronze sponsors, Tandria Collins, CEO and Principal, Language and Literacy Academy for Learning Incorporated, to receive their sponsorship certificate. Let's please give a round of applause. A huge congratulations. Let's give him another round of applause.
Good morning. I would like to just say thank you to God, who's first and head of my life. I would like to say thank you to my husband for all of his support. And I am thankful that 3 of my board members traveled with me, as well as a staff member. I want to say thank you to all of my families. We actually have 350 students and 96 staff members. I want to thank all 96 staff members and all 350 students. We serve students from pre-K all the way to 12th grade, all with IEPs. So thank you also to Education 2.0 Conference and the organizers for recognizing us. It's been a great experience so far. Thank you.
Yes, and as we go through our honorees, please feel free to come give us a nice little speech if you like. All right, so starting off with Conference Excellence in Education Award to Beth Masterman. Beth? Beth is the president of Masterman Executive Coaching Incorporated. Beth is an executive and leadership coach with a background in law, psychology, and public affairs. She is a PCC credential holder from the International Coach Federation and a founding fellow of the Institute of Coaching.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being here for this ceremony. I am very proud of it. It's great to be recognized for my work in education, where as an executive and leadership coach, I help the educators and the staff in universities and schools to build trust and resilience and believe in what they're doing is really for the greater good of our country and the individuals. So thank you so much. I really appreciate this.
Next, our Conference Excellence in Education Award for Dana J. Walker. Dana? Leads Walker Consulting as CEO and currently serves as Chief Operating Officer for KC Public Schools, a dynamic leader with 20-plus years of private sector experience in production operations, supply chain, and logistics. He champions excellence across academic, religious, and private sector organizations. Congratulations.
Hey, good morning, everyone, or good afternoon. Definitely, as she said, my sister in the back, giving honor to God for just this opportunity. Thank all of you for being here. Definitely thank my wife for her support. Only being in education for 3 years with the bulk of my work being done in the private sector. So really thankful to be able to transition into a sector and find a niche that is definitely more fulfilling than putting boxes on the back of trucks, putting logistically things on the highway to get to Walmart and Sally, and those were great opportunities to build a resume that then allowed me to go into a commodity that was priceless, and that's our young scholars and being able to move them. So operationally, if you're a private sector owner, if you're a private sector school, a charter school or a public school, and you have an operational opportunities, I would love to discuss how we can help get your young scholars to the next level with no operational impacts to all of your vision and missions of your academic goals. You guys have a great day, and thank you.
All right, our Conference Excellence in Education Award to David Barron. David is the Vice President of Enrollment Management at the University of Texas at Tyler with 15 years of experience. In his previous roles, he has a proven track record of increasing enrollment and enhancing the quality and diversity of applicants. David's student-centered leadership focuses on innovation and strategic partnerships to build effective enrollment teams.
All right, thank you. This is an honor to receive this award, but I want to thank all of you as well. As you know, education, K through 12 higher education, is the single greatest factor in breaking the generational cycle of poverty. And so what you're doing is life-changing in every aspect that you do. So I want to say thank you to all of your hard work, and thank you for this honor today.
And our Conference Excellence in Education Award to Irfan Rahim Azideh. Irfan is the CEO of Braadeen, a platform that simplifies the experience of studying and living abroad. As CEO, he has successfully created opportunities for global students to achieve their academic and professional aspirations. Additionally, he has spearheaded initiatives that bridge cultural and educational gaps. Congratulations.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. I want to thank to my colleague and my co-founder, and I want to thank to anyone that helping me in this journey, and specifically I want to thank to my parent, my mother, and my father. Thank you so much.
And our Conference Excellence in Education Award to Dr. Faye Abamin Hinti. I'm going to try my best. Congratulations. She is the president of the Revere LLC and co-founder of Oasis Focus Incorporated, a nonprofit, a former state council member and chair of the Texas Diabetes Council, where she served for 5 years and added impactful value to the strategic plans for the legislature. She is an author and broadcaster. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Education 2.0, for having us here today. A great honor for this. And thank you to all my esteemed leaders here. Education, you know, is one of those fast-changing terrain. And to be in it for the benefit of our students is one of the greatest calling that we all can have. I am privileged to have been in education in so many aspects, first as a homeschool mom for 11 years. So I completely understand some of the challenges we face right now from a different perspective in so many ways, and seeing education from all stakeholders, because it does take all stakeholders to make it work for the benefit of our students. Keep up the great work. It's a privilege to be here today, and again, thank you, Education 2.0.
Our Conference Excellence in Education Award to Dr. James Hudson. Dr. Hudson is the lead XR disruptor, professor, and department head of art history, AI, and visual culture at Lindenwood University. He holds dual PhDs in artificial intelligence and art history. Dr. Hudson has authored over 50 books, articles, and chapters on the application of AI in education. Congratulations.
Thank you all so much. I just wanted to thank, of course, my son changed the trajectory. So all the K through 12 educators in here, it wasn't until he was diagnosed with autism that I started to see the amazing work that everyone is doing. So I have 100+ research collaborators globally looking to see how we can improve the conditions and set up our next generation, Gen Alpha, for success using technology as best we possibly can. But the human interventions are what I see on a daily basis in the meetings that I have with educators. So I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Our Conference Excellence in Education Award for Jordan Fairfax. Jordan? Jordan is the head of the School of Computer Science at Cuyahoga Valley Christian Academy. He is helping to lead the charge in training tech experts and video editing specialists at the high school level. He empowers educators and students through storytelling and recently authored a book on the subject. Congratulations.
Yeah, it's awesome to be here. Feel like you're the dumbest one in the room. That's a good thing to be. But man, it's cool to be here, hearing people speak about topics like this. So passionate about education and students. That's why we're here. So I'm grateful I get the opportunity daily to remind all those students that they have a story. Their story is worth hearing and telling. So thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Our Conference Excellence in Education Award to Joy Kiefer-Dice. Joy. Joy is the president and CEO of MindShift. She champions inclusive workplaces by helping businesses recognize the value of employing individuals on the autism spectrum. She holds a Bachelor of Science in Education, a master's degree in special education, and a 6-year certification in education administration. Congratulations.
Thank you. This is really an honor, and I think back to what little Joy of 8 years old would say if she saw that she would be standing up receiving this award. So thank you to Education 2.0. Thank you to God, through whom all things are possible. Thank you to all of the diverse opportunities I had to do while I was teaching. I started teaching when I was 8. I rounded up all the neighborhood kids, charged the moms a quarter, and took care of them and did summer school on our front porch with the support of my parents. And I never stopped working with education and even into my current job. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Man, I did that with my neighbor kids, but I didn't get any money. I need to charge my neighbors now. I need to get that 25 cents a kid. All right, our Conference Excellence in Education Award to Karen Hee-Hwa Chen. Karen. Karen is the CEO and founder of Gulu Gulu Educare Corporation. With 15 years of experience, she has created a dynamic online and on-site learning platform to empower students and teachers. Karen focuses on educator professional growth and integrates immersive learning and international exchange programs. Congratulations.
I'm very grateful for Education 2.0 for this wonderful recognition time. I'm very green to be a CEO of this organization, and it is an honor that I can stand here today and being along with all these passions, educators, and also transformer to our world. And education is not just my professions. It is my purpose to bring compassion to people that we all together. I was first have two people who can recognize me, who believe in me and saw my potential before I can see myself, and they are my parents. So I started Gulu as a vision and a belief that education can able to be more than just learning. And it provides a holistic life opportunity overall to, for my personal growth, for the leaderships in the organizations, and also the life transformations. Over the year, we built a platform that empower teachers to step up, and they become the executive directors, and students to become leaders, the family to find hope through education, and investors to take part in shaping the future together. It's not just a school classroom or a curriculum, but we bound together and we build together. We build up people. It's about the teacher who give their heart to shape young minds, and the student who dare to dream bigger, the parents who believe that they can able to develop their potential. So the family, they trust us to become part of their journey, and the investor, the partner that we work together and believe like making the last impact for the communities. Today, as I stand here on this stage, I'm not just represent myself, I am represent every educator who actually give their heart to students. And they change life, every student who has power to push beyond their limits. And also every family that believe in the power of learning. This recognition is not just mine alone, but it belongs to all of us. And it is not just the beginning. We are actively looking for partners, collaborators, innovators, and we can able to share our mission through education, empower teachers, and create life-changing opportunity for students together. If you believe in power of compassion and winning as much as we do, we would like to invite you to join us for this journey. And I also think that our mind is open to learn, start with gratitude. So I would also invite you to check out the coaching book that we just recently published on Amazon and Barnes & Noble. And this is just the beginning, because we are actively wanting to hear people who come to us and we can able to work together. And we will invite you to join us for this journey. Thank you very much.
And our Conference Excellence in Education Award to Carrie Seguinza. Seguinza? Carrie? Carrie is the CEO and founder of Tiny Toes Daycare, LLC. She is a dedicated Christian educator with years of experience nurturing young children. A mother of 5, she balances her passion for early childhood development with family life, enjoying hiking, camping, and bowling in her free time. Congratulations.
I just want to take a moment to say thank you to God. I feel blessed to be here, to be able to accept this award. Thank you to Education 2.0 for giving me this opportunity, to my husband for his unwavering support, my friends, my family, and most importantly, my employees who helped me to get here. Thank you.
Our Conference Excellence in Education Award to Dr. Kate Hollyhan. Dr. Kate. She is the Assistant Dean and Chief Diversity Officer at the John Glenn College of Public Affairs, Ohio State University. She leads diversity, community, and wellness initiatives while overseeing recruitment, advising, career placement, and teacher support. A specialist in higher education, assessment, and accreditation, she has successfully hosted the last 2 accreditation institutes. Congratulations.
Thank you to Education 2.0 for this opportunity. It means so much to me and to the people whom I serve. I'm going to date myself a little bit. I'm Native American, and in 1978, I was 7 years old. That's when the American Indian Child Welfare Act was passed. That means they couldn't take little Indian kids away anymore. That's the day my mother stopped being terrified. I was taught my whole life to learn to pass. My work in DEI, why do I do it? Why do I do the hard work? Sometimes, in some spaces, illegal work. Not where I'm doing it currently, but you know what I mean. It's because I want to help people feel seen, recognized, so that nobody has to pass, to try to fit in where they don't fit in, to ignore their cultural backgrounds, to not honor their parents. So thank you today for letting me be seen.
Our next Conference Excellence in Education Award for Kevin Jacobson. Kevin. Kevin is currently the Dean of Students at the Benjamin School. Previously, he held leadership roles at Xavier High School, NYC, and Gonzaga College High School, his alma mater. Kevin has grown student programming and overseen security protocols and upgrades in all 3 of his appointments. Congratulations.
Thank you all for indulging me and let me have a couple words. Thank you to Education 2.0 for the opportunity to be here. I'm honored, I'm grateful, I'm humbled by this. Thank you to my school, the Benjamin School in Florida, for allowing me to come. Thank you to my wife for taking care of our 2 very young children while I'm here. I'm thrilled to be finishing my 18th year of teaching. It's my 10th year as a Dean of Students. And one thing the major thing I'm proud of in my career is integrating technology into our crisis response protocols. As a Dean of Students, that's the #1 worry on my mind, is responding to potential crisis. And that is where I've spent the bulk of my work outside of, counseling students, teaching, things like that. So always focused on making sure my students are safe. So thank you very much, Education 2.0. Have a great day.
Next, our Conference Excellence in Education Award to Kirk Barnett. Kirk Barnett. Yes. Kirk founded Enterprise Education Services, where he works as a business analyst and solutions architect. With over 25 years in higher education, he specializes in optimizing student information systems, SIS, and learning management systems, LMS, to improve student experiences and streamline operations. Additionally, he has successfully led integration and automation initiatives. Congratulations.
Hi, I'd like to thank Education 2.0 organizers for this award, and we at EES strive to support institutions through technology, and that are therefore helping them better serve their students. So we sort of work on the back end of things and try to make schools more operationally efficient, more regulatory compliant, and all the things that they need to do to make sure that they can stay open for their students. So I'm not an educator directly, but I try to help.
Our next Conference Excellence in Education Award for Marcus D. Taylor. Marcus? Yes. Marcus M.D. Taylor is a distinguished leader, entrepreneur, and educator with expertise in artificial intelligence, instructional design, and emerging learning technologies. A retired Army veteran with 23 years of service and currently a PhD student, he holds an executive MBA from Prairie View A&M University and a Bachelor of Science in Technical Management. Congratulations.
I'd like to thank God of all, my wife, my 3 children, as well as my colleagues over at University of North Texas Health Science Center, Division of Academic Innovation. We did a lot of things inside of the technology area where we want to make sure that students understand that it's important for them to take their education for themselves, move forward, and with innovative and emerging technology like AI, AR, VR, we can make that happen. We have to be cautious, ethical when we do so, make sure that they understand that critical thinking is going to be the way of how to optimize these tools so we can actually have a better opportunity for the future for cognition and emerging technology. Thank you again, everyone. Thank you.
All right, our next Conference Excellence in Education Award to Dr. Nyla Austin. Dr. Austin? Dr. Austin leads student success and creativity initiatives as president and director, student experience of GiveLand Foundation and DCPS, a distinguished educator, psychologist, and researcher with over 14 years of experience. She has created 15-plus innovative programs like barbering, cosmetology, and digital photography to improve academic performance and advance equity and innovation in education. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys. This is my first time attending the Education 2.0 conference, so I definitely want to thank the organizers for the opportunity, not to only be recognized, but to learn from so many people. The panel discussions that I've had an opportunity to sit in and listen on have been amazing. You are amazing. I wish I had a teacher like you when I was in school, and just the liberation that exists in this room. I know being an educator is anything but easy, but the fact that you guys, all of us, are showing up daily, especially in today's climate, things have been worse, you know, and joy is an act of resistance. So the fact that you're continuing to show up and remind your students that this is something that we will get through because we have, that's just the history of educators, the history of our people, the history of our culture. So the fact that you guys are here and continuing to learn, continuing to grow, regardless of if you're a veteran or a rookie or whatever, I appreciate being in a space like this with people like you. So thank you.
All right, now for our Conference Outstanding Organization Award to Sharon's classes. Sharon's English classes opened in 2018 with hundreds of online students studying English and Spanish. Today, the company is producing successful students at home and abroad, always with the question of how to reach more students. The development of a comprehensive interactive English course was initiated 10 years ago, and today it is ready for the 1.5 billion people learning English. To receive this honor on behalf of the organization, we have Sharon Shapley, professor at Sharon's classes. And actually, I'm going to go ahead and read because you're right next for the Conference Visionaries Award for Dr. Sharon Shapley. So Dr. Sharon, professor at the Sharon's classes, has a lifelong dedication to education, beginning tutoring English and Spanish at 16. She has since earned a bachelor's, master's, and doctoral degree in education, as well as TSOL certification. Congratulations.
Thank you. I would like to thank everyone for this opportunity. I have to say one personal thank you. Going after your doctorate degree in education at the age of 60 with COVID was above and beyond challenging. And I have to thank Neil, because I would sit on the step and cry and say, I can't do this, it's too hard. And he would say, suck it up. So I sucked it up, and here I am. I created Sharon's classes with curriculum that I had been developing over the last 10, 15 years to satisfy the needs of our students. My students came to me with complaints. I'm learning English, but I don't know the words that are in science class. I'm learning English, but I can't follow the instructions the teacher's giving me. I had students that were migrating from one country to another who felt unprepared. I thought I could speak English. This is also for our kids who are getting the short end of the stick. If you want to go to a university in the United States of America and you're a foreign student, you're expected to pass a couple of extra exams. You're expected to have a working vocabulary of 30,000 words. American kids, not required to do any of that. So you have European kids come in school here that outshine their classmates because they're better prepared. Because just because we speak English does not mean we know English. Mi primer idioma es español y yo puedo hablar español con el que sea. Vale, ¿vale? How much grammar did you take learning Spanish? I went to school in public school in Puerto Rico. It was not easy. We need to equip our kids with the words that they need to be you tomorrow. That's what we need to do. The classes are now interactive so that they can study without the aid of a teacher, because that's very expensive. I hope that 20 years down the road, there will be people in high office, running companies, creating visions that can say, I know English. Thank you.
Our next Conference Excellence in Education Award to Shivani Narayanan. Shivani is a strategic financial partner at ACC Source Incorporated. Her career has progressed from accountant and auditor to financial professional, culminating in her current role. Over the past 6.5 years, she has gained diverse experience in the accounting and finance industry across India, Australia, and now the United States. Congratulations.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you so much. Thank you for the organizing team. I've had a wonderful experience here in Education 2.0. Thankful to my grandma in heaven. Thank you to my parents in India. And I'm thankful for my partner, Arjun, who is watching me live on YouTube live stream. So thank you so much, and thank you.
Our next Conference Excellence in Education Award to Seema Shah. Seema. Seema is the founder and owner of 2 Primrose Schools in Willow Glen and Cupertino. A former Silicon Valley tech leader, she transitioned to childcare in 2017. Seema is also the California State Advocacy Chair for the Early Childhood Education Consortium. Congratulations.
Thank you, everyone. This is my first time attending Education 2.0 conference, so definitely I want to thank organization. It's been really great, fulfilling last day and today. I have learned a lot of new things. I'm going back with lots of new ideas to chew on. First of all, I want to thank God because my journey in education is something I never planned. Actually, I never even dreamed about it. I spent about 15 years in tech industry. Everything changed for me once I became a mom. And I was just looking for that preschool experience for my daughter that is more innovative, which is more research informed, more exploratory, and providing best experiences. And that's how my journey began in early childhood education. And I ended up opening my first school, and now we are in the process of opening. I have 2 schools. We are in the process of opening 2 more schools. So I'm really grateful to God for kind of putting me in an education field. It's really my passion now. I enjoy what I do every single day. I want to thank all of you who is here today for this ceremony, all of you passionate leaders and educators here, and I want to thank you for everything that you do each and every day for our children and students in the community. I also want to thank my Director of Education, Ms. Daniela Ion, who is here with me, who has traveled with me from California all the way here to Las Vegas. And definitely I want to thank my school teams who are working extremely hard day in and out, So yeah, thank you so much. Yeah.
Our next Conference Excellence in Education Award to Dr. Tandria Callens. Dr. Callens is the founder, CEO, and principal of the Language and Literacy Academy for Learning Incorporated. She is a Lean Six Sigma Black Belt in education and runs a charter school for students with disabilities. Dr. Callens is also active in community service and is a published author, speaker, and business coach. Let's give her a round of applause.
Good afternoon now. I would like to just thank my mother who's been rooting for me from heaven for the last 10 years. And I want to thank my children, Caladria, CJ, and Caleb. And I'm getting ready to be a grandmother this summer. It's my first grandchild. So I'm super excited about that. But when I think about what continues to push me day after day, I think about this one particular student who, when I first started, he was a 5th grader, severe stutterer, very bad temper, severe behavior problems. He was arrested, spent time in jail, returned back to school, and now he's been accepted to a community college. And so, yes. So when I think about the students we serve, ESC students, I am just so grateful for the opportunity to be an impact in their lives. And this is our ministry, and we will continue to do it until God says otherwise. Thank you.
Our next Conference Excellence in Education Award to Dr. Yoel Gaynor. There. Dr. Gaynor is the founder and CEO of Yulpan Orr with a PhD in industrial engineering and degrees in electronics and business administration. Dr. Gaynor brings in a unique blend of technical and business expertise. He developed the RLA, Rapid Language Acquisition Method, and holds patents in the field of electroluminescence. Congratulations.
I'm very honored being here, and I thank Almighty that allowed it to me to come to the States. We flew from Israel, 15-something hours straight flight to Los Angeles, then here. And I thank my wife, who is the engine behind our enterprise. I wanted to share with you that I was born many years ago in the former Soviet Union, not knowing anything about my religion. Being Jewish was nothing there, and eventually was able to immigrate to Israel, spend 25 years in the high-tech industry, and feeling some void in the spiritual realm, something that I needed to do, decided to join my wife in her endeavor of teaching the ancient modern language of Hebrew. She developed a special methodology to do that, and I supported her in the technology field. So what we do is we teach Hebrew. We have about 80,000 students in our database that went through our courses. We work with more than 100 Hebrew Jewish schools and Christians, and we have in our student audience Jewish students, Christian students, Muslim students. We believe that Hebrew is the language in which the Bible was written, in which prophets spoke. I'll share with you an anecdote. One of our presidents, Mr. Herzog, he served in the British forces, and once he had a conversation with his colleague, a British officer, and they spoke about the Bible, and the British officer told him, "How do you know so much?" He said, "Well, I read the Bible." So the British gentleman said, "Well, I didn't know the Bible was translated into Hebrew." So what we think is that nowadays Hebrew could be seen, as I said, the ancient modern language, but it could be seen also as the universal language for all the people in the world. And we see this trend. Many people, many Christians want to understand the Bible in its original language, and we help them. So we believe that these times where people are on one end so remote, on the other end are coming closer due to technology, Hebrew could be the one universal language that could unite all the humanity. Thank you again so much.
Our conference Visionaries Award to Yuri Hirayama. Yuri? Yuri leads the Yuri Education Center as school director, principal educator, and chief sustainability officer, integrating sustainability, education, and empowerment. Her versatile role involves designing programs that address global challenges such as gender equality, resource repurposing, and more. This work fosters a culture of awareness and proactive engagement among her students and community.
Thank you very much, everyone. I'm really honored to be here. And then I would like to appreciate my family first. Thank you, to my family for supporting me in order for me to balance my work, studies, and child raising. And also, thank you to my students. I have been a teacher, and then I have been a PhD candidate. I have been a mother, and then I have been empowering students, young students, and especially women. But at the same time, I have been receiving so much power from them. And then I have been leading the young students from all over the world. But at the same time, they became leaders. So they have been leading the other people in the same community or at school. That's the greatest thing to have as a teacher. The reason why I became a PhD candidate in Mexico, Monterrey, is that because I realized that, teacher needs to continue to learn. Teachers need to keep learning. So I will never stop learning either. Thank you very much.
And our next Conference Excellence in Education Award to Elnazat Sayadinasiri. Elnaz. I'll accept on their behalf, is a dedicated nurse with a bachelor's in nursing from Azad Islamic University, specializing in healthcare operations and quality improvement. She has significant experience work in prominent Tehran hospitals. Elnaz is proficient in R language programming and holds certifications in advanced wound and burn dressing. Irfan Rahimi Zahi will be receiving the award on her behalf. Irfan? Do we have Irfan Rahimi? Well, I'll accept the award on her behalf. Congratulations. All right, and our last award in Conference Excellence in Education Award to Reza Tahiri Tafreshi. Reza? Reza is a seasoned finance professional with a master's in banking management and extensive experience in anti-money laundering and banking oversight. Currently a senior inspector, he has contributed to several pivotal financial policy publications and holds numerous commendations for his work in the financial sector. Congratulations, Reza. Give him a round of applause. All right, well, a huge congratulations to our honorees, and thank you so much, Stefan, for passing those out. Let's give him another round of applause. Our honorees, your work is shaping the future of education, and we thank you for your dedication and impact. Now, after an insightful morning, it's time to pause, recharge, and continue these conversations over lunch. While you're at it, remember that our Dubai, Las Vegas, and Singapore editions are quickly filling up with fantastic speakers and exhibitors. Eager to join in on the fun? Swing by the exhibit booth near the registration desk or have a chat with Jatin. We'll resume shortly with more engaging discussions. We will see you back at 1:30, so about a little less than an hour. Don't forget to use our hashtag Education2Conf, as you will share your experiences across social media platforms. We will meet you right back after lunch. Enjoy.
Soft wind blows and home it ain't far away. But here I sit in New York City just hanging out every day. Annie, orphan Annie, are your Nashville nights still warm? Somewhere to the west of town, it's coming up a storm. Are your rivers dark and muddy where the green swamp willows grow? 9 more days and I'll be home, loaded back in off the road. Are your Nashville nights still warm? Somewhere to the west of town, it's coming up a storm. Are your rivers dark and muddy where the green swamp willows grow? 9 more days and I'll be home, Lord, back in off the road. 9 more days and I'll be home, Lord, back in off the road.
feel inspired. I'm always tired, reminded that I cannot find her, kill him with kindness until it's mindless. The misguided who are always searching, but certain you don't get it back. Just like that, you don't get it back. Just like in these new seasons, give me something to not so far from where you are, but don't be too wise. But down below they never grow, they're always tired and charms are high from out of their eyes. Listener, surprise. Take your time and you'll be fine, and say a prayer for people there who live on the floor. And if you see what's meant to be, don't name the day or try to say it happened before. Don't be shy, you'll learn to fly and see the sun when day is done. If only you'd see just what you are beneath the star, the king to stay one rainy day in autumn for free. Yes, be what you'll be. Open up the broken cup, let good listen and the sunshine in. Yes, that's today. Open wide the hymns you hide, you'll find renown while people frown at the things that you say. But say what you say about the farmers and the fun, the things behind the sun, people in your head who say everything's been said, moving in your brain, and sends you out into the rain.
left my folk and friends. They aim to clear my mind out. Well, I hit the rowdy road, and many kinds I met there. Many stories told me of the way to get there. Well, on I go. The seconds tick the time. So much left to know, and I'm on the road to find out. Snow, through the frost and thunder. I listen to the wind compound, telling me I have to hurry. I listen to the robin song, saying not to worry. So on and on I go, seconds tick the time out. So much left to know, and I'm on the road to find out. And I found myself alone, hoping someone would miss me. Thinking about my home and the last woman to kiss me. Sometimes you have to moan, but nothing seems to suit you. But nevertheless, you know you're locked towards the future. So on and on I go. The seconds tick the time out. There's so much left to know, and I'm on the road to find out. I found my head one day when I wasn't even trying. Here I have to say, 'cause there is no use in lying. Well, the answer lies within, so why not take a look now? Kick out the devil's sin. Pick up a good book now. Yes, the answer lies within, so why not take a look now? Kick out the devil's sin and pick up a good book now. Yes, the answer lies within, why not take a look now? Kick out the devil's sin and pick up a good book now. Ooh,
the sun rising, but you're still drawing lines. I walk up beside you, I turn my face to you. I'm hoping you decide that you're grieving. I'll be the calm you need, and please read the love that you and I have sown. I can give our love a chance and open up to this romance and join the dance. You know that you and I can find. If you fire behind your was tucked into a quiet cafe, sat beneath a shaded ray.
Good afternoon, everyone. Did everyone have a good lunch? Nice and full? All right. I know some more will trickle in as we keep going. All right. Well, we are going to keep moving along here. So, going back to education. Education is power. But for many women and young people, access to it remains an uphill battle. Despite its potential to open doors and change lives, barriers still stand in the way of equal opportunities. The key, building inclusive learning spaces, fostering mentorships, and creating strong support networks that pave the way for success. Taking the stage to break down these barriers is Yuri Hirayama, School Director, Principal Educator, and Chief Sustainability Officer of the Yuri Education Center, where she leads a mission to integrate sustainability, education, and empowerment to life-changing opportunities. Let's welcome Yuri to the stage. Come on up.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for coming. And my name is Yuri Hirayama. I am from Tokyo, Japan, but I currently live in Monterrey, Mexico, to continue my PhD while working. While teaching. So as a teacher, of course, but as a PhD candidate, I have to keep doing research as well. About what? About sustainability and global education and the leadership and entrepreneurship. And then I have been teaching over 20 years, but recently, about 1.5 years ago, I established a new school. It's called Yuri Education Center. Yuri is my name. The purpose is to empower young students and especially young female students. I'm going to explain to you how the Japanese education is, but I lived in Texas for 5 years, and then currently I live in Mexico, but there is some difference, and then I'd like to explain how the Japanese education is. And also, Japanese education will be changing to global education. I focus on sustainability because, well, this is SDG, designed by UN. The reason why I selected sustainability as a global topic is they're facing the common challenges. So the important thing is to have discussions, including Japanese students and also students from Africa, Europe, Latin America, Asia, and from other countries. So I selected SDGs for that purpose. And then each country's main target will be different, but I can select, for example, SDG 12, that's responsible consumption and production. That's really the common theme among many countries. So that is the purpose of selecting sustainability as a global education. Then mainly 3 sections. First section I call that is Yuri as Happy English. What I did was to gather Japanese mothers and small babies, maybe from 8 months up to, I would say, 3-year-old kids. And then local government actually has been supporting me financially as well. I am a mother also, then I have 2 children, a 13-year-old girl and also 10-year-old boy. But I realized that, okay, after I had a birth, I felt lonely staying at home. And then, as you could probably imagine, in Japan, mostly mothers have to take care of babies. Even during pandemic, a lot of fathers had to work at home or outside, both. So a lot of fathers couldn't actually join child raising, baby raising. So mothers had to stop working and then focused on baby raising, which is good, I think. But sometimes mothers feel very lonely. So I gathered them, okay? I called them to come to local community centers. And then I was very surprised to see that local community centers, the rooms were empty. Nobody was using. They have so much space, but nobody was using. So actually, I negotiated with local community centers so that the mothers and the babies and I could use those rooms. Actually, I was teaching English and music and sustainability, but I considered that, okay, any subject would have been okay. But a lot of mothers were interested in learning English, and they maybe babies also. So yes, music and English teaching was enjoyable for me and for them too. And then in the morning time, just 2-hour meeting, parents, I mean, sometimes fathers came, so gathered and then shared their interest and common theme to discuss. That was very meaningful. So not only in one place, but 7 places in the same ward, I continued to teach, yes. And then they felt confident, and they didn't have to feel lonely. And it's ongoing activity, so babies became very happy because mothers were happy. So that was progress, I thought. Yep. And then next, well, activity and also work. Lot of elementary school children and also junior high and high school students come home probably at 5 p.m. or so. And then, well, some students need to do some club activities. They come home like at 6 o'clock. But I felt that sustainability education was lacking in schools. Not only the sustainability education, but discussion opportunities were lacking and missing. So, as you could imagine, Japanese students tend to be very shy, and then, in a sense, we should be proud of that, like conservativeness and collectiveness, conformity. But in terms of discussion, they are losing the opportunity because they were not able to express their opinions, feelings. So, I gathered the students so that they could actively discuss. But not only discussion, but I set up the theme, for example, topic, waste to wow, it says, SDG 12, responsible consumption and production. And then the thing I did first was to talk about what they could do, what kind of topics they could select. So I actually went to a motorcycle store. So I asked them to give me some motorcycle tires so that I could make sandals from scratch. And then really from scratch, I needed to clean first and then cut using electric first. I tried, but later on I found out that manual cutter, it cost me $3. Manual cutter was the sharpest, I mean the easiest one for me to cut. So I was able to make sandals using motorcycle tire and also mountain climbing ropes. There are so many ropes which had to be thrown away because mountain climbers need to use the new one all the time, right? So I received a lot of ropes for free. Then I was able to make sandals, and that was responsible consumption and production. One of the examples I needed to show to my students. Then they realized, oh, okay, that kind of things, I mean, those kind of things are pretty easy. You know, it didn't take so much time to make sandal. One pair, it took me about 2 hours, but something they could do. And then not only that, since I was taking some MBA classes online, my MBA school is located in Mexico, I was able to contact some indigenous people living in Chihuahua State. They are very famous as fast runners using the sandals that they made from motorcycle tires. So in Africa also, there are some tribes who are making sandals out of tires. okay, I could contact and then I could mutually share the opinions. That was really great. So my Japanese students learned how to make something, how to repurpose some items. I'm going to give you some examples. Okay. Well, I named it waste to wow because tire, it's abundant, but tires are sitting outside in some developing countries. And then even in Japan, of course, when they want to change tires, they have to pay, right? So if I receive those tires, then the stores are very happy too. Yeah. And then I assign my students, maybe like 4-minute presentation so that they can present their own ideas related to responsible consumption and production I selected. And then, yes, let me tell you the background. In Japan, we have to follow suit. We have to conform. We are collectivists. So original ideas are really missing, I would say. Not so many companies are good at originating something. They are very good at developing, but initiating something is a little difficult for Japanese because of the cultural factor, because of the philosophy, and also because of the conformity. This is the picture of me when I was in high school, but even some foreign people who are attending the same school, let's say that her hair was brown or blonde, the school didn't say it, but they had to change the hair color, right? Like black hair. So it was really unfortunate. But at that time, yes, the black uniform and then the hair had to be black, and then pierce, no. Makeup, no. That's very traditional, but still I see that tendency at school. But the worst, I would say, worst thing is that when I wanted to mention some opinions in class, teachers actually scolded me. Okay, Yuri, you need to listen first. Listen, okay? And then if you have any questions, you may raise your hand at the end. But by that time, I was forgetting the questions, right? So basically, we were not allowed to express our opinions during the class. That was really unfortunate, but still it's kind of moral being like that. So I wanted to change that environment. Yeah, and then, this is the slide of my student. She realized that in Japan, Korean K-pop stars, for example, or Japanese male singers, actors, make up, very beautifully. So she included male and female participants. What did she do? She means high school student. High school students receive a lot of cosmetics, okay, for birthday or special occasion. But since schools didn't allow them to make up at school, so they have all the makeup items without using. So they brought all the cosmetic items in one center, and then they exchanged those makeup items, including male, female, and including old people and young people. So, and then they didn't have to throw those makeup items away. That was her idea. Yes. And then, also in schools, Japanese schools, they require us to use landcell, that's the school bag made of leather. And then after using those school bags for 6 years, even though those are still new, they have to throw away. And kimono is really expensive, but maybe twice a year, 3 times a year, only those occasions they wear, but almost no opportunity. So another student, this is just a sample picture, but repurposed those items. and then made something new. Yes. So this kind of repurposing activity is very, very helpful for them. And also, yeah, kimono was able to be repurposed again. Yes. And then another student, this is actually my daughter, she had been drawing using the actual paper, but I realized that the paper's color changed and got dirtier. So I realized, she realized that though it costs a lot, by the way, to keep buying those papers, and also traces remain even after erasing, and a space consumption, so many sketchbooks. And then, paper is easy to tear, and it can be fragile. So after that, I don't actually encourage my children to use iPad for a long time, but if she wants to use that for drawing purpose, maybe it would be okay, because how she used iPad was really in a meaningful way. So this is the picture that she drew using her iPad. Then the quality, even after 10 years, she'll be able to see the same picture. So yes, that's another way. We didn't have to buy additional papers. So this kind of repurposing ideas, the one whose hobby is cooking, but lot of Japanese people just buy those items because they are affordable, they can afford. But since they are busy, a lot of things are wasted. So some students designed a refrigerator and then categorized food by expiration date, so that visibly they understand, this food will be expired when. So this kind of repurposing idea, they came up and also they presented, and then they shared. And some of them, of course, were criticized, but this was really a great opportunity for them. And then also one more thing. Since Japan has a lot of earthquakes, we have to communicate with neighbors. But neighbors, not so often, right? So, but if let's say that we cook too much today, we could bring some food to neighbors so that we communicate. Then when the disaster happens, we understand where the neighbors live. That's very helpful, especially there are so many old people living in Tokyo, not so many young people. So communication is very important. So that's one girl's idea. If we cook too much, just share with the neighbor. And then the one interesting one is that Japan, students are required to use pencils still. They can't use pens for exams. So the eraser dust is everywhere. But since eraser's quality is very good, eraser's dust's quality is good. So she gathered some dust and to make one new eraser. That was another repurposing idea. And then she even designed a desk, which has dent. Yeah. And then another thing I realized that was that, I included Japanese students, and then I even held some events so that they could make a presentation. But one day I realized that, what if I include the students from other Asian countries or African countries? I couldn't include the students from Latin America or United States just because of the time difference. Yes, including Asian countries and the African and the European countries was, probably, that was the only thing I could do at that time. So I started to include the active Asian students. For example, the ones from Pakistan, they were used to discussing courageously, because they're very competitive. So I started to include the ones from Pakistan and India, Hong Kong, Singapore. Then our Japanese students were really was surprised to know that they were pretty active. And then sometimes in Africa, okay, they didn't have individual computers, so I let them join in a class, so collectively. In a sense, Japanese students, each one of them has like at least one iPhone, iPad, and a computer, and one headset. They have a lot of things, but they are quiet. They used to be very quiet. That was very unfortunate. But after including those students, Japanese students became very, very courageous. And then sometimes it's difficult to unite people, so I assign some homework, and so that they could prepare beforehand. And I strongly believe that in our youth, it is important to consider why, in addition to what, to make our discussions more interesting and to better understand people on the same earth. Yeah, we need to discuss, really. And it's not important. If we cannot find a solution, that is still okay. The process is more important. Yeah. And then also I focus on quality education, SDG 4 too. Especially B, what types of educational problems do you encounter in your country? Unfortunately, in Japan, even though there are so many opportunities, but some of them cannot go to school. So, well, it is okay to take online lessons, but sometimes they have to be, outgoing and sociable. So they have to be sociable, but in order to be sociable, then online education, needs to be, revised or needs to be considered a little bit more. So each country has different problems in terms of education, but we gather in order to discuss. And then not only that, one day I realized again, what if I include some sustainability practitioners or professors in our class? Then they can ask questions directly to those practitioners and professors. So I started to include, for example, Oxford alumni members, NUS, Singapore alumni members, but they are actually business people, right? And industry leaders. So the students gained a lot of things from them too. But I conduct Zoom sessions because there is some time difference. So yes, and the evening time in Japan is like morning time in Africa and also Europe. And when I include those countries, that's one session. And then I recently started to include Latin America and also Canada and the United States. So I basically conduct 2 sessions, including Latin American and also the African. So, And then the topic is based on SDGs. And then one more thing. Her name is Aizel, a 13-year-old girl from Pakistan. The miracle things happened. They became leaders. I have been teaching leadership, and then they became leaders. So their idea related to SDG 12, responsible consumption and production, that became very practical. In Pakistan, there are so many ghost nets in the ocean. Intentionally or accidentally, we don't know, but fishermen accidentally probably abandoned the nets. So those nets are destroying marine environment. So she came up with the idea, some idea, then why don't we utilize those nets to create the soccer football nets? And then who is going to utilize that? The women in Pakistan. They are very good at remaking the nets. So Aizel, has been giving some working opportunities to the women in Pakistan.
and this is ongoing. And then I will continue to support the empowerment of youth so they can raise their voices, engage in collective thinking and then discussion, and then take meaningful action together with adults. Yeah. That's the purpose of including adults and children and university students in the same class. Recently, I held Zoom session. So after learning the importance of innovation, we students and the teachers tend to be very innovative, but we shouldn't forget about tradition. So let's discuss the importance of leadership and the cultural heritage. That was the topic. And a lot of them thought about, okay, how to balance innovation and tradition. And then I invited the professor from Egade Business School. Yeah, and then the guest speaker was providing a meaningful lesson too. Yeah, and then each student provided one slide, including the message. Sustainable farming practice, and in Vietnam, for example, Westernization is good, but it's important to ask all the people's opinion. They need to conserve their culture and the tradition as well. Yeah, the person from Africa, integrate innovation with tradition, he was insisting. Yeah. And the one from Mexico, well, she was talking about energy transition, but Mexico has so many indigenous people, so they need to listen to indigenous people's voice in order to proceed energy transition too. Yeah. And then the students themselves became speakers in class. So they are high school and university students, but now they can teach. They can lead the discussions too. That was one of the achievements. Yeah, and then in terms of female empowerment as well. And then I myself continue to talk about how to empower women and youth. And then, the last thing I would like to say is that I realized that a lot of leaders are lonely, but they are not quiet. So why they are lonely, why they feel lonely? Because they cannot find people whom they can communicate with. So I am gathering those kind of lonely leaders so that they don't have to feel that they are lonely. And being lonely is actually an opportunity and an advantage because they can have plenty of time to think. I'm also a PhD candidate. You know, PhD is Doctor of Philosophy, right? So we have to think and implement. So, well, if they are lonely, then why don't we, think and gather and share our ideas and discuss and implement, take actions. That's something I encourage them to do. And then also, this is the concept of my education center too. Okay, we will gather leaders from each country so that they can courageously discuss, actively lead, and collectively act. Yeah, that is our philosophy. And it's still new, but thank you very much. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask me. Okay. Sorry, may I? Okay, thank you.
All right, a heartfelt thank to Yuri for an empowering message. Well, now let's continue the conversation. Yes, let's give her another round of applause. Awesome, thank you. All right, let's continue the conversation on inclusion, this time focusing on how we can better advocate for neurodiverse students in our classrooms and learning spaces. 1 in 5 students are neurodiverse, yet many schools still lack the resources and policies to fully support them. From ADHD and dyslexia to autism and other learning differences, the need for advocacy has never been greater. But what does true support look like? In our panel, Strengthening Advocacy, Efforts for Neurodiverse Students, our panelists will discuss how educators and policymakers can create learning environments that empower neurodiverse students. To explore this crucial topic, please welcome our moderator, Brett Warner, CEO of Fresh Start, and panelists. Let's give them a round of applause. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. All right.
All right, so first of all, can I get 30 seconds for everyone to stand up and get one more person to come in? Is that okay? If 1 out of 5 of you do it, it would be very worth it. Can we do 30 seconds of that? Just go outside, get someone in, do it. 30 seconds, 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24. Let's do it. One more person. Come on. You're having me moderate. I'm not going to do this unless I have people. Come on, come on, come on. Everyone in, everyone in, everyone in, everyone
Drag them in if you have to.
Everyone in, everyone in. Come on. Thank you, thank you. I knew I could count on you. Let's do it. All right. Now that we got a couple people in here, all right? I hope it was packed because I thought that this was very important for everyone, all right? I'd like to just stand up. If you have a child, a niece, a nephew, a brother, a sister, a mother, a father that is neurodiverse, okay? Stand up. All right? Okay, so that's like about 55, 60% of the room, all right? That's why I think that this is such an important topic, all right? So we're going to start, all right? We're going to start with questions, okay? Introduction, I'm sorry. So we're going to introduce everybody, okay? We'll start at the last end. I think everyone knows her, but we're going to introduce her, all right, for 2 minutes each person, yeah?
Hi, welcome everyone. Very important topic, and I'm so grateful that everyone is here. I'm Rochelle Rutherford. I'm the CEO of Kids on the Move. We are based out of Utah, and we support children that are neurodiverse, over 3,500 children, and our focus is really young children. So early intervention is really important to us, as well as preparing children for school. And we spend a lot of time working with children who are on the spectrum. And our philosophy is that parents are the best educators. And because they're the best educators, it's important to include parents in the training and the education so they can reinforce the therapies that they learn and how they can support their children and reinforce the efforts that teachers are making and the community is making on the behalf of their child, and they bring that into the home in their natural setting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Daniel Pompile. I'm the VP of Expansion for CHP Charter Schools in Philadelphia. And before I go any further, of all the people that stood up for having somebody in their family that's neurodiverse, could you raise your hand if you don't think they got the support they needed while they were in school, or could have been better? All right. Almost the same amount?
Even all the employees over there.
Yeah. Was just trying to get an idea of that. Our schools, we have 5 charter schools under our umbrella, and we do pre-K to 12. In Pennsylvania, you were allowed to have SPED students till their age of 22, and my main goal is getting them transitioned to adulthood outside of school. We're always about educating them in the school, getting all the support they need, but the second they're out the door, nobody wants the responsibility anymore, so we try to give them the skills to be proud of themselves in society, not just enough to get along, not to survive, but to thrive, if you will. So that's our main goal at our schools.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Tandria Callens, and I'm the founder, CEO, and principal of Language and Literacy Academy for Learning. We are a public charter school in Florida, and we serve students with disabilities from pre-K all the way to 12th grade. Our motto is abilities beyond limitations, and we are able. Our goal is to actually narrow the achievement gap between disabled and non-disabled peers, and we want our students to be productive citizens of our community. So we focus on vocational rehabilitation, where we are providing employer training, life skill training, and we either want them to enter a post-secondary institution. So we actually have students with IEPs graduating and going to college. And so that is our goal, and that is our mission. Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Susan Winter. I gave a presentation yesterday, if any of you were here, about the battles that my husband and I had for our son, who is neurodiverse. My journey into our work, which is publishing, authoring and publishing curriculum programs specializing in soft skills, so that includes executive functions, study skills, social emotional learning, English language arts. My journey into that work came out of my own struggles in school and trying to figure out how to hack my way through. And I figured it out, and we were able to turn it into a curriculum program. It became a much deeper journey once we had the struggles with our son. So I come here from my personal experience, myself as a struggling student, my son, and then working with by now probably thousands and thousands of students. One thing I do want to mention, though, that I think is kind of interesting, our clientele will range from, we have a lot of special education programs that will purchase our curriculum program, but on the other end of the spectrum, our largest core of programs are some of the top schools in the country, and even some graduate schools. So what I find kind of interesting is the things that will give our neurodiverse students an edge are not just for the neurodiverse, but really give everyone an edge. It's a matter of who's paying attention and who's looking for how to help.
Perfect. So I'll just introduce myself very briefly. I started a company at 20 years old. Don't do that. Okay, it's very stressful your whole life. It's an ASD service company. We do Expanding the Spectrum is one of our programs that's teaching parents that their kids have the ability to do anything they can do. Okay, it's endless possibilities, right? Then we of course do one-on-one ABA. We're in Tri-County area in South Florida. Big fraud area. We stick to the ethics and the clinical values 100%. A lot of people come, leave the country in South Florida, and that's a big problem as well, okay? A lot of bad services, all right? So I think if everyone understands what executive functioning is, can I have a hand raised for that? Executive functioning? Okay, because I am obsessed with what she does, and she really you focus on executive functioning. So if maybe you can explain what it is and then how that helps the neurodiverse students and how we can advocate through that.
Okay, sure. It is a tricky thing to explain, but the way I explained it in our presentation yesterday is these are the skills that we employ when we take in all incoming information and we evaluate how we are going to respond to it. One thing I often share with students is I'll tell them executive function skills are anything a mother might nag about. It's a little bit more than that, but that kind of makes it a little more tangible. But it is how we make our decisions throughout our day, evaluating what's coming in and how we're going to respond to it in terms of what we're going to do and what order we're going to do it, planning ahead, how we regulate our emotions. And it is a gateway to learning because as I explained yesterday, learning itself is nothing more or less than the process of taking something that we already know and connecting it to something, taking the new information and connecting it to something we already know. If we can't make that connection, learning doesn't happen. And it's the executive function that's why it's so critical to learning, is because we need that piece to be able to appropriately evaluate the new information and then also appropriately evaluate our prior experiences to make meaning and to try to forge a connection. So it's a critical link in the learning process.
So basically, executive functioning training should be in every school, probably in 3rd grade, right? This should just be a fact, all right? Because we are talking about things that kids are not learning, right? We're talking about neurodiverse kids that do not have the skills that our regular kids have, right? No kid is regular. We're all on the spectrum. Raise your hand if you think you are. I think we are, all of us, on one spectrum or another, right? So the question is, should executive functioning, and we're going to talk about this at the very end when I get the 5-minute sign, we're going to talk about how do we fix this, right? So this, I'm going to move on, right, to Dr. Tandria Collins, and I'm going to, it's a little bit political, okay? So keep your personal political opinions to yourself, but we're going to talk about what happens if this happens, what happens if this happens to the neurodiverse students in mainly, I would say, public schools and charter schools, correct? So if the Department of Education gets completely dismantled, all right, raise your hand in here if you think that's good. All right, so then we're all on the same page. Great. We all love the same person. We hate the same person. Good. So I would love her to explain why the Department of Education is so important and why she is concerned about what's going on in the government right now, because the neurodiverse students may lose everything. We don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. It could happen in 48 hours, right? So I would love for you to talk a little bit more about that, and then we will not talk about anything more political after that one, okay?
So when we were going through the process of getting our questions together, Brett emailed me and he said, "Is this political?" And I said, "No, it's a legitimate concern. If we are servicing students and we are doing the best for students, definitely, I guess, having confusion of what it would look like in the future. As a public charter school, the threat of possibly not receiving Title I funds, or the threat of not receiving IDEA funds, or not receiving the National School Lunch Program funds. Those are things that many charter schools rely on to help offset expenses for, in my case, neurodiverse students. We're all serving neurodiverse students, particularly because when we are working and serving neurodiverse students, we have high-paid professionals in our facilities. For example, I'm a speech-language pathologist. I actually have 14 therapists that work for me, between speech-language pathologists, occupational therapists, physical therapists. I have mental health counselors. I have registered behavior techs, and I have board-certified behavior analysts. So these professionals are very expensive, and they're not covered with the traditional FEFP dollars that we receive every month from the state. So we rely on Medicaid. Medicaid is also a concern because we do not know, where or how the funds are going to be distributed down to the public schools and charter schools. So someone who is operating independently and rely on those funds, it's a legitimate concern. And so if we do not have access to those supplemental funds, what does that mean for the services that we provide for our neurodiverse students?
So how do we fix that? We all have to stand together. No? Everyone's from different states, right? Take action. I know that people that want this covered, they are usually the ones that don't do anything, okay? So I think that everyone in this room should write a letter to their senator, to their governor, to whoever it is to make sure that these services still get covered. And I really I wanted you to build on it because you have a huge nonprofit in Utah that gets funded, right, from the government. Are you at all wondering if something's, I know you're an author as well, so maybe you're okay, but are you wondering at all if something's going to happen?
I think that all of the concerns that she's brought up is very valid. I think that that is a potential risk. And in our organization, that is one of our funding sources and a very important funding source for children that we support with early intervention. That's birth to 3 years old. So 90% of the learning that takes place in the brain development, not learning, but brain development takes place by age 3. So that's a very, very critical time. And young children that do not have early intervention that need it, that can have a life-changing impact on their life when they don't receive those services. So absolutely that is very important. I would also extend to everyone in the room here that it is important to get involved. It's important to get involved, and change is always hard. We don't know what's going to take place, but what's important is that we are all advocates for children with disabilities or delays or neurodiverse children. And in my book, Chasing the Impossible, I share about these families' journeys, their journey with their child, some of the roadblocks, the barriers that they face, but also the amazing contributions that these children make to society and how they contribute back and enhance our life, these families' lives, and what we need to do to rally around these children. And I place a clarion call to everyone to take action, regardless of whether you have someone that you're related to, whether you're in the education system, whether you work for corporate America, or whether you're an independent entrepreneur, that this topic is everyone's responsibility. And as a human society and a human race, this should be of the utmost importance because the only voice that they have is us as adults. And they need every single one of us. So regardless of whatever your political beliefs are, one thing we can be united in is standing up for children and making sure they have all the resources and the support that they need to reach their fullest potential.
Yeah, a Medicaid cut on ASD services that is going into play tomorrow on Medicaid is not going to be great, right? Imagine, 40% cut. These kids need 30 hours a week of therapy, right? We're talking about other different disabilities here as well. I call them special needs, right? I think those kids are amazing. But if they start cutting this funding, those first 3 years, as she said, as we all know here, are the most important years to learn, right? If you don't learn those first 3 years, you're not bilingual, maybe. Maybe you speak Spanglish and English, But those first 3 years, if they're going to start cutting 40%, imagine what will happen. Those kids won't speak until they're 7, okay? They won't do anything. They will not have a fulfilling life. What we have right now, it works. It took a lot of fight, okay? I was with Marco Rubio fighting for insurance to cover ABA therapy in the state of Florida. Yeah, she was there too, It takes a lot of effort because they don't have a kid on the spectrum. They don't have a kid that has Down syndrome. They don't get it. They don't care, right? And unfortunately, these are people that make the rules of who gets paid to take care of these kids. So I'm looking around. I don't think anyone's pregnant in here. But if you were, wouldn't you be worried right now? 1 out of 38 kids has some sort of spectrum, right? ADHD, ASD. It's more than that. I'm using the ASD figure because I don't want to give a fake figure. But I'm sure it's 1 in 20. I think it's 1 in 5, right? I heard you say 1 in 5. ADHD, dyslexia, dyscalculia, all of those things, right? If they cut funding for that, those kids will never do anything. It will cost the government. It will cost all of us money, taxpayer money, unless we get rid of the IRS, right? But either way, right? My next question is going to go to my buddy here, Daniel, right? So he is vice president of running charter schools, correct? I wanted to get your opinion on this if you have felt any effect at all yet.
We haven't felt too much of it yet, but I have to be honest, it keeps me up at night.
Yes, yes, that's where I'm going. Yeah.
And not only, so between our schools, I've got a little over 2,200 students. 520-ish are special needs. And if Title I, school lunch program, CA, CFP, if they all go because our new, whatever you want to call them, decide, I heard $12 billion is being cut just to school lunches alone. And I'm in a not so great part of Philadelphia. When my kids leave on Friday night, some of them don't eat till Monday morning. And you can't grow physically or mentally if any of that's happening. As of right now, I'm starting to see grants that we usually used to get, or I would like to apply for, starting to diminish, get smaller, more hoops to jump through to get them. And not only if you do get them, the maintenance you have to do to keep proving that you're using the money you're using it for, instead of just working with the kids. I spend, I'd say, 20% of my time just trying to prove what we're doing instead of actually working with the students. And thank God I have amazing faculty that, you know, they do what they need to do and they spend the extra hours, the ones that are there at 6 in the morning till 6 at night. If it wasn't for the amazing work of the teachers and administration especially, I've got great administration, doing so much with so little sometimes. They make it happen. And unfortunately, the solution seems to be sometimes just grit and tough work. If the money disappears, if the benefits start to disappear, the teachers and the admin just step up and make it work no matter what. But it shouldn't be that way. It should be whatever the students need, they get. These are the ones that are going out into the workforce next. Special needs or non-special needs students.
1 in 5.
It's everybody. Yeah, 1 in 5. So, but 100% of these people are going to be adults, you know, calling the shots in the future. So all of them need the best education possible. And the more red tape and hoops you have to jump through, we have to advocate to, you know, make sure that that doesn't happen anymore. So.
Okay, big question for everyone that's falling asleep, right? Question. Your biggest, yes? It's okay. I'll ask that later. Correct. So, yeah. So, I'm going to go there, okay? So this is my next question. If you own a business where you have payers, okay, raise your hand if it's from the government. Medicaid, Medicare. 1, 2, 3. Not really. Okay. No, you're good. You're private pay. That's awesome. Anybody else? Raise your head. Or insurance. Yeah, private insurance. Private insurance? Where we just saw the United Healthcare CEO get shot? Yeah? All right. There's a lot of problems, as you can see. There's a lot of downturn. And I wanted to kind of get into that, right? The short-term problem, we're seeing it right now, okay? The CEO of United Healthcare is murdered on the street of New York. That's a short-term. Well, I love that. I love that you're from Minnesota. I'm from Florida. I'm from the worst one, okay? Medicaid fraud, Medicare fraud. I am competing with all the people doing fraud all around me. I can call and say that they're doing fraud to the IRS, and nobody cares. And they, you know? So I think I want to ask everybody here, right? Nobody here is in the fraud business, right? But how hard is it to compete in your state when you know that there are companies around you that don't do half of what you do, charge the same amount of money, and those kids never advance? What is the solution? How can we collectively, right, get those kids out of those centers where they go for 8 hours a day, touch blue, touch blue, touch blue, touch blue. They walk out, the mom says, what color is the sky? They have no idea, right? And they do that for years. So how can, and that's an example of ASD treatment, bad ASD, robotic, right? Everyone here is working with different disabilities, different special needs, like I say. So I wanted to ask the panel, and trust me, I'm like ad-libbing, totally. I just wanted to ask the panel, and then I want to ask some questions if anybody has any questions so we can build on it. How do you feel, and what do you feel is the ethical way to go about reporting companies that are bringing in kids for 10 years and teaching them nothing? How do you ethically, right, get that kid out of there? How do you know that those places are around you? You know that they're not doing anything, right? But they're charging and they're making more money than you probably, right? How do we focus on that, and how are we able to inform law enforcement, inform the government, inform the payers that are paying them more than they're paying you, even though they're doing nothing? Maybe, maybe not in your state, but you know that there are fraud companies in your state. How do you feel about that personally when you have worked so hard in your life from your heart, right? We all do this because it's from the heart. How do you deal with this emotionally when there's companies around you messing it up? What do you do? Do you report them? Do you write a letter like I asked? What do you do? Yeah.
Well, I think that the power is in the parents. The power is in the parents, the power is with the data, and building a reputation in your community that you have compassion and that you care about children. And the reason that I say that is because the most powerful, impactful stories come from our parents. When you see a parent that has struggled with their child, where a child's nonverbal, and all of a sudden that child tells their parent that they love them, there's no more powerful testimonial than that.
That's the best one.
So as providers, when we help create an opportunity, a platform, a place for parents to vocalize what these services mean to them, how that's empowered their child, how that child has grown, and they have reached those milestones, and you can see the joy and the love that takes place in that family. I mean, to me, that is the most powerful antidote to corruption, is to show them what is good, what is great, have that communication go out into the community. We create a platform for parents to speak to each other, to talk to each other, and that force for good cannot be messed with. That cannot be derailed. There's no amount of money that can displace that. And so we can chase after those that are causing corruption, or we can rise up and we can set the gold standard, and we can have them rise to what the new standard is. And in our organization, that's what we're here to do. We are creating the gold standard to have the most highest quality of care, and people come because they know that that's what we bring to their children and their families, and because we care and we love them and we support them and we are cheering them on. And so to me, that is the greatest answer we can have to solving that problem.
Can I flirt with one thing? Yeah. If mega, investment bankers from New York City on the 84th floor, they've never met a child on the spectrum, they've never met this, they've never met that. If they came, to Utah where you are, and they started building huge buildings all around your center, how would you react to that? Knowing that they're going to do the bare minimum, they're going to charge the highest, how would you react to that if that competition just popped up all around you?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And for us, we are ACQ accredited for our autism center. We're one of 13 in the nation. We have the highest quality standard and outcomes of any autism provider in the nation. So to me, they can come in with their big dollars, they can come in to line their pocketbooks, But if you can create the standard of where parents know what to look for, where to go to, that can rank those providers and the services that they're offering, I think that it'll weed out those that are in it for the wrong reasons, that are not getting the outcomes that these children deserve.
That's the goal, yeah.
I would like to add to that, in addition to the parents being our biggest advocate, our students are as well. We make it a habit of including our students as part of the IEP process. And so we started, so traditionally it's around age 14, but we start at the elementary level, and we ensure that our students know what's going on with their individual education plan, and so that they are able to advocate for themselves. Whether they are a student at Language and Literacy Academy for Learning or not, if they transfer or go anywhere else, at least they are empowered and they know what their IEP says, and they know when they are or not receiving the accommodations or the services that they need. I do feel like our focus, the work that we do is so involved. Like, I really don't have time to focus on my competition, if there's any out there. But we're accredited. Yeah, we're accredited as well. And so the operations and the work that we do, and when we focus on our kids, that's the most important thing. And each of our students, they have a self-advocacy goal in their IEPs, because we want them, when they leave the doors of Language and Literacy Academy, that they understand what they deserve when they're not there, when they're working, or when they are at a post-secondary institution.
Awesome. So I want Susan. Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Richard Branson, CEO of Virgin Everything, has a great quote. He likes to train his staff to go anywhere but treat them well enough to not and stay with them. One of the things we love to do is try to get the kids so they can go anywhere in the world, but we actually end up hiring them and keeping them with us. I just hired 2 graduates last year to work in the cafeteria, and one of them is one of our new administrative assistants. What I'm getting at is, when you have those type of people in your immediate neighborhood community, those are the ones that are going to help stop the big money guys from the 84th floor coming in, because it's not just them anymore. Now it's their families, and their students are coming to us. So the more the community, the better product, if you will, that you can put out there. They're the ones that are going to fight the most for you, because there's honor in it, there's loyalty in it, and it's where they came from. We help them be who they are. And I think that the fight that they have is more than just maybe a politician because I wrote a couple letters.
True. So before we go to Susan, real quick, raise your hand if the state that you're in, you feel like there are investment bankers that know nothing about your trade coming in and making companies that do what you do. No? That these companies, it's called like Whitestone Investments. It's like a capital company from New York City. They come in and they say, oh, this, what you do makes money. We're going to build a huge place. We're going to have a factory of kids going through it. Is that happening in anybody else's states?
At one time, I can't speak to now, but I saw that happening in the Detroit area with tutoring centers.
Tutoring centers, exactly. They come, they buy all of them, right? So in Florida, literally almost ABA, all of it is owned by people in New York City that have no idea, right? So just letting you know, it is happening, and it's moving fast, right? So these questions I've been asking is, how do you keep yourself out of that competition? And I think that we've had some amazing answers here, but I definitely wanted to ask Susan, right, who does executive functioning, teaching, you know, how to think, really, right? That's what it is. If investors were to come to your state, around you, steal your idea, because they do, okay, and you can't sue them, and they open up centers around you, how would you compete when they have endless pockets?
Well, yeah, I mean, we are a publishing company, and so we are competing against corporate level publishing companies already.
Yep.
So I really just have to echo everything that has been said. What we do, we put our heart into. It's really important that we are really authentic in our work. We write our materials in first person, kind of like Fred Rogers style, because we want our students to feel like we're sitting alongside of them to encourage them. So it's putting the heart in is absolutely the key. And what you're all talking about is bringing to mind a story of our friends, our best friends, who, this is not in education, but the parallel is right there. They own a bar and restaurant in our town. They opened about 4 weeks before COVID shut them down. And that's actually when we met them, was right at that point. Jason is the chef who was, pioneer of this restaurant. What kept him alive during that time is he had been at another restaurant and basically left there, but he had created such a following of people that when his restaurant was shut down, all these people drove from quite a long distance, because geographically there's a big distance between where he was and where he is now. And they drove a long distance to come buy carryout, to come buy crawlers. Then winter comes along and nobody can go into the restaurant, so then everybody shows up in their winter gear and they're sitting out on their outdoor deck having beverages. It was a rally, because now that he's been in our community for 4 or 5 years, we see why they were responding that way. I tell them, he and his wife, they don't run a restaurant, they run a ministry. Because they're there serving food, but they are building relationships, connections. They're reaching out when nobody's looking and helping. And when that happens, it's quiet, but care cannot be, there's no substitute for genuine, authentic care, and that's going to win. Always in the long term, maybe in the short term, it might feel a bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, it definitely does. So I wanted to open it up for any questions that are anything to do with you feel like you're going to be kicked out of your industry by people that are less knowledgeable than you. You feel like maybe your business needs to do something, a big change real quick to survive. Anything along those lines. You have very successful people here, much more than me. So I would raise your hand and ask questions now. If nobody is going to ask questions, I'm going to get really sad. So please come up with at least one question in this entire group. There we go. Oh, yeah. Yes. So Card from California, yes, was the largest ABA provider, most profitable in the history of the planet. And what they did, and they were doing kid touch green, touch blue, touch red in a cubicle. That's what Lovis method was, and that's exactly what you're talking about. But do you feel, for your company, do you feel like you're threatened by that old school bad way of teaching? I would say get them out of there. Get them out of there. Naturalistic teaching is the way to go. I think everyone here can agree with that. No matter if it's ASD, if it's ADHD, it doesn't matter. You have to teach them in the location that they're going to actually generalize it. Okay? You can't put them in a cubicle because they don't understand when they get out of the cubicle what real life is, right? That's a big thing. And there may be some people in here in this audience that own cubicle companies, okay? Maybe you should knock down 3 of them and make a fake kitchen, right? So that the kids can learn how to use the kitchen in their house, right? Make a bathroom over there so that they can learn that. I'm sure in your place you have all of that, right? So this is a great group to ask questions to advance your business, right? But nobody seems too interested. Okay. Yep. I think I understand what you're trying to say. So if you have a company and you would be willing to like kind of have services from your company being done in one of our areas, that's a very interesting question. Correct. Gotcha. So this group, I believe, is 75% Medicaid. I think for, no? 60, 50, 50, 0 Medicaid, right? Zero Medicaid as well. Only United, Blue Cross, all the private insurances, because I don't want to mess with the government. And now everyone sees why, right? I was 20 when I said that. Anyway, I think that's a great question to ask them. The payers, how do you deal with that? Would they be able to have some of your staff work in their places? That's a great question, because that's about collaboration, right? And that's the goal. Now, let's see what we think about it. Yep.
I'll take a stab at it. So our organization, I'm very, it's important for me to have diverse revenue sources that come in, because as we can see, you know, you can be relying on one source of revenue and that could completely shut down your organization. We are a 40-year-old company and we have multiple sources of revenue. So we have private pay through parent fee-based services, we have Medicaid, we have federal funding from the federal government, we have state funding, and we also build private insurance, and we receive donations because we're a nonprofit. So for our organization, we're absolutely interested in collaboration, and we are interested in inclusive and comprehensive care for children. And so what that looks like is education, medical, and in the sense of therapy, diagnosis, mental health, physical, speech, occupational therapy, and bringing also family support services that supports the family. So we're looking at education, medical, and family support services. And we are building a new state-of-the-art facility, a first of its kind in the world, to support children with disabilities and delays. And we are actively going after those that can actually donate to this cause and build this new center that can be a lighthouse for the world of how you can replicate this model in your own, in a different country, but also in the United States. And we also have an interest in opening up our expertise and our knowledge to also help other organizations who may offer one component. Maybe they offer ABA services, or maybe they have a Head Start program and they want to be able to offer maybe respite care for parents, that have children with disabilities, or any part of what we offer. We're really unique because we have multiple programs under one large umbrella, which is unique to us, and we haven't found another organization that's like us. But I would say for us personally, we are very open to collaboration and working out a way to work together so that we can offer the very best services for parents. And how we decide to move and grow is feedback from parents, because to us, where are the gaps? If there's gaps in education, how is the model not working? And how can we work together to bring the best solution possible? And I'm not saying it's good or bad in any state. It's just what are parents needing for their child, and where can they go for services? And if they can't find what they need, let's concentrate on filling that gap and bringing solutions. And so that's what we're about, and we are open and happy to collaborate in any way.
We are too. We are not a non.
So we have a new vice president of technology, and that is part of his role. We are really focused right now. Our focus is on data, and actually collecting and gathering data and bringing in these various programs that we have into dashboards and information that is useful for parents, so that we can actually provide feedback to them of what are the outcomes that their child is seeing across the board, and based off of data that's useful and helpful for them. And then as well as an organization, because we support lots of different disabilities, Are we receiving an increased number of a certain type of disability? And if we are, then let's get the best training and train our staff to be able to accommodate the needs for that maybe increased group that we are working with. And so right now we're focused on data. AI will be a component of that in the future, but that's where we have to measure where we are to know where we're going, and then obviously AI is a big part in that picture, and our vice president is starting to step into that. I see ourselves in 5 years having a 25-acre campus based out of Utah, and on our current trajectory right now, we see our services in multiple countries. We just got back from Peru. We're going to Argentina next month. We have interest in Nigeria, Africa. We have interest in Canada. We just had someone talk to us from Saudi Arabia. So we are interested in giving support, resources, and to meet countries where they are and have them start, and however we can help, whether it's just sharing information and they build what's best, for their culture and their needs. But we want to be a resource and change perspectives globally around how we support and love and care for children with disabilities and delays.
Since we're being cut off, real quick, not cut off, sorry, that's a bad way to say it. Since we're being shut down, even better. We use AI in our centers. We call them micro centers because we don't believe that these children should be stacked up in a room, like I explained, touching cards that have colors on them. This AI can actually detect actual ABA techniques that are scientifically proven that we put into the system so that we can train from those videos. We can teach our new RBTs how to do it right, how to do it wrong, right? Registered behavior technicians. Yes, that should be a pretty known acronym, but just saying.
Not in the world of special education.
Yeah, special education, anything like that. Huh? So that's interesting to me because in certain states, it's the only way that you can work. Yeah, it's still, I guess it's still developing. It's the BACB, the Behavior Analyst Certification Board. RBT is the lowest on the totem pole, but you have to have that to be able to work with these kids. If people are working with these kids without that credential, it's technically legal. I'll just say. Does anyone have, I know that you just want to.
Just one closing thought. To piggyback on what you were saying, strategic planning. So I'm fortunate enough to have 3 of my board members here and my grant writer. So we have gone through strategic planning, and we are constantly thinking about the next thing and what our goals are for our organization. Community partnerships is huge for us. Working with the community, working with the local businesses helps us as well. So as we continue to navigate the short-term and the long-term concerns for working with students with neurodiversity challenges, those are areas that we will continue to strengthen and broaden community partnerships, businesses, and continually working with our board of directors.
I also think every company here has an amazing company culture, okay? And I think that saves everything. That saves your employees from leaving. That saves everyone. That makes everyone actually feel like they're part of the company. We didn't talk about company culture much, but I'm pretty sure that everyone sitting here has an amazing company culture. So if your business doesn't have some cool stuff like company culture, I think that's a good advice too, piece of advice to keep employees in this industry. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you, Brett, and all of our panelists. Let's give another round of applause. Now let's shift gears and talk about something just as important, the role of joy in learning. When we think of education, we also often focus on children. However, learning never stops. And for adults, curiosity and wonder are just as important as they are for young students. Yet, many adult learners feel disconnected, uninspired, or even intimidated by the learning process. How can we change that? Let's answer that question by calling in our moderator, Hannah Peasley, co-founder and COO of High Net Worth Women Institute, and panelists for our next panel on rediscovering wonder, cultivating joy in adult learning. Let's give them a round of applause.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for that wonderful introduction. But once again, my name is Hannah Peasley, and I am the co-founder and COO of High Net Worth Women Institute, which is an online educational, financial education platform specifically geared towards women. Once women start earning a higher income and they want to feel empowered and confident about what they're doing with their money and making sure that they are building their wealth journey and their vision of success, whatever that means to you, we want to be able to provide that education to women. We found there was a hole in the market there that we were happy to fill. And I'm really excited to introduce our panel today because we try to infuse joy in all of our courses, all of our lessons. It's your personal time and your personal dollars coming to adult education. So we all want to make sure that you're having fun and engaged. And so today we're going to be covering rediscovering wonder, cultivating joy in adult learning. And I have some amazing panelists here with me today. We have Ron Franklin, who is the adjunct professor of music at San Diego College of Continuing Education. And we also have Anna Westlack, the owner of Westlack & Associates. Ron, would you like to introduce yourself?
Absolutely. Thank you, Hannah. My name is Ron Franklin. I teach for the San Diego College of Continuing Education. It's part of the San Diego Community College District, which includes 5 different colleges, including Mesa College, Miramar College, and San Diego City College, all degree-granting institutions. The College of Continuing Education serves a very diverse audience. The particular part of the college that I teach for is called the Emeritus Program, and it was designed to provide all sorts of classes for adults 55 and older, but I have to tell you, you don't have to be 55 to take our classes. As long as you can register for the college, you can take the class. But we're oriented towards providing adult education so that people can continue to learn through their entire life. I teach guitar and ukulele classes for adults. It is the most fun I have all week, teaching guitar and ukulele classes for adults. Once COVID happened, we went from teaching in the classroom on some of the various campuses. We have a number of different campuses around the city, to, of course, going online. And I had never really taught class guitar online before, but I found out that it works really well. In fact, that combined, that's the synchronous part of our learning system, that we get to go online and there's all my students. I don't have to leave the house. I don't leave my house for days sometimes because I teach online. We also have a learning management system. Some of you might use Canvas. I don't know if you know about that learning management system. I think it's absolutely fabulous. I never have to stop by the printing shop and make copies anymore before I go to class. They just all download their own. So it's been a wonderful experience doing that. I've worked in higher education for a number of years. I've sort of actually had an earlier career in education back in the 80s and somewhat in the early 90s. And then I got into the business world. Actually dealing with high-end digital audio and video equipment, and traveling the world. I went to 57 cities in 13 countries over about 20 years in that job, traveling around. And now, with the world the way it is these days, I'm really happy to stay at home most of the time and teach my classes online. Teaching adults is very different from teaching children. My wife is an elementary school teacher, and so I get to see kind of both sides of it. It's wonderful to bring joy and to bring a new sense of accomplishment to adults who are learning to play an instrument for the first time in their life. So when I was approached by the Education 2.0 conference to be on this panel, and they told me it was about creating joy and learning and wonder, it's like, yeah, that's what I do. So that sounds perfect. So anyways, I'm looking forward to our conversation today. Thank you so much, Hannah.
Thank you, Ron. Anna, please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Anna Westlack. I own a company called Westlack & Associates. Not very creative, but it's what we do. I'm an independent contractor, sole proprietor, and I team up with other independent contractors so that we can meet the needs of all of our clients and inquiries that come to us. What I do is facilitate workshops and seminars on interpersonal relations and communication skill building. And what that means, we help people play nice together at work. And so we help strengthen their communication skills, our relationships with each other, and do that in an interactive and hopefully fun way. That is what I have found is important in adult learning. And my background is in education. I taught in public school. I call that in my BC era, before children. I took about a 10-and-a-half-year maternity leave to raise those children. And then I got back into education, did some private school teaching, and also did some workshops and adult education for some nonprofit groups. And I discovered that I liked teaching adults as much as I liked teaching children. So I have taught from preschool through graduate school in a variety of different areas and topics. And a little bit unlike what Ron has discovered, I found out sometimes teaching adults is not a whole lot different than teaching children. They still want to know, when is lunch? Where is the bathroom? Are we going to have fun? What are these markers on the table for? What are we going to do with them? Do we get to draw? So, and they want to stay busy. And if they don't stay busy, they get into trouble or they fall asleep. All right? So it works out both sides. But seriously, I've really enjoyed being able to craft and customize workshops to meet the needs of the students in those classes, and have really enjoyed the 31 years I've been doing this as my own business.
That's amazing. And to all of you guys, I know this is an afternoon session, and we've probably been sitting down for a long time. Ron actually has a wonderful exercise that he'd like to lead us all through. So if you're able and want to, please join us in this exercise just to get some fun infused in.
Thank you, Hannah. I know that a lot of us have been sitting in this room for quite a few hours today and yesterday and so forth. I am reminded of the research that I recently found out about. Dr. Julianne Holt-Lundstadt at Brigham University has done research on how your posture affects your mood and, in turn, your ability to learn. And one of her most amazing discoveries is about what she called the Wonder Woman pose, the superhero pose. So what I'd like to do, with your kind permission, is have us go through just a short exercise. Number one, just for a sense of contrast, I'd like for you all to just slump forward in your seat with your shoulders hunched over and your head down. How does that make you feel? Yeah. Go inside and analyze that. Remember that. Take an inventory of how you feel. Okay, sit back up now. In fact, stand up. Everybody, just stand up where you are. Here's what we're going to do. Stand with your feet just slightly apart. Back straight. But both your hands on your hips like this. Look like a superhero. Feel that well of resilience and power inside of you, knowing that you can do anything. Why? Because you're a superhero. That's what superheroes do. How does that make you feel? Do you feel more ready to engage in our activity after that? Yes, indeed. Okay, superheroes, take your seat. Thank you very much. So you see that posture, in fact, all of the activities that we do with our students, whatever it is, the whole goal is to empower them, to help them be able and willing and ready to learn. So thank you for helping to prove my point that your posture makes a big difference. Hannah?
Thank you so much, Ron. That was really fun. And on that note, our first kind of springboard topic that we wanted to talk to you guys about is in adult learning, and any learning for that matter, one of the biggest steps to creating joy in the classroom, in the digital classroom, as it may be, is creating the environment, setting the stage for what you want to teach and how you want the characteristic of your education to come through. We all have some thoughts about what could help create that environment. So Anna, would you like to take that away?
Yes, thanks, Hannah. I always find that I walk into a classroom, a seminar, or a seminar room, or wherever, and I have my expectations of what I'm seeing this is going to look like. I kind of get a scope of the room and see how it looks. I talked with usually a manager or a supervisor or someone who knows the group I'm going to be working with, so I've gotten a little bit of background. And so my expectations are pretty well set. But there's a lot of individuals that are sitting in front of me who probably have brought some different expectations with. So, you know, as good seminar leaders, I put up there, this is the agenda, these are the objectives, and then most facilitators jump right into their presentation. Well, I've never had the opportunity to hear what the audience that I'm working with brought with them and what do they need. So I find it's really helpful to find out what the expectations are of the people in that room and to hear what they have to say, why they're in that room and what brought them there and what they're expecting to take away with them. And then I can match up my expectations with theirs, and I write those down on a flip chart. I post them on the wall, and I can glance at those during the workshop. And 9 times out of 10, mine pretty well match what the participants are thinking, but it really is assurance that we're both going down the same path and that we're there to meet the same goals that we have individually brought together.
I really love that because to me that's almost the opposite approach that a lot of educators take. No matter what they're teaching, it's set the expectations for the students so they know what you're going to be giving them. Especially in adult learning, we're all about providing value. So you're almost selling the course to start it out with. These are the expectations. This is what you can leave today with. But Anna, what you're saying is start with students' expectations and meet those needs. I really love that.
It's also a great way to wrap up the session or the class. At the end of the class, we go through that checklist of expectations and see if they've been met. And that leaves with a sense of satisfaction that they've gained something that they were seeking when they came in.
Amazing. And to build off of what you're saying, Anna, you're creating the environment, you're asking people to come to the table with what their needs are, and in a certain sense, you're creating a safe space within your classroom. And that's a buzzword right now, but really it is very important because you don't, and especially in my field, which is finance, and especially working with women, I want to make sure that nobody has any sense of trepidation, of shame coming, not knowing this financial knowledge. I mean, heck, that's why you're in the room in the first place. But a lot of times women have expectations of themselves that they're supposed to know something before they even ask questions. And saying, no, that's okay. I'm going to meet you where you are, and I want to know where you are so that I can make sure this is the best and most valuable learning experience for you today. So creating that safe harbor environment, letting them know, ask a question. Ask a question 10 times because my priority is making sure that you really understand and creating that open space for students so that they can come and they do not feel any sort of shame or trepidation and coming and really getting the most out of that education.
Is that sort of like what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas?
It can be.
Okay.
What is in that room? And we do virtual online learning. So really, what is in that room, we can leave it there and we can all go back to our lives. But speaking of online versus in-person learning, Ron, you just told us about the change that you had to make.
Yeah, and it's very interesting because all of the students also realized quickly that they better understand their computer a little bit better than they ever did before. So
Absolutely.
we very quickly educated a whole lot of adults on how to get onto Zoom and how to use Canvas and so forth. I will say that we were able to go back to some in-person because that's also very important, especially when you're teaching music. Now, the way it works on Zoom is because of the time delay, they can hear me and they can play along with me, so on their end, we're having a duet. On my end, I can't hear them because there's too much of a time delay, right? It would be very annoying. So they get the better experience in a lot of ways. But we do have an opportunity. This will be the 5th year this year that we've done a music concert for the Emeritus Music Program. And we have choirs and piano players. We have a mandolin orchestra. I have a guitar ukulele ensemble. So we actually get together in the real world and get to practice and then actually have a concert. Very nice auditorium. And we, in fact, filmed the whole thing and put it up online. I'm actually the video producer as well for the show, so I get to do that. And that's a really nice opportunity for all of our students to get together in the real world, in real time, and get to know each other. So that's been very successful. This will be the 5th year that I've had a guitar ukulele ensemble perform with that, and in fact, I just wrote a arrangement of a Beatles medley for them. So we'll.
I wish you had brought your ukulele today.
I thought about bringing my guitar and doing some songs for you guys, I have to say, because I brought it with me to Vegas. But
that would have sparked much joy.
Yeah. But it's important, I think, if you can have that component, and you can't always, right? Sometimes people are geographically all over the place, and that's the only way to meet is on Zoom, and because I have another cohort that I meet with every couple of weeks, and one is in New York, one's in Florida, and we're not going to get together in the real world. But with our students in San Diego, it really helps to do that and fosters that. What I've been surprised at is how much they're able to engage online. Most of them, and you probably experienced this if you've been on Zoom, will have their cameras on. A few refuse or for some technical reason decide they can't do it. But we do have that feedback, and I always encourage, one of the first things I ask at the beginning of every class and at the end of every class is for questions and also for requests. Because I tell them the request line is always open. In fact, there's a discussion forum on Canvas, and I say, put in there what songs you want to learn, and we'll try and get to it. And we've been doing that. Last week we did Ain't Misbehavin' by the great Fats Waller because one of our students wanted to learn that song. So that's one of the ways that we engage them so that they understand this is their class. This isn't just me pushing information out to you. You're a part of this, and we want your input because this has to be fun for them. This has to be the music that they want to learn. And I'm very gratified when I get the feedback because at the end of each semester, I send out a little detailed questionnaire saying, what did I get right? What can I do better? What songs would you like to learn? What did you like the best out of the class? And so forth. And it's always gratifying to get that feedback from people saying, thank you for the gift of music. This really means a lot to me. So that alone is just worth everything when you get that feedback from students.
Absolutely, absolutely. And one of the overarching themes that I'm hearing today is really coming to the class as an educator, being prepared. You want to make sure that you're ready for that class, but also in your preparation is being open for what you encounter with your students. So I know that it's more fun, it's more effective in any classroom if the teacher is ready, has everything prepared, but can pivot on a dime if they need to, and they need to make any changes. And I think that's something that seems to be very common through all three of us.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things that I discovered early on was that in working with adults, and I've been playing guitar all my life, I have a master's degree in classical guitar, and I know that when you take this up later in life, your fingers just don't move very fast. This is just not something that you've ever done. You've never used your physiology in that way. And so what I discovered early on was that if I just start throwing songs and chord progressions and pieces at these people, they're going to be very frustrated because they just don't have the physical ability to move their hands in the way that they need to do that. So I started creating what I came up with the term finger fluency because everybody needs to have finger fluency. So I call them finger fluency workouts. And I started creating these and would put them up every week. Hey, here's a new finger fluency workout for the left hand, for the right hand, for the flat pick, whatever. Over time, and since COVID, I've gradually gotten this to the point where now it's a 50-page book called Finger Fluency Workouts, and there's another one for the ukulele. And to my delight, kind of surprised, but to my delight, we spend the first half of our 3-hour class, because my classes are 3 hours long, we spend about the first half of our class going through finger fluency workouts. And I'm thinking, doesn't this bore you guys? And they're like, no, man, this is great. We really need this. I get that feedback all the time. Why? Because then by the time we get to the pieces, which we do later in the class, they can move, they can work. Their fingers are agile. So it really helps to understand where they're coming from, not where I came from, because for me it's like, can't you just do this? Well, yeah, you can do that, but not me. So I give them the tools that they need to succeed in doing the things that they want to do, because they don't know when they request a song that, yeah, that's got some hard chords in it. You sure that's what you want to tackle right now, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's also important to remember that all the participants that you're working with, no matter how large they are, I work with mostly small to mid-sized companies that don't have the resources that large companies might have in order to do the interpersonal training to help build cohesive teams, management strategies, leadership skills. And so I work with a lot of executive teams and management teams that might not be very big. There might only be 5, 6 people. Sometimes that's the size of the company even. But I also recognize that no matter how many are in the group that I'm working with, they all have different learning styles. And they all learn in different ways. And we know that working with students in elementary and high school, but it's the same with adults. We carry with us a specific learning style. And so I do set the stage at the beginning, going back to your original question, that we're going to approach this by touching on everybody's learning style, and that we might be hitting on a learning style that you don't appreciate. How many of you are visual learners? Okay, so we have people here who really like to take notes, or have PowerPoint, not death by PowerPoint, but PowerPoint. Flip charting, all that kind of thing is really helpful for them to learn. How many of you are auditory? You just want to sit back and listen and take it all in. You have a couple of those? Yep, usually not so many, so you might sometimes be one of the few, but it's important to know that that's important to you. How many of you are kinesthetic? You need to do something. I like to bring manipulatives with me so that we have fidget gadgets that people can play with. Pipe cleaners is a really inexpensive, really fun one that it's amazing what they come up with. So we need to touch on all of those different kinds of learning styles. And reflective. How many of you want to take a minute and just reflect and write down what you're thinking? Okay, yeah, we need to be thoughtful. We need to, I call that digestion time. Take what you've just learned and how's that going to apply to you. So I tell the group ahead of time, if you're not happy with the activity that we're doing right now, just sit tight in about 10 minutes. Because remember, we said they're a lot like young children and they have a short learning attention span. In about 10 minutes, we'll change that. And it's going to be a different approach that we're going to be using. And so it allows the participants to say, gosh, I hate doing these reflection exercises. It's okay, we'll do small group in about 10 minutes. So they know that it's going to be a variety of approaches, and that we are working toward the benefit of everybody in the room, and not just going to follow the style I like best to facilitate.
Wonderful. I think all of these ideas are just so important and core tenets of creating a great environment, a great culture for your classroom. But really, let's get into the meat of the teaching. What are the strategies for cultivating joy during learning? Either one of you, do you want to go first?
Well, I'm very fortunate that the subject that I get to teach is inherently joyful. If I were, I don't know, teaching calculus, maybe I wouldn't find a way to make it as joyful. I don't know. Maybe it's a little tougher. But music is a lot of fun. And what I find is that people come to the class from diverse backgrounds. Some of them, I just bought this thing, somebody tuned it up for me, show me how to play, to, yeah, I've been playing for 12 years, but I thought I better get back and take some more classes. So I get all kinds of people in the same class. And so one of the challenges, of course, is to tailor the class in such a way that you don't lose people, but you don't bore people at the same time, because you run the risk when you have a diverse population in a class like that of running off of either end. The things that give them joy really are playing the pieces and doing the music. And what I found is that even though the finger fluency exercises that I talked about are challenging, and I can see it in their faces through Zoom sometimes, it's like, oh, that's hard, isn't it? But you know what? At the end of it all, they're like, I'm glad you made me do that. Because one of the things I try to inculcate in my students is the understanding that discipline is freedom. If you discipline yourself so that you really take the time to investigate something thoroughly and really look at how it works and dig into it yourself, then when it comes time to jam, when it comes time to be free, you've got the tools that will allow you to do that. They don't get in the way. So freedom as discipline turns out to be a way of presenting joy to the class, because they love that. And it gets them where they want to be, which is to be able to play music with their friends and have a good time.
Interesting. Discipline is a vehicle to joy.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, unlike Ron, every now and then I will get participants who really don't want to be there. Have any of you been to a required seminar or training session that you really didn't want to ever go? Oh, look, I see lots of hands go up on this one. All right. Well, how did that feel if you had to facilitate that group who were there? I've done, which is unlike many of my colleagues, I have done staff in services in schools in a variety of different types of schools and situations. And I know that there are some people there because that's what they're supposed to do on Institute Day, okay? So how do you engage them? Sometimes you don't. Sometimes they're just going to take up a chair and you let them know that's okay. And they'll get something from it even though they don't admit it. They're just in the room. They'll absorb something. But I think it's also important to understand that in adult learning, having fun is an important piece. I presented a proposal, I'll remember this as clear as a bell forever, to a superintendent who I knew pretty well. And we were talking about an in-service I was going to do in his school district. And so he asked me, of course, what the content was going to be, the objectives, and how long it was going to take, and on and on. So I responded to all of his inquiries. And then I said to him at the end, I said, I just want to let you know, Mr. Superintendent or Dr. Superintendent, that if you happen to walk by the room while we're doing the session and you hear laughter and you hear chatter and you hear lots of activity going on, please know that we're taking this very seriously because I know, just like children, adults learn best when they're having fun. And so I try to make sure that a part of what we do is fun. And that's one of the expectations I always add to that list at the beginning of the class. Because in setting that tone, I want them to understand we're going to do some activities that are fun, but there's a purpose to them. And I think along with that, blending in some humor is always helpful. And when I do that, we know that if you tell a story or if you use an example that's an extreme, people kind of go, this is like way out there. Let them know this is an extreme example. And I'm not making fun of anybody or anything. We're just having fun with this. And that immediately relieves them to know that I'm not going to ridicule anybody. I'm not going to point somebody out of the audience. And I'm not going to make fun of anything they've done or said. But might take something they've said and turn it into something funny. And what are they going to remember better? What we said that was funny or the statement that the other person made? So those are the kinds of things that I think, change the tone and bring it back to an interactive and learning mode.
Absolutely. Having fun in the classroom is one of the most important things.
I have to say one of the things about Zoom is if they've got their camera on, if I make a joke, and I do this occasionally, I'll say something, and I know it's funny, but I'm looking to see if anybody gets it. And I feel very gratified when I say, oh, they got that. Yeah, so it was worth it, right?
Absolutely. And I would actually encourage everybody in the room to look up Dr. Erin Burgoon, Burgoon. Their entire framework is cultivating joy. And they came up with the 4 C's of creating joy, and it's something that I take into my classroom and with each of my lessons. Those 4 C's are confidence, creativity, connection, and curiosity. And not only do you want to bring that, all 4 of those into your classroom, but also you can bring that to your own day. We can have micro moments of each one of those, micro moments of curiosity, micro moments of creativity. But if we can present opportunities within the classroom, but also exercises, we're talking about making learning interactive, making sure people are having fun. For me, it's easy to keep those 4 C's as kind of my guiding star because I know what I'm aiming for. I know I want them to either be interactive with each other, building community, or I want them to come up with creative answers. Anything flies. It's fine. Let's go. Or connection. We're all connecting with each other. If you can be relatable, if you can find a friend in the room, anything like that. So I use those 4 C's a lot as my North Star to a lot of my interactions with students. And that brings us also to laughter and engagement. We're all talking about how do we get people to not only have a memorable experience, but enjoy what they're doing. I also want to circle back what I said in the beginning. As adult learners, I want to celebrate students being there because they chose to take their personal dollars and their personal time to either learn a new skill or come to, something that they know that they're lacking. In your case, Anna, it's very interesting because sometimes they're made to be there. But I would really love your perspective on somebody, well, you were talking about somebody who doesn't want to be in the room. How do you connect with them?
We're looking at 3:30 in the afternoon here. Well, at least at Las Vegas time. It's a lot later than that in Chicago where I'm at home. But it's kind of our slump time of the day, right? And so reading your audience is really important. When you see them become disengaged, you can tell, as Ron showed us earlier, by body language what's going on. So I like to oftentimes just stop and we'll take kind of a little physical mental break. And I'm going to ask you to do this right now. Turn to a person next to you in groups of no more than 3, okay, either partners or trios. And share with them one thing that any of us up here said that resonated with you that you either do or you'd like to try. So we're only going to take 2 minutes to do this, so you have to make sure you give your partner time to talk, okay? So turn to someone and share with them what you've just learned or heard that you like.
I feel like we should have the Jeopardy music on now.
I want to be a fly on the wall to each one of these conversations. It's they, them, Erin, E-R-I-N, Burgoon, B-U-R-G-O-O-N.
Okay, got 1 more minute. Okay, time's up. You may be seated. If you've moved from your original place, or you can stay where you're comfortable. If you're standing up and like that, you can do that too. Okay, now, the fun part about that is before we started this activity, the energy in the room wasn't very energized. As you were talking, when you first started talking, it was still a little quiet. The longer you talked, the higher the volume got of the energy in the room that kept climbing. Do you feel a little more energized after you had a chance to talk a little bit? Share your thoughts. What was in your head now is verbalized, and you shared that with, you probably might have even learned something from someone else in your conversations. So this is an opportunity to kind of think, pair, share, where you share with somebody what you're thinking, and they can learn from your thoughts and what you've said as well as from what we're doing as a group. So I always like to read the group, find out where their energy level is, and maybe take that time to build the energy again by just taking a couple minutes to verbalize what you've got going on, circulating and grinding away up here.
I love that. I really love that exercise because even from here we can kind of hear what you guys are talking about, and it energizes us as well. But to springboard off of that exercise, another one of the core tenets of creating joy in adult learning is leaving students with the excitement to practice what they've just been taught. What are some actionable things that they can go home with? And it looks like you each identified some things that you can go out and you can take into your classroom or whatever that learning environment is that you're involved in. I loved hearing it. But please, let's leave the group with some actionable takeaways that they can then pass on to their students.
One of the things I do at the very beginning of every semester is I have a sheet that I give them through Canvas that says what to practice every day so they know what they're supposed to be doing. Because if you give people direction, if you help them understand this is how you go about practicing and this is what your goal should be in practicing, and give them the tools. Explain to them how metronomes work, for example, and the fact that it can be useful to gauge your progress by the numbers. Things like that. Then when they go to practice, they're not just like, I don't know what to do first. And I warn them at the very beginning of the semester, working with me is like drinking from a fire hose, because I'm going to throw a lot of stuff at you. Don't feel like you have to play all of it. I'm giving you a repertoire you can keep for the rest of your life. And every week I'm going to give you new pieces. But don't feel like you have to play everything perfectly. That's not the way this works. I just want you to have the opportunity to be exposed to a lot of music and to pick and choose the things that really speak to your heart and then put the time into those. And I've found that between the, like I say, getting them prepared to play and then giving them the actual music to play, they come back and they love it. They have accomplished something. And I make sure that everybody understands they're free to ask questions, and they do that. They interrupt. They'll say, Ron, I don't understand when you do this, what's happening with your thumb? And then I'll turn around and hold my hand up to the microphone, to the camera so that they can see it. But being able to just engage with them that way. The other thing about it is making everybody feel noticed, making everybody feel like, oh, he knows who I am. So I'd never start a class without going through and personally greeting each person by name, however many people there are in the class. And if they're from another country, I have 2 Japanese students, I always say, Ohayo gozaimasu, or konnichiwa. I had a Russian student for a while, I said Dobry Utra, which is good morning in Russian. So just that tiny little bit makes them feel like, oh, he sees me, he knows me. And they're more apt to really kind of enjoy the class in that way because they feel like they're a part of something.
I really enjoyed that. Thank you.
I think we've all learned that practice makes perfect, and that there are skills that we can learn, and even in soft skill training, there are some skills that we can acquire. And one of my sessions, I oftentimes teach students to use I statements. It's a great opportunity to talk about conflict resolution and how you keep on track to the issue. And I'll explain what an I statement is, and for those of you who have gone, I think I know, it's when you put yourself first. I like being able to be interactive when I'm with a group of people. So it's where I'm at, and I state that. I never say, you weren't participating, I don't think you like this activity. That's a blame statement. So we talk a lot about I statements, and people go, okay, I get that, but they've never done it before. And so I actually have them think of an I statement that they would like to use. And then I have them write it down. So now they've done a couple of mobilities. They've thought about it, they've wrote it down, they've said it, and then I have them get up and practice it and use it with someone else so that they now can make it. And I have them do it 3 times because the first time it's a little rough. Second time is better. By the 3rd time, it just flows off. And it becomes easy for them. And so being able to allow time in your adult learning situations to let the students or the participants practice what it is you're trying to get across. If they can't take what they're learning and find a way to apply it, they're never going to use it. They're going to take their notes from this session, drop it in a file drawer, and say, that was a neat day. And that's the last they'll look at it.
Absolutely. And unfortunately, I don't have the pleasure of teaching something as fun as Ron. I'm in finance. Sometimes that's boring. But one of the things that we really try to provide to our students when we're talking about actionable items is we have not only a workbook to go along with our course, but we have a checklist within that workbook. We are actually building things that each student is doing for themselves. So it's very customized as we're going through the course. And at the end of the course, that checklist then becomes what we call their investment thesis. So I don't know if you guys have ever heard of that statement or that phrase. Investment thesis is what you can then go out and talk to financial advisors, CPAs, your financial partners that you're working with and say, this is who I am. This is what is important to me. This is what my expectations are. And this is how I'd like to work with somebody. Are we a good fit? And do you understand what my needs are as your client? And that investment thesis, and it can even be a physical piece of paper because, once again, they've just written this all down. They can then go out and take that to any professional. And that professional is going to have a set of instructions in front of them that is going to make working together so much more streamlined and effective. I love providing that to our students because without that, how are you supposed to go out and talk to somebody, be like, I just want to know if we vibe? I'm not sure that's the way to go interview somebody who's going to be working with your money. So we really get a tangible asset that they can go out with. And that's one of my takeaways for students in High Net Worth Women Institute, is they can then go out and really be more targeted and effective in their financial journey. Now, we want to open it up. We only have a couple more minutes, so we wanted to open the floor up to any questions that anybody has. Anybody have any questions? Just raise your hand. Or any comments for us. Did anybody really resonate with anything that we said, or not resonate with anything we said? Please. We're all just kids at heart. Perfect. All right. Well, that's all the time we have. Thank you guys so much. We really enjoyed speaking with you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Hannah and our other moderators. Let's give them another round of applause. All right. That was very enriching, and I'm sure we have all learned a lot from that. All right, the books we read influence the way we think, the values we uphold, and the leaders we become. In this fireside chat, stories that shape us, using literature to build the next generation of leaders, our speakers will discuss the role of literature in leadership development, the importance of diverse narratives, and how educators can use storytelling as a tool to shape tomorrow's changemakers. Let's welcome our panelists, Taylor Mason, CEO and founder of Edifying Consulting, and Dr. Doug Loughborough III, President and CEO of Higher Level Leadership, and Dr. Shannon McCarty, VP Learning and Instruction, Calbright College, as they lead us through this conversation. Let's give them a round of applause. Welcome to the stage. Welcome, welcome.
All right. There we go. All right, we're on. All right. Well, why don't we introduce ourselves?
Why not?
I'll start.
Why not?
Hello, everyone. Great seeing you. My name is Dr. Doug Loughborough III, but I go by Dr. Luff. I'm the president and CEO of Higher Level Leadership. We're a first-in-class speaking, consulting, and coaching company, and I'm glad to be a part of the panel.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Just understand this is not going to be your traditional panel discussion. You know, we're going to all be moderators here. We're going to make sure we have a little fun with this because we understand it's the end of the day. So we do ask you to do a little activity. It might just be talking to your neighbor, but we're going to make this as fun as possible. Yes. But once again, my name is Taylor Mason. I am the CEO and founder of Edify Consulting, a business improvement and professional development company, and I'm happy to be here today.
Awesome, wonderful. And I'm Shannon McCarty. I'm Vice President of Learning and Instruction at Calbright College, and I am going to just add to what my panelist, my co-panelist said, but love to make this interactive. It is all about literature, and I feel like the best thing we can do is leave each other with a book. Might be something that either we're sharing or great to learn from you as well. So trying to make this as interactive. I know it's late in the day. We'll try to bring some energy. Have lots of questions for you, but please look forward to the conversation.
Me too. Okay, so since we have two wonderful doctors here, I'm interested to pick your brains, you guys. I mean, I'm going to talk to in and out, but, you know, let's do this. So you guys have been in your career field for a while now. So what would you say is a piece of literature that has actually shaped your career progression?
Well, I'm in the personal development space, and you know, that genre of literature really speaks to me. You know, to win friends and influence people, you know, and even folks that have been in the industry, personal development industry, that have written a lot of books. And one of my favorite books in going through college was, I don't know if anyone ever heard of Les Brown. Well, Les Brown had a great book that I just, from page one to the end of every single piece of it, really spoke to me. And I came alive reading that book. You know, I really came alive reading that book. And, you know, I'm hoping we'll also we'll move into kind of like young people, you know. I work with a lot of young people who are intimidated to write. You know, and as we move into talking about storytelling, one of the great ways to move young people is by getting them to understand and value the power of their story. The more trouble they've been through, the greater the story, the greater the impact. And so, and same for me. You know, I wrote a book, and it's called Watch Me Rise. You know, from the streets of despair to the halls of the Ivy League. And when I did that, it just something clicked in me. And so, you know, I really want to encourage the educators in the room, if you're working with young people, how important it is to get them to tell their story, and that their story has value. And I'll talk, but I'll just leave it there for now.
Oh no, thank you. That was a beautiful and amazing answer. Thank you for that. So if I just had to add a little piece to that, for me, if I'm being 100% honest, of course, when we all went to high school, they made it a requirement for us to read books. I won't even lie to you guys. Initially, I was not a big book reader. Like, I had to find me books that were interesting to me. But what I learned as I was matriculating through my educational journey is that when I was working on my master's degree, it was very important for me to read. And the reason why I say that is because it provided real-life scenarios on how you should handle business operational processes, which is what I work in now. I work for the city where I do a lot of data analysis, and I work in logistics. So, of course, understanding, okay, on a day-to-day basis, this is how operations should run, and this is how effective you're supposed to be, especially being in a supervisory role. I learned all that from reading and having mentors. So that's why I value reading so much now, and I make sure I tell people, like, hey, find you a favorite book. It doesn't have to be Lord of the Flies. It doesn't have to be a hard book. It can be something that you feel like is educational to you, that entertains you. Whatever it tickles your fancy, get that book, read that book, and make sure you learn something from it.
I love that answer. That's really awesome. I would say I probably came into a leadership role. You know, I started out as first and foremost an educator. So I started teaching high school, moved into community college, and have been a faculty member, and then was offered an opportunity to step into a leadership role. And so I didn't see myself as necessarily a traditional leader. And so I actually reached to, which I think many people have in their leadership career, is to Brene Brown and Daring Greatly, and really thinking about, you know, how do I want to show up as a leader? And also being, I saw a lot of female leaders ahead of me who tend to be, I would call, aggressive in nature. And so some of the advice I was given is you will also need to show up and be aggressive. And I was like, it's really not me or my personality. I'm much more collaborative, communicative. I really care about people and making connections. And so I think when I read Daring Greatly, it was really about how to still care and invest in people and invest in other people seeing the best of themselves, but without having to be overly aggressive, and doing it from a place of, I would say, real care and concern. So that actually had a really big impact. And then my other book that I love and embrace is Becoming by Michelle Obama. And I really loved how she spoke about being authentically herself, even in difficult situations. And so that is something I've also really tried to be, and try to be a very transparent leader, but also just try to show up with authenticity as well. So those are, I would say, in the early stages of my career, 2 books. But then I do think as we grow and change, I think the books that influence us also grow and change. So I'll throw it back over to you, Taylor, because I don't think you gave us a book exactly. But is there a book that perhaps as your trajectory has changed that has also informed your growth?
As my trajectory has changed, I would say I prefer autobiographies. And I say that because they're a really good read. And especially when they're starting to discuss how they were able to bring together a mass body of people and educate people, and they were able to change the game. That's essentially what I'm trying to do. And that's why I thought working for the city of Baltimore, I came in with the mindset of, I want to change the way we do things, which eventually transferred over to my business, which is why my sister and I, who's our educational specialist, she helps me to write curriculums that educate students in ways than just the PowerPoint. It educates students in ways that they actually need these skills, these soft skills, being able to effectively communicate, being able to manage their time, manage their stress, manage mental health. So reading and doing these different things has helped me to be a better, not only business owner, but also a better division chief for the city of Baltimore.
I want to just piggyback on the autobiographies. You know, when I was growing up, you know, I really wanted to read about people, like in school I didn't learn about people who were like me. You know, what didn't happen at school, it happened on my own time. You know, it happened actually when I went to college. But before then, I didn't enjoy reading or literature because I couldn't identify with any of the characters in the books. And unfortunately, I wasn't. But in college, I started to take an interest in that. And it was a sense of empowerment and kind of like this reflection that comes upon you that says, you know what? If this person's doing it, then maybe I can do that. But I needed to see someone that looked like me. I needed to see someone that went through the same community I did. Otherwise, it was just, I felt like it was a task and not a calling.
I agree with you there. Anybody out there have any favorite books that I can add to my list? Oh, I see a hand back there. What's your favorite book? Anybody else? I know he's not the only person in the room that's reading. All right. What about you? No, you. Yes.
Yep.
Thank you. Oh, I see a few hands over there.
don't read them all completely, sit down and read it. I look at it and what do I need from this book that I need to know right now? So I go highlight, not highlight anymore because they disappear. So now I grab a pen and I do that. So sometimes I just go back and open my book and I don't have to read it again. I just go at the whole point that it is. But Positioning is a very good book. As I said, not only for those in leadership, but not only for those entrepreneurs, but it is also for us who care about who you are and how you want other people to be. So,
Can we get the middle table?
Oh, yeah, we do. We're seeing more hands. You want to answer his question? Or you want to ask? Oh. Yeah, thank you for that. Now let's answer your amazing question right there. Go for it.
Mr. Superintendent?
Yes.
Thank you for your for being here, and thanks for your question. You know, as a former school board member in one of the largest elementary school districts in San Diego, Chula Vista Elementary School District. The great power that you have as a superintendent is that you can create change with the support of your board. And so I think that's the first thing I want to share is that change starts, and you know this, but change starts with you. And for you to go and say, like, why are they reading these books? And the greatest form of education is to empower kids to develop their true lifelong learning and their self-preservation through literature. So you have the power to make that happen. And the other thing is, the second piece of that is find out what interests the kids. Let's find out what interests the kids and then get those books in their hands, because we know that's going to help attendance. We know that's going to help with behavior. We know that that's going to give them that round view where they really are part of the school and not the school just being around them. That's actually kind of the first thing I thought about is there are a lot of school districts in California where that's not happening. But it's a strong correlation between superintendents who just, they're not there for the check, right? They're not there for the 2 to 3 years and then go to another district. They're like, I'm going to create change while I'm here. They actually become the trailblazers because they're not comfortable with the status quo. And so as you go back to your district, really empowering educators within your district to think about, what are the books that we need to put in these kids' hands that'll make them feel more a part of the community and less outside of the community?
And I would add to that, I would just say actually probably involving the community, just because then you are really looking at like the demographics of your community and understanding how to best serve. And I'm sure you know that as a superintendent, right? So making sure that you're really thinking about the stakeholders and then also inviting students in, because I'm sure that they are tired of the old same repetitive stories that they cannot relate to.
Exactly. They are saying it best, okay? I'm going to say it's because they're fearful. And I say that because I've worked with a number of different superintendents. They would love to try new ideas. We developed an entrepreneurship summit that we wanted to implement at Christiana High School. She wanted to do it, but it's the fact that they weren't sure of, okay, the logistics of it. They weren't sure of, okay, well, how can we properly implement it? But once you start introducing things like, hey, let's try a pilot program where let's use 10 kids. Let's try this book out on them and see, what do they learn from it? Do they grasp anything from it? Is it actually something that's relatable? And I think that's something that we get away from when it comes to education, is because we forget that what we're teaching has to be relatable to our audience. And if it's not relatable, people are going to be bored. People are going to be on their phone. People are going to be looking away. They're going to be looking at everything else they can do. And that's why we've developed a style where we can educate people, whether it's an adult, a high school student, middle school student, that entertains them and they're actually learning and walking away with something. And that's why we always make sure we connect it back to literature. Because what sense does it make to read a book from 2010 and it's 2025?
Come on.
That's not relatable to me. That's not impactful to me. So I know I said that they're fearful, they're scared. It's okay, because, you know, that's why people like us, we can come in, have those conversations and say, hey, let's try this out. Let's see if this works.
And the last piece of this.
Oh, go for it.
This one really got me.
Yeah, passion. I love it.
But the other thing is, like, you know, we are in an era where we need to be brave. I mean, most of the books that most of your students would probably like are being banned or have been banned. That doesn't mean that they can't still read it. That doesn't mean that there's not ways to cultivate a community where students don't feel like they can't read certain things. Like, that's ridiculous. They can read whatever they want. And the leadership in the school, and it starts with the school board. I'll talk to your school board members, even if I'm not from that community, because we're definitely, you know, we're talking about a teacher crisis. We're also in a student crisis. More kids would rather stay home and not, instead of participating in the school. A fellow panel member that served with me earlier today, he said this to me, and I'm like, you know, you're right. He goes, you know, we used to talk about the school to prison pipeline. Now we're talking about the school as a prison pipeline, you know, with where we are. And it takes bold, courageous leadership from our superintendents and our school boards and our staff. And I just choose to believe that those folks that are bold and say what needs to be said, in a respectful way, of course. I know that there's a political environment, but you always have a job. There will always be a district that wants someone like, not you, but pejoratively, in their district and running their district with their schools. Dr. Alex?
I know we had a librarian, but I didn't have a relationship with them. And that probably would have pushed me to read more if I did have a relationship with a librarian, because I could have expressed to them, like, hey, this is what I'm thinking about doing after I graduate high school. What would be a good read for me? So that's a good point.
Dr. Alex, I didn't have a great relationship with the librarian, but what I admired about the librarian was their love for books. Like, even though I didn't, you know them like that, they loved being in the library. And they were a wealth of information if you went in there.
And I would just say at the college I work at, we actually have an open education resource librarian. And so just trying to put kind of a new spin on a traditional role, but really making sure that anything that we bring into the classroom is current, relevant, and also free. So Love my librarian. And I also saw a hand raised over here.
That's right.
Like
That's
it.
right.
That's the.
No.
We could throw that out to the audience as well. I don't know if we
You
know.
mean like a company? Right. So they're I don't work for this company, so I feel I'm like gonna throw. If you want to know the name, come talk to me after. But there's a company that specializes in digital books that students can read, and it's specifically related to the genres are around their lived experience. So if they grew up in the inner city, you know, and they grew up around a certain population of people, this company has books that they could read all day within their readability level, and they can do it, you know, on their own, and provides, you know, scaling on for them to read. I know you've heard of what's it called in LA? It was a movie. What's it called? It's escaping me. The writers group.
Freedom
Riders. And the concept, you know, is simple yet brilliant. It took a bunch of inner city kids who did not feel that they could write at all, and they started with their story, and now like all of them are authors. They're all writing their books. Their lives were transformed by the ability of healing through the process of what they wrote. The thing I want to talk about is I call it writing circles. But usually you can do all these things outside of the school too. Like you could have book clubs, the student-led book clubs about certain books that they want to read that they do on their own outside of school or right after school. Develop their own after-school program, reading a book that was banned. Like that's powerful. A reading group where we encourage kids to tell their story, and then you know, with technology they could even speak it and then have it translate. And then the great thing is the essence is to tell the story. They don't have to worry about the grammar and all of that. Though those things they should know, but they don't have to worry about that. We have tools that can do that. The essence is the story. The essence is their experience that no one in this room can match. because our stories are unique to ourselves. The goal is many of us, the challenge is many of us don't ever tell them.
I saw your hand pop up. Yes, ma'am. Oh, sure. Can she share her response real quick? And then we'll come right back.
I do work for Hidden Achievement. Does anybody know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So many programs, workbooks will be searching for that because they're not only teach the kids, but there are activities on it. And remember, every program, everything that we have in achievement is free. And then we can literally, I mean, we do after, we just don't work with the school. We also work with the after school program. There's so many programs you can go to the website .org and you find it. Really, it's so much material. This is a nonprofit over 100 years, so it's nothing that it was just built. No, we're just going more, better our program and also adding different programs. But I will give you my business card to go over it.
A question from the back.
So I will say, from my perspective, working in the school districts, unfortunately, I'm not going to say we're going to get all the way away from books. I will never say that. But I will say, teaching this next generation of students, what I learned is they learn better from actually, I know they're always on their phone, but working on apps or like working on their phone or working on their iPad. I've learned that they get more enjoyment out of that if they can get educated through that way. And so, which has pushed me as a consulting company to find an app developer so that we can develop more apps to educate students on things like, okay, financial literacy, credit card management, things like that. So that's where it gets in between, because it's like you really want to be able to educate students in a way that, like I said, is relatable, but you also want to make sure you understand and you stick with the foundation of where education started at. And that started with books. That started with, making it a requirement to read, 2 or 3 books over the summertime before you came back to school. So that's just my perspective, but I'm interested to hear yours.
Well, I live and work in the online space, and so I would say that we do a really good blend of making sure that students have access, and these are adult students 25 plus that don't have any, they may or may not have a high school diploma, but they have no college experience. And so we do leverage lots of different media just because it's more important, I think, for access and interest and motivation for these students than it is to make sure that they're having like a PDF or a textbook in front of them. So we try to vary the media, but then also making sure that there are transcripts. So there's always audio, video, and transcripts available for students.
I would just say, I think it depends. I think it depends. I think of my children, and some are more geared towards nonfiction than fiction, and then vice versa. And I think that's the beauty of it, is that it's not one or the other. It's what relates to you most, is what I would say.
What I was going to say, it's very dependent on the education level. And I say that because, somebody can be, I'm just giving this as an example. Somebody can be in the 8th grade. They can read Lord of the Flies, understand it completely from the beginning to the end. Somebody else might read the book and have to reread the sentence 5 different times just so that they can understand it. So that's why I can't really say, oh yes, it's definitely nonfiction or fiction. From what I've seen, it's really just dependent on the student. And so I will say I had one student I was working with, and we were reading through a book, they were reading through a book, and they had some questions like, hey, can you break this down for me? Because I'm not fully understanding what this means, but I've reread it a few times. So I would just say it's just being able to break down the understanding of what these books are actually saying so that it's actually relatable to the student. That's just my perspective, excuse me.
I think all great points. The only thing I would add is I think that any opportunity to kind of differentiate is always the goal, right? So it's trying to put as many perspectives in front of students as possible. I do think that you can learn as much from nonfiction as fiction, but I really think it's probably whatever we can put in front of them and create that engagement and motivation for students to learn is the best opportunity. So.
Anybody else have questions? Anything? Nothing burning anybody's soul they want to ask?
Dr. Alex?
It is something to think about because when they asked in the last session who was a visual learner, guess who raised their hand? Me, okay? But nowadays you don't find too many books that have pictures in it. It's just all words. And unfortunately, like I said, I mentioned earlier, it's hard for me to read certain books only because of the fact that you mentioned it, he mentioned it about the physical anatomy of the body. I suffer from seizures. So for me, like that affects the frontal part of my brain. So when I do read, sometimes it takes me like a second or a third time to reread it for me to actually understand it, absorb it, and be able to reiterate what I learned from what I just read. So I think the whole dynamics of the way that we are in the education realm is going to continue to change. It's going to continue to progress. It's just as long as we stay ahead of the game and not be so scared about implementing things that are different from what we're used to, I think we're going to be successful with all the students out here.
I'm going to plug a book because it made me think about that. But I don't know if anybody has read Think Again by Adam Grant, but it really talks about how leaders have to show up with humility. I mean, it's very easy as a leader, if you've been in your role for a long time, to be like, know the answers, we've done this before, we can do it again, and you don't really necessarily lead with curiosity. And so the book is really about how do you as a leader show up with humility and engage in conversations and asking good questions, because we are going to have tough problems ahead and we really do need to rethink how we address them. But then also engaging like your team members and your collective community, and also having to be critical thinkers and problem solvers, because I do think in the generation that we are facing and in the near future and lots of other things on the horizon, we're going to have to be able to rethink and even in how we educate. So it's a great opportunity to think about innovation and opportunities in front of us.
Yes,
sir. Oh,
Can hear a pen drop.
That's a great question. I mean, definitely have thought about it. I think the challenge is do you lean into the technology or do you lean away from the technology? And I think that's something you always struggle with, right? Because there is opportunity. Again, I live in the online space, and so how do you bring learners back, especially adult learners with busy lives and varying expectations in their lives, back to the classroom, so to speak, so they can learn and engage in complete programs. And so it's like, do you lean into the nudges that you can get on your phone to make them go and do, or encourage them to come back? Do you engage them through media, because you know that does equate to some level of motivation and grit that we all have when we check our TikToks and Instagrams and everything else that exists. So I think that's the question, right? Like, I agree with you. I agree. I love how you said the foundation of creativity and the world that we build. Beautiful, well stated. My question always is, do we lean away or do we lean into it?
Yeah, I was struggling with how to answer that way in a way that's practical, and then I thought about my kids. There has to be a cutoff time. Well, there has to be a safe place where we can say, hey, for this activity or for the next hour, 2 hours, phones are going away. And here's why. And then we need to inspire them with why their phones are going away. But there has to be that kind of like bold statement that says, with what you're going to do right now, phones are going away, and here's the reason why. And the why has to be big enough where the young people are like, yeah, I can do that, you know. And the reason I share that is because I'm having the hardest time taking the phone away from my 14-year-old when it's time to go to bed. I literally have to take her phone and put all my kids' phones in a box and put it in our bedroom, and then take my wife's phone away and put it in the bed, because we're so used to, you know, going to sleep online, especially our kids. And unless you have it locked down, which I commend you, but I'm still struggling with that. So as you apply it to your question, phones need to go away. They can go in a bin, lock. There could be a reward for putting them there, but they're going to get distracted. This question here, and I think, one more question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for engaging with us.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much to our speakers for enlightening with your diverse viewpoints. All right, so talent development isn't just about academic achievement. It's about mentorship, opportunity, and a mindset that encourages growth. But how do we identify high potential individuals? And more importantly, how do we ensure that they have the right support to reach their full potential? This panel on how do you develop high potential talent will examine strategies for spotting and nurturing high achieving students, the role of mentorship in talent development, and how schools and institutions can create environments that inspire ambition and innovation. Join us for this insightful discussion are our esteemed moderator, Dr. Faye Obam-Hinty, President of Revere LLC, and our panelists. Let's give him a round of applause. All right, take it away.
Okay, we are the last group, and we promised we brought our energy because we know right now the brain is clocked at maybe 10. 10 being totally checked out. But we promise we brought our energy with us. Okay. My name is Dr. Faye, and that's my professional name, by the way. So my full name is Faye Obam-Hinty, but professionally, they call me Dr. Faye. Before my doctoral in 2014, I was Mrs. O, just because that was the short form. So it's an honor again to be with you today with my esteemed colleagues, and we're going to dive into how to develop high potential talent. Now, we know not just in education, whether that's sports, whether that's manufacturing, whether that's technology, whether that's journalism, whether that's government, everyone is looking for high potential talent. No one goes out and hires a zero talent, right? The thing is, the challenge that we have is the demand is high because everyone is wanting the same high potential talent. So the problem that we're going to try to discuss here, and we'll take questions at the end, is how do we increase that supply? Because right now we know the demand is high, but how can we increase the supply of high potential talent? I'm going to let each one of my esteemed colleagues introduce themselves, beginning right here, Ms. Polk, Mr. Hitchcock, Mr. Barron, and Dr. Paddy, and each one introduce themselves, then come back, give you a little introduction about myself, and we'll get started. I'll give you the framework of what we're going to work with, and then we'll get started. Take it away.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lisa Polk. My leadership landscape spans several different areas. So I've been in early childhood for 30 years, and so I have done consulting in helping individuals start child care centers from the ground up and recruiting and hiring their staff from directors down to teachers. I also help to manage 3 child care centers that are south of the city of Atlanta. So I hire and recruit the staffing across our buildings. In addition, I am a trainer, so I actually do leadership training across the early childhood industry. And within my nonprofit, I also help recruit and train all of the facilitators and new implementation partners for a grant project that I facilitate.
Hello, my name is Greg Hitchcock. I'm one of the people that have perspectives outside of the education field. My career has been in journalism and media, but I have trained in newsrooms, reporters and editors and other staff that I need to perform the functions of our local media. I've been working all across the country, and one of my beats have been in education. So I've been talking to teachers and professors, students, and superintendents. And I got my start like almost 30 years ago, and still going strong. So that's me.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm David Barron. I'm the Vice President of Enrollment Management at the University of Texas at Tyler. I have 25 plus years in higher education. I stopped counting at 25 for that. But in the last 15 years, I've had the privilege of leading 3 public institutions in major university systems, University of Oklahoma, University of Georgia, University of Texas, to their highest enrollments in institutional history. A lot of that is team building. I took on some opportunities that were what I would call dumpster fires in the industry. Had to turn those around, train, develop staff, employees to be successful in their careers, and have done so where many of my former employees are now directors or associate vice presidents in admissions and enrollment management as well. So really invested in higher education with a brief stint working with IBM for about 5 years.
Hi, I'm Dr. Janet Paddy, and I come to you with a history with of many years in education. As you can tell, as I always say, I've been there for more than a minute. And in those years that I've had such opportunity to teach all grade levels, starting from pre-K to high school and university. My early years were, or my first 25 years, were in K-12 education, or pre-K-12 education. And then in the last 23 years, I worked with aspiring educators, aspiring school leaders, and Hunter College at the CUNY City of University of New York to talk to this gentleman. I love to talk about higher ed. I am really excited to be here because my background is really in bringing emotional intelligence into the training of administrators. Teachers are getting it through the movement in social and emotional learning now. How many of you are familiar with social and emotional learning in the schools? Okay, so quite a few hands went up. 10 years ago, no one would have raised their hands. So I'm very proud to say that I was at the beginning of the movement to bring SEL into school. So I live in that world, knowing now that we need to work with adults who are leaders to be able to move everything forward, and to get that best talent, we'll get there.
Thank you. Okay, so a little bit about myself. And by the way, I will say for each one of our panelists, you can find out more information about Ms. Polk. I think she's on page 44. Mr. Hitchcock is on page 41. Mr. Barron, you're on page 37. And Dr. Paddy, you're on page 42. And you can learn more about me on page 39. So, once an educator, always an educator. And one way or the other, we're going to tackle 3 questions. And after each question, we're going to give each one together. We'll give you opportunity to kind of share among yourself at your table, or if you want to get up, talk to someone that you're yet to talk with. How does that look like where you are? So, as you heard, represented on this panel, we have 7 different industries. We have manufacturing, we have journalism, military, K-12 education, higher education, early childhood, care providing, mental wellness. So that's a wide range. So they'll be sharing with you as they answer the questions that we've prepared for you today. Some of their perspective, their expertise, but also we want to give you, because it's engaging, we want to give you the opportunity at your tables. How does that look like for you? Because we, never make assumptions. That's one of the key things. It might look differently for you, and we want you to be able to engage and talk through that. So let's begin. We have 3 sets of questions. We'll take questions at the end, so just hold on to those questions. So question 1, and I'll begin. We'll do the first round of questions, beginning from Ms. Polk. When we do the second round of questions, we'll start from Ms. Paddy, being fair, so that everyone has, the same opportunity there. So question 1, what are the strategies that you have found in your profession that is the most effective in identifying and nurturing high potential talents?
So the environment that just a brief demographic, the area that I work in is a very under-resourced area, food desert, failing elementary schools. And so if we think about the teaching pool for early childhood that is in that demographic, it will be a lot different than in a more affluent area. The demographic will look a lot different. So we've had to be very creative in actually attracting our teachers and then keeping them. And so some of the things that we do is, it's kind of like Frank said earlier, you have to design the experience. And the biggest thing is just understanding the backpacks of the teaching pool that are in our area. So if you're in a trauma-filled area, a lot of your teaching pool are going to have that same trauma, very similar in their backpack. So understanding that backpack and what it looks like. And the Frank Porter Graham Institute out of North Carolina states that just the overall turnover rate for early childhood is 30%. But we all know that can be higher in areas. So even in the area that I work in, it's at least 50%. And sometimes it has been as high as 80%, depending on what was going on at the time. So we try to, we stack those skills. So we stack it. So we stack the expertise so that we lead as a team, which is one of the innovative strategies that I'll say for our last question. But we have 4 different leaders, and so each leader has a different skill, and so they're getting touched many more times in that coaching and mentoring than they would with just one person being their mentor or one person being their coach. We also do life skill training for them. We also do provide counseling for them if they need it, paid for by the organization, life coaching, not necessarily counseling, but life coaching. So we try to be very transparent with them, and we use a lot of video for them as well to coach with so that they can actually see what we see. As we're watching the classrooms, then that actually has been the biggest influence for us. But we've also made a change in our policy. So we don't have a probationary period. It is because that tends to be punitive. So we don't have that. Yeah.
Mr. Hitchcock?
Well, I would have to say I spot a high potential talent by the fact that they have to have curiosity in my field, in any field anyway. I mean, you could be in science, you could be in education. You have to have that natural instinct for curiosity. I grew up learning from my grandmother. She taught me a lot of stories around the living room, and I was so questionable about life. Has anybody asked when they were little kids, you know, little girls or boys, have anybody asked or wondered why the sky was blue? or why there were so many butterflies in that field? You know, we collect butterflies. We examine the world. And so also I want to say that, you know, talent doesn't grow in a vacuum. You have to like build a team around that talent, because without that effective team, that talent would wither. I mean, I've seen it in the newsroom. You take one apple that's not as ripe as the others, and that talent will wither. So that talent, when I was growing up in Gloversville, New York, which is a little bit west of Albany, New York, upstate, it was called the foothills of the Adirondacks. And close to that was a village called Lake Placid. I don't know if anybody's heard of Lake Placid. And so I don't know if anybody's seen that movie Miracle. It's a Disney movie. How many have seen it? Anybody seen that movie? Yeah. So it's a story about this coach that's, you know, has all these hockey players that are so high potential, but they can't work together. So Coach Herb Brooks brought that all up the individual talents, and they worked a team over a common goal of beating the Soviet Union in the 1980 Olympics. And so that's what we need to do. We need to build an effective team around our individual talents so they can all grow together.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Barron.
A lot of my experience is dealing with maybe some failed systems or some bad situations at different universities, and pulling those teams together. And it really starts with assessment, right? When you're looking at what you need to achieve, do you have the folks with the capabilities, the abilities to do the things you need to do? But really it all starts in turning that around with a shared vision. So communicating clearly and effectively what is the vision and mission and purpose of your unit. What are you trying to do? In our case, it was helping students be successful, helping in onboarding, helping them move in that direction. And so changing the culture of the organization and the group that you're working with to a student-focused rather than a process-driven. Here's the hoop the student has to jump through. No, how do you help that student navigate that obstacle for them to be successful? And so in developing the high potential, you're recognizing, assessing those employees to see who has that vision, who shares that vision and wants students to be successful, and developing that talent for those skills that they have to help them be able to partake in and to give into that vision so that they can see their goals accomplished as well. If they want to help students be successful, and you can help facilitate that, providing the opportunity and the resources, then that helps them be fulfilled in their job and will develop more responsibility and talent as you go forward. So really, it's about providing opportunity for those folks that you assess that shares the same common goal and vision of student success in the organization.
Thank you. Thank you.
I
Dr.
couldn't
Patty?
agree more, David, with that, and just sees a lot of potential in all of those strategies. And I would, there's a couple of things I'd like to share. One is at the K-12 level, as an administrator at K-12 level, when we would want to hire new teachers, we would ask them to come in and teach a class. We would observe them. It was part of the part of the preparation that they had to do. And based on how that lesson went, we were able to see what this teacher could handle. That was helpful. It didn't work in all cases. We couldn't get people all the time. But nonetheless, it was a strategy that was helpful. At the university level, we get aspiring administrators. So I would have a class of, say, every semester, 25 sitting teachers who were ready to move into the next realm of leadership. And we struggled in running that program to how do we pick the best and the brightest? How do we know? These people are going to lead schools.
That's outrageous because the man or woman at the top is what makes the culture of that school. Yes. And so we did this experiment, and it'll go into the next one, so I won't take long. But we did a little experiment with it and tried to really put people in a role play situation and watch them and grade them. And we used emotional intelligence as our basis for doing that. I don't know if any of you read Dan Goleman's book many years ago, 1995, called Emotional Intelligence. And recently he wrote an updated version of it. And if you haven't read that book, do. It's really wonderful. And so I'll talk more about this as we get to the next question.
Thank you. So here is opportunity for each one to be engaged. So may I indulge in a little music for us, just for like 2 minutes, while our audience, we want you to be able to talk on this. So the question was, what are the strategies you found most effective in identifying and nurturing high potential talent? You heard about providing opportunities for training, curiosity. You heard about opportunities for shared vision. You heard about role playing. And Mr. Hitchcock said something very on target, because that's normally the key problem of high potential leaders. How do they learn how to work together with others? Because that's really the crucial thing of having that high potential talent. So for 2 minutes, we want you to stand up, go talk to someone you've not talked with. How does that look like for you? Because we don't want to make assumptions at all. No. How does that look like for you? You might be in a different industry whatsoever, but how do you do that? Quickly, just for 2 minutes. We're getting you engaged. We brought our energy.
Yeah. Up and at 'em.
They don't have music for us. If I had music, I'd play it. Huh? You want to sing?
So the key is confidence. One of the things that I think
Okay, let's bring our discussions to a close, and we'll continue with our second questions. 1 more minute? Okay, you got it. 1 more minute. Okay, 1 minute is up. Let's bring our discussions to a close, and thank you for engaging with us on the strategies that you found most effective in identifying and nurturing high potential talent. And you've had a chance to discuss how that looks like for you and share those ideas. Great. So we wanted to have a little music so that, but we made it work, so that's good. So we'll go to our second question. Our second question is a two-part question. So there's an A part, there's a B part, and each one of the panelists, they already know and have the choice to either answer both or answer one or the other. So it's their choice, they have those options. So here is question 2. What roles do mentorship and coaching play in developing high potential talent? And the B part, how can organizations create effective mentoring and coaching programs? We know, according to Dr. John Maxwell, everything rises and falls on leadership. So, Dr. Patty.
Oh boy, there's so much that we could say. So I'm going to stick to just a couple of ideas. I think that one of the things that comes to me, and we were just chatting about it, is the whole thing about at the college level in the freshman year, we lose, what's the percentage? Yeah, close to 50%. That's a very high number. Now, not everybody's meant to go to college, but if they're leaving for reasons that shouldn't exist, that's another story. And so I think that that's someplace we have to work. We have to come up with better ways of the transition from K-12 education into university for those that want to. Well, we're into a world right now that not every child wants to go to college anymore, and nor do they have to. And I just say that because it's the reality out there. My own daughter has chosen, after one semester in her freshman year, to take time off to work. So we're in a different world. And I think that we need to be systemic about how we do this. And one of the ways that I would add to that, and then I'll pass on to my colleague here, is that the whole idea of teaching emotional intelligence is getting at the areas of our lives where we become successful. We know that IQ is really important, but we also know that IQ is not the end all. And so we are talking about building the skill sets of everyone, both the young people, both the people who are going on to master's degree programs, those that are going on to doctoral programs. We all, every day in our lives, have to deal with conflict, have to deal with difficult conversations, have to deal with not feeling empathy or feeling empathy for someone who's different from me. These are the skills that we don't teach and we don't measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Barron?
I think mentoring is very key in developing talent, especially for folks that don't realize they have talent, right? So there are some folks that are hard worker bees that are in your organization, but they're more than that. So recognizing that potential, providing opportunity is the key, and that goes into how you do that at different organizations. One thing at our institution we've done is developed a leadership opportunity. So folks are chosen and they go through this leadership program that doesn't cost anything because we're doing it internally, and it goes through a leadership development program that helps teach the soft skills, teach management skills, employee personnel, as well as blue sky thinking, right, for them to be leaders in the industry as well. Another thing is partnership in the community. One thing that I've done in East Texas is I've partnered with our local school districts, our big ISDs, or independent school districts we call. They have folks that they want to retain. Retaining teachers is a big deal, right? So they're trying to retain their teachers. So we would develop a leadership program, Team 1 at Tyler ISD, where they are picking students that they're going to fund for their doctor and principalship certification, but picking the best people that want to bring through that round, and they're going to service, and there's contracts, right? They have to have so many years of service for each year they get the scholarship, but they're going to pay for those students. Well, we as an institution are deeply discounting that, right, to help retain our local teachers and development in that area. So that's another piece, is partnership with different community leaders. It could be, if you are the high school, working with your local college to see if you can develop a program of that nature, but really about keeping those high-skilled employees in your area by providing the opportunity for them to develop and grow and expand their educational opportunities.
Thank you. Mr. Hitchcock?
Well, unlike education, which is highly regulated, you have to have licenses, you have to have professional development, you have to have all kinds of, you have to have your ducks all in a row. In journalism, it's not like that. I think mentors are highly critical in the media field. You could go to a journalism school like Columbia University or Syracuse University out east, or other journalism schools, but you don't really have to have that pedigree. I didn't go through journalism school. I got all my training. I went to college. I studied English, in political science, and I went directly into journalism, and I had no idea what AP style was. I had no idea how to interview somebody at the time, but with my editors and my other experienced reporters being my mentors, I pushed through that, and it's highly critical in a lot of industries to have mentors. And, I think also, in my opinion, I think there should be maybe more credentialing in journalism, to keep the high ethics, because a lot of people are saying that this country polarized, and we need some more maybe professional credentials, and make sure that we uphold that ethics in the media, especially in national legacy media. So mentoring and coaching is very important in our industry.
Thank you. Ms. Polk?
Just kind of piggybacking off of the team here, all of the partnerships, that is very key in mentoring, but also making sure that the mentor-mentee relationship, there has to be trust there. And it has to be that mentor will bring out those hidden talents that they didn't know that they had, and hopefully will inspire them to go in whatever route their passion is, because we've talked about finding your passion while we've been here. So hopefully that mentor and that coach can help that person find their passion and their mentoring through all of the partnerships and the leadership programs and the emotional intelligence. But that relationship is key in that mentor and the mentee.
Thank you. Wow, what such expertise you've shared with us. We've heard so much. We've heard about emotional, quotient, emotional intelligence, and we've heard about developing your own pipeline within an organization. Like you have leadership development program for specifics that you choose, but with a contract and all of that. And also the idea you shared about partnership with school districts. That's a great one there. Mr. Hitchcock mentioned something, you mentioned the national legacy media, that it would be great if you had professional licensing, especially at the national level. And boy, Ms. Polk, trust is a big factor. And no mentoring relationship or coaching relationship will ever work if there's no trust. And so that's very critical. So thank you for sharing those with us. So now we're going to allow you to engage for 2 minutes. And I'm looking at my clock here, so it's 5:06. And so we want you to share with yourselves, what roles do mentorship, coaching play in developing your high potential talent where you are? How does that look like for you? And also, maybe your organization is already doing something similar to what you've heard, or maybe you're looking into it. We want you to be able to talk, together. So it's 5:06, and we'll come back at 5:08. Okay. Again, you can stand up, talk to someone you're yet to talk to from yesterday or today. Well, remember we have questions session after that, and you don't know how that could go, so yeah.
So we're going on to the second question.
Yeah, we're going for the third one, the unconventional. So start this way, and just hit your points. Question. Don't worry, we got you.
Well, she's got to do the recognition, and then there's the recognition, and there's the whatever evening reception.
Okay, it's 5:08. Let's bring our discussions to a close, and we will begin the third question. So thank you for engaging with us. So our third question, which is our last question before we open it up for questions from you. what are some unconventional ways that have been utilized to develop high potential talent? So when we look at mentoring, coaching, those are conventional ways, but they're proven, research-proven ways of developing high potential talent in unconventional ways. So our panelists are going to share with us. Okay, Ms. Polk?
So one of the, in the industrial arena, apprenticeships have been used forever. So apprenticeships are now entering into the early childhood realm of helping to develop those teachers. But why do they have to just stay at the early childhood realm? Why couldn't a novice public school teacher be in an apprenticeship program that could help them move to being a distinguished teacher? That gives them the practicality and the practical skills to go along with their education. And that's what most teachers are lacking when they finish, is the practical experience to go with the education.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Hitchcock?
Who said an unexamined life is not worth living? Anybody know?
Mm-hmm.
Aristotle. I think that's right. I don't know myself, so I'm going to ask you that as part of my reporting duties. So, I think that's true. I think that's true. An unexamined life is not worth living. So, in order to develop a high potential talent through non-traditional ways, you have to think outside the box. You have to bring in people from the outside. Especially in my field, in the newsroom, we get so caught up with deadlines, and we're so stressed sometimes because the newsroom is getting smaller and smaller, and especially local journalism, we're losing a lot of our local papers in our communities, and to me that's a shame. So you have to really understand your community, and by doing that, you have to bring outside organizations or people into the newsroom and explain their lives and their careers. So reporters can go out there and really, write the news through not through their own perspectives, but through the truth and what Superman said. I fight for truth, justice, and the American way. So that's what we have to do. So that's one of the unconventional ways we can do that, is bringing outside influencers.
Thank you. Mr. Barron.
One of the unconventional ways that I've done some development is that we would have at one of my institutions a preview day where we would invite thousands of students to come to campus. We had events. It was all structured, organized, much like this conference. It took a lot of behind-the-scenes work to do that. And what we would do is we would rotate that duty. So while it wasn't specifically under someone, as it is in most cases, we would find someone to lead that effort. So all the resources were there, all the people were there, so it wasn't necessarily sink or swim, it was just more of a swim opportunity, right, for those folks that were thrown in it. But these are folks that had never done that type of leadership position. So they gained skills, they got their confidence because they were able to follow the plan, people worked with them, supported them so that they could be successful in providing that opportunity. So I say that's a little unconventional because I haven't done it anywhere else because that's somebody's job, right? But at the other institution, it was a great opportunity for those folks who hadn't led before to have that opportunity and to get some experience doing that.
Thank you. Dr. Patty?
Yeah, so I'm going to take you back to emotional intelligence at the different levels of education. So I really feel strongly that we need to be bringing that work into every level, starting with the munchkins, the little babies, all the way up to doctoral level, absolutely. And one of the ways in which it's unconventional is this. I'll give you an example of what we do in our work. We have a company we call Star Factor Coaching. It's actually named after something that Dan Goleman said, and he said one day, those of you who are really the high producers, the high performers, you're the stars, you're the star performers. And as a result of that, we kind of stole his title, and we've been using that. But what we do is a psychoeducational approach to coaching, and that's why I want to mention it. We do a coaching mentoring blend. We do this with aspiring leaders. We do this with sitting principals, superintendents, et cetera. And we're now thinking of doing this with teachers' leaders because that's a big population. Many teachers now have administrative tasks to do, and they're on their way to becoming leaders as they want to be. It's a natural next step. in terms of the progression. So if we can start, and I'll give you one example and then I'll stop. So let's say you have a problem with time management and you're in your coaching session with your coach. And so you say, God, no matter what I do, I just can't, I'm always late, you know? And so you start working on that because that's your goal and that you're working through. So what the coach does that's different is she or he is going to help them look at the emotion that's underneath that behavior. So what would be the emotion underneath that kind of a behavior? What is that person struggling with? Well, probably that too because they're getting in trouble, but think again. Focus, you're getting closer. Anxiety, you're there. That there's so I'm going to tell you now. So it's self-management, right? So we need to work on that, and that's the difference. So when we talk about talent, all talent needs to, no matter whether you're beginning your career or you're at the top of your career, it's important.
Thank you. So we only have 1 minute left, and we did promise to take a questions, but it's the golden ticket question. So who has a question for our panelists? Yes, you had your hands up first, so you are the golden ticket. Go ahead.
A little bit louder if you don't mind, please.
Yeah.
We don't have a mic, right? Yeah, come and use it.
You can come and use one of this quickly.
So, my question is, at the moment, the highest unemployment rate is among Gen Zs. I run early childhood education center, and hiring retention is always a challenge. We do get a lot of applications from Gen Zs, and I think most important thing for children is consistency, right? Educator always being there, and this generation, for them, it's a job. They want to hop from one to another. Like, we were talking about gig economy yesterday. For them, it's a project from one to another, right? And then I think we talk about self for our children, but a lot of the conflict that happens at the workplace are more, among the staff are more, I would just say like, probably more on the social emotional side, not like they're very skillful. They learn things fast, they pick up things fast, they finish their training fast, they understand everything, right? But the challenge is their own individual social emotional maturity, right? For example, for me, when I have a job, for me, I'm dedicated. Like I work for one workplace for 7 years. For them, it's not like that. And this is the biggest challenge. What are your thoughts on this?
So that's a great question. To kind of wrap your thoughts,
Yeah.
what are some strategies or ideas we can provide on working with Gen Zs? Because one, there's a discipline factor there. There's inconsistency, hopping from one place, 6 months here, 3 months there. What are some thoughts? Okay, quickly. Can we go down and provide
that's my
one?
daughter.
Yes.
That's my daughter. So you guys going to tell me? Seriously, I would say it's the digital world. We have to somehow access it in a way that's going, because it's the most motivational. We cannot. My husband's over there too. He's a retired school principal. Well, it's hard. And so I'm going to go for the digital, whether we like it or not. There needs to be more access and more really good access, ways and things that will help educate them as well.
Thank you. Okay.
I think for Gen Z, a sense of belonging is key, right? So they're focused on more, not necessarily earning money, but what is the value that they're bringing to society, right, in their job function. So helping them understand that purpose, that sense of belonging, as well as providing opportunity. My admission folks, there's a lot of burnout, a lot of turnover for those things. One thing we provide, maybe some tuition reimbursement, some things that help keep them longer, a few more years as they get their educational opportunity as well. So that's another way to hook those Gen Zs a little bit longer, at least, for consistency, but probably we'll move on after that.
And they also like to be heard. So maybe taking some of your stronger Gen Z teachers and actually creating a learning circle and let them come together and brainstorm what they would like to see happen, and then they're being heard and feeling valued at the same time.
Just one quick comment on that. Gen Zs are the ones that grew up in the technology age. So I think, like we just said before, I think mentorship is important. Somebody that's older, that maybe not a Gen Z, that can team up with a Gen Z and learn from each other. And I think that's the way to go. We have to come together, in our generations and our time together, and just work towards that goal of being productive.
Okay. Well, thank you. I know our time is up, but we are available to talk afterwards, and it's been a great joy for us to engage with you, and we hope you took away at least 3 key things from each one of the questions that we discussed today. So thank you again, and thank you to our panelists.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Let's give him a louder round of applause there. All right. Well, now as we wrap up on day 2, let's take a moment to recognize the incredible contributions of those who are shaping the future of education. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and get ready to give the warmest of welcomes to David Hirschfield, Chief Executive Officer and co-founder of Fidecio. Yep, there, come on up. He'll be helping. Yes. And as I announce these, when you come up to get your award, feel free, if you can give a shorter speech. I know people have some dinners and parties to get to, and we might be like the Oscars and play some music on you and get you out of here. All right, so let's get started. We have our Excellence in Education Award to Dr. Alex Hsu. Dr. Alex? Dr. Hsu is the founder and director of School Frontiers, LLC, a leading education research and evaluation firm. With 25 years of experience, he directs quantitative and qualitative research for government agencies, schools, and community organizations. He has also helped design and launch over 40 nationwide charter schools with various experimental models. Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm very honored to receive this award among so many esteemed people. I just want to remind people that our focus should stay on keeping the American dream, at least in America, alive for every kid, and making sure that our system is focused on holding the system accountable for being responsive for every kid and making sure that they have a pathway to become their best self and to thrive. Just like every other kid in America, we should have a system that serves those kids and gives them a reason for hope.
And our Outstanding Organization Award to TUEX. And on behalf of Crystal Wu, Senior Operation and Marketing Manager, is coming on behalf. It's a multilingual educational technology platform connecting students with qualified tutors. TUEX Education also serves as a premier education consultancy specializing in recruiting international students. Let's give a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I feel so honored to be here to receive this award. And I really want to say a great thank you to our team, to our investors, to whoever believes in what we do. So our mission has always been to provide a product and make quality education more accessible and affordable. We're based in Vancouver, Canada, but we definitely want more, presence and partnerships here in the U.S. market. So, yeah, thank you. I'm so excited. Thank you to Education 2.0 Conference for this recognition. Thank you.
Looking good. All right, congratulations. All right, our Outstanding Organization Award to Quantum Learning Global. Quantum Learning Global provides social emotional development and accelerated learning programs for students, educators, families, and leaders. Through expert facilitation and curriculum, they foster positive mindsets, communication, and resilience, empowering individuals to unlock their full potential. On behalf of this organization, Dr. Shan Correa Foster, Chief Transformative Officer and owner, will receive the award. And here she is.
Boy, this was not built for short people under 5 feet, y'all. Thank you for being here. Thank you for staying for the awards. I know that's an easy time to exit stage right. Thank you for being here, cheering each other on, and being the support that we all need, because social and emotional development is the power that we have within all of us that's meant to be shared. So thank you for being here and doing that with us.
Our Excellence in Education Award to Daniel Pompeo. Daniel? Daniel is the Vice President of Expansion at CHP Charter Schools and Aspira Incorporated of PA, where he leverages his experience in management and leadership to drive organizational growth and success. With a strong foundation in business operations, team building, and strategic planning, Daniel has consistently helped companies improve and scale while maintaining ethical and respectful practices. His key strengths include financial analysis, there it is, trend forecasting, staff hiring and training, and the implementation of proactive business strategies. Congratulations. That was a lot.
Sounds good when you say it like that. I just want to say thank you to everybody, especially the people I work with, my peers and my administrators. Thank you to Education 2.0 for this honor. The thing I felt great about this conference was it's always nice to be around like-minded people, but it's also greater to be around people who I don't think exactly like to challenge me, and I got a lot of that this last few days, and it's been wonderful. So thank you, everybody, for what you do, and let's keep doing it. Thank you.
And our Visionaries Award to Dr. Dario Sforza. There you go. Dr. Sforza is the Chief School Administrator at Carlsbad East Rutherford Beacon Regional High School District, a transformative leader with over 20 years of experience. He spearheaded a $40 million merger that doubled the number of advanced courses and expanded international programs. Additionally, he launched award-winning internships. Congratulations.
Wow, I feel like I won an Emmy here, but thank you very much for the introduction. We come all the way from the East Coast in New Jersey, so it was quite a ride to get here. I was here before, back in 2020, for the way we handled COVID in our district. We were recognized both regionally and nationally, and got to learn from a lot of thought leaders here, and now I'm back because of the $40 million merger. But one thing I can say about the way we've always led, we've never really saw the recognition that we received as anything, different than we should be doing. So one thing I can share with you all, which many of you are already doing, is to lead with 3 C's: courage, conviction, and a very, very simple one that I tell every single person that I come in contact with: just care. And by caring, I say go that extra inch. Whatever that extra inch is, even if you're waiting to, leave at the end of the day and a student needs you, or maybe there's a programmatic change that needs to be implemented, or maybe students need to come back to in-person learning 5 days a week and you need to reshuffle everything you do and go against the grain to make sure that happens. And if you care, all of a sudden people start to recognize you. A very diverse district like ours in northern New Jersey, where nobody really cared before I got there 11 years before. Well, they cared. It was just a little bit scattered. And, you know, we got to work. We rolled up our sleeves, and then all of a sudden people start to recognize you and see you. And that's what happened. We beat out 20 other school districts and merged in a $40 million merger that has transformed our school district for the transformational future, doubled, tripled, as was explained, not only advanced placement courses, but all different levels of programs and courses for students that has now left that legacy for the future. So instead of short-term comfort, look for that long-term impact and courage, conviction, and care. Thank you all. I love this conference. I learned so much a couple years ago when I was here, and I'm here today because of the care that you all brought to this conference years ago, and I'm able to share that now with my colleagues back at home. So thank you very much for the recognition. This is not about me. One quote that I love sharing as a former science teacher is, if I have seen further than others, it's because I've stood on the shoulders of giants, and that's Isaac Newton. Thank you very much, folks.
All right, our Excellence in Education Award to Dr. Doug Loughborough III. Yes. Dr. Loughborough III is the president and CEO of Higher Level Leadership. He received his master's degree from the Harvard University Graduate School of Education and a PhD in leadership studies from the University of San Diego. He is a professional speaker, leadership consultant, life coach, and author. Congratulations.
I would just like to thank Education 2.0 Conference for this award. I'm definitely going to share a quote with you. Dr. Martin Luther King once said, "I want young men and young women who are not alive today, but who will come into this world with new opportunities and new privileges. I want them to know and see that these new privileges and opportunities did not come without somebody suffering and sacrificing for them." On behalf of my mom and my ancestors, on their blood, sweat, and tears, I accept this award on their behalf. Thank you so much.
Our Excellence in Education Award to Dr. Janet Patty. Dr. Patty is the CEO of Star Factor Coaching and Leadership for a Better World. She is nationally recognized expert in emotional intelligence and leadership. She co-created the Star Factor Coaching Model, a framework that integrates emotional intelligence with evidence-based practices, and is a published author. Congratulations.
Well, you've already heard me, a lot of you in the room, so I'm going to be very brief, and I just want to thank Education 2.0. It's been a wonderful experience. And I also want you all to remember this, that as we go forward to help our children grow, as we go forward to nurture our teachers and our administrators, to remember that always the work starts with ourselves. Always. Thank you, and good luck, and God bless.
Our next Excellence in Education Award to Greg Hitchcock. Greg. Greg is the founder of Pegasus Digital Media, which helps organizations connect with their audiences. He is a veteran journalist, internationally award-winning videographer, public relations professor, and U.S. Army veteran. His experience gives him a unique understanding of communication needs. Congratulations.
For Jim Zembo, for Paul Barnes, for John Krupp, for Phil Patrick. These are the men that were not only my friends, but my life mentors. They also had mental and behavioral disabilities, as well as I do. They say, one of my friends, John Krupp, said, "Keep on punching until you punch a winner." A long time ago, when I was just struggling. And those words reverberated even today. So this award is not only meant for me, but for all the people out there that have disabilities and are still out there fighting. Thank you.
And our Excellence in Education Award to Jasiria Cruz. She is the founder and CEO of Ideas de Futuro Institute, which empowers underprivileged youth through technology education and mentorship. Her Startup in School program has impacted over 100,000 students in public high schools. She has received the Women Tech Sampa Award, promoted by Sao Paulo, Google, and the Women Entrepreneurship Network. Congratulations.
Thank you. Just want to thank you, the Education 2.0 conference. It's amazing to be here. It's amazing to be around people who believes in building a better future. And I think like in Instituto IDF, we have a saying like we don't believe in an education for the future, like for all, as the future is something that's going to happen to our students. And we believe in an education to build the future. So the future that they want for themselves, for their communities, for our world. So it's incredible to be with so many people who believes in that. Thank you.
And our Excellence in Education Award for Ron Franklin. Ron. Ron is a professor of music at San Diego College of Continuing Education. He is a published composer, author, and keynote speaker. He holds degrees in classical guitar and is taught at several universities. Ron is also an Emmy Award as co-producer and music director for the TV show The Good Food Factory. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, and thank you to Education 2.0 for putting on this great conference and for the award. I teach for the Emeritus program at the San Diego College of Continuing Education. This is education for adults. In fact, we're sort of oriented toward 55 and older community, although you're all welcome to join our classes. But the thing that I love most about it is that these people never stop learning. And that's our goal, is to make sure that education isn't something that you just do for a little while in your life and then you're all set and you don't have to worry about it anymore. You keep learning all throughout your life. So we have classes in everything from brain fitness and Tai Chi to literature, ceramics, art. I teach music. We have choirs, pianos. I have guitar, ukulele, orchestra. And the thing that I love most is that they're all there because they want to be there. Nobody's making them be there. The oldest student I ever had in one of my music appreciation classes was a man who was 101 years old. So, in conclusion, never stop learning. Always keep that curiosity and look for something new to do. Thank you.
And next, Excellence in Education Award to Swapna Reddy. She is the founder and CEO of Evolve, with deep expertise in learning, instructional design, and technology. She has designed and deployed learning technology solutions for diverse sectors over the past 24 years. Swapna is currently developing an AI-backed system to address the learning and achievement gap in K through 12. Congratulations.
Grateful for the award, honored by Education 2.0, recognizing the contribution, and I feel a little unqualified for this because every other person who walked in before me was a doctor. So But as educators, I think if you come to think of it, we are what we learn, right? And educators are the only people who are making the future generations, and that's like a big responsibility. I want us to kind of feel that. I've been in the EdTech and education space for 25 years, and it's been an amazing journey. But I think what we have seen so far in all the decades that we've been working, there has been no bigger inflection point than what we are at today with AI. I think with internet and the MOOCs, we had an opportunity where the access to content became democratized. But today, I think with AI, we have an opportunity where access to good quality teaching and coaching support is available if you use AI right. As one of the panelists said, we can lean away or we can lean in. I'm hoping that all educators lean in because this is such a great opportunity to make a difference. Thank you so much.
And next, our Excellence in Education Award to Tammy Zakiah Boxton. Tammy? Tammy owns Zakiah's Cupboard Incorporated in Healthy Halal Meals. After spending over 2 decades in the legal industry, she decided to pursue her 2 passions, cooking and writing. She is an educator, entrepreneur, speaker, writer, certified paralegal, youth advocate, certified food handler, and self-taught chef. Congratulations. She's going to have to make us all some food. Try it out.
I'm one of those short ones. Allah gets all the glory because I am just his vessel. I just wanted to say I am honored. This is my 2nd time being honored by Education 2.0, my 1st time being here, and it has been a whirlwind of knowledge, excellence, of teachers who we are sponges also, always willing to learn. I just am overwhelmed, grateful, and thankful, truly blessed to be here among you all to show that students are our future generations and they are our greatest assets. And I just wanted to add one more C to your list, concern. We must always be concerned about our young people. Some of them have no parents. So not only as educators, we're not just their teachers, we're their parents, their guardians, their social workers. We are there for them no matter what. And COVID taught us that, a huge lesson, because when I had to teach on the computer for almost 2 years and I could not connect with some students, some of them tried to commit suicide. Do you know how that feels to an educator that a 12 and 13-year-old is trying to take their life because they can't be around their friends or their family? COVID wiped us out for 2 years, but it didn't take us out. So I just want to give honor to Education 2.0 again for this honor, because it shows that when you have a passion for something, like I teach my students the difference between a job and a career, you love that. You jump out of bed and you get paid for it. That's a win-win. But the thing is, you get more benefits from it because you're getting something back that's going to go on and go on and go on forever. And to end with, education is the key that will open the doors and keep and set you free. That, I believe, is what we need to instill in our young people today. Thank you so very much.
All right. Our next Excellence in Education Award to Tracy Cooper. She is. Tracy is the Vice President, Chief Academic Officer, and co-founder at MBEF College and Career Academics. Decades of industry experience have allowed her to set the strategic direction for high-quality, equitable academic programs. Additionally, she excels in developing instrumental frameworks that promote educational excellence and operational efficiency. Congratulations.
All right, I would first like to thank Education 2.0 and the organizers for this wonderful experience and recognition and collecting so many amazing and dynamic educators and leaders. I would also like to thank my family, my husband and my 2 children, my extended family and friends for their unwavering support on the journeys that I've taken in this career pathway. Additionally, I would like to thank my co-founder and business partner for our odyssey to bring business, economics, financial literacy, and entrepreneurship to underserved communities in order to help them gain access at a younger grade level in the middle grades. Excuse me. And finally, I would like to thank all of the educators that walked before me to lead a pathway and a foundation that I now walk. I'd like to thank the educators, all of you who are here with me, that take this journey to inspire and innovate other students. And then finally, I'd like to thank those educators who will walk after me, who will continue to bring inspiration and joy for learning. Thank you so much, everyone.
And our next Excellence in Education Award to Vashili Patel. She is the Executive Director at Wiz Computing Academy of Cyprus in Tomball. She is a dynamic leader known for contributing to education, philanthropy, and entrepreneurship with a diverse background in retail, banking, and community service. She excels in strategic leadership. Congratulations.
This is my first time being on the stage, so just have a patience with me. And I'll try my best to make it as short as I can. So let me start my speech. First of all, I'm having a very good time here at Education 2.0. And I'm very touched by Tammy's speech. She was incredible. The incident that she mentioned, it's truly was a concern, but as an educator, yes, as an educator, it's our duty to make it better and give them a right direction. So first of all, I would like to say, honorable guest, dear friends, and my incredible support system who is sitting here and also at my home. I stand here today with the immense gratitude and deep emotion as I accept this Global Educator Award. This moment is a manifestation of my dream once I had, and a moment I envisioned long before it became a reality. This moment is not just for me, it belongs to the people who shaped me, believed in me, and stood by me throughout every challenges. My parents, my husband, my children, my siblings, my late mother-in-law, Nilama, and of course, my Guru Sai Baba. Growing up in India, my motherland, my Matrabhumi, I always admire Rani Ahilyabai Holkar. Legacy of empowerment, resilience, and devotion. Even today, she embodiment of a fearless leadership, proving that determination and noble heart can transform entire era. When I came to US, my deedland, Karmabhumi, in early 20s, this country gave me a freedom to dream, to grow, and to build a life that once I felt out of reach. First and foremost, I would dedicate this award to my parents. Mommy and Daddy, this award is truly belongs to you. Raising a strong-willed child was never easy. And life wasn't easy for them, and for me too. And there were times when I let them down. And yet, they bore the weight of my struggles, never wavering their love and support. They taught me resilience, sacrifice, and the power of unconditional love. And it's often said that God cannot be everywhere, That's why he created parents. And that I'm honored today, I honor them with all my heart. To my husband, Bhavik, he's here. You are the pillar behind my success. You are my always support. Thank you for standing beside me through every highs and lows. You always believed in me, and this achievement is as much as yours as it's mine. And Neelama, your blessings are always with us. We miss you every day. To my children, Ayush and Ria, they're 6 and 3. You are my greatest inspiration, and watching you growing reminds me why I chose this journey. Mommy is so proud of you, and you teach me as much as I try to teach you. And finally, I would like to thank you, Guru Sai Baba. Without you, I'm nothing. You guided me, protected me, and surround me with the right people at the right time. Being part of KGS Foundation, Wise Computing Academy, and Menchie's Frozen Yogurt, I have to come to realization that education is not just a profession for me. It's a part of who I am. And more than a personal success, my life's purpose has been always about making a difference, especially in the lives of children in need. I truly believe that education is the greatest gift we can give, and education is everybody's right. It has a power to change lives and to break the cycle and to create opportunity where none existed before. And special thank to Dimple Patel, she's right here, who consider me as a partner in a KGS nonprofit organization. Without her belief in me, I wouldn't be standing here today. So thank you so much. We lived once, and we can make a difference. Even we can make a small difference in one child's life. That difference is life-changing for them. And this is the impact I strive for every day. Thank you all for your love and support, and for allowing me to share this special moment with you. This honor is just not mine, it's ours. So thank you so much, guys. And I really appreciate your patience.
All right, our next Visionaries Award to Virginia L. Rhodes. Dr. Rhodes is the CEO, Chief Education Consultant, and expert witness of Renegade Learning. She's a transformative educator with 35 years of experience as a teacher, administrator, and school board member. Dr. Rhodes has also been an expert witness in K-12 school lawsuits for 16 years. Congratulations.
Thank you so much for this recognition. Just a bit from the last panel of the day that some of you were here for. Why don't we take the Gen Z teachers and have them mentor the senior teachers? How's that? For those who were here, what do you think of that idea? Okay, I'd like to thank you. I'd like to thank the Academy for this honor. And I particularly want to tell you I appreciate this recognition, and I'd like to dedicate this recognition to several parties. One set of those parties is Diana Porter, Bob Cease, and Kathy Wright, the most brilliant individual teachers and team of teachers that I ever had the privilege to work with in my 30, 40 years in education. They were geniuses in their own right, and as many educators are underestimated, under-gratified, and under-recognized, they are not here to hear it, but I am putting their names in the world because they made a great contribution and helped me develop as a better person and a better leader than I was. I want to thank also the voters, citizens, parents who took a chance and elected me as a school board member, the youngest school board member ever in Cincinnati, Ohio, and who came straight out of the classroom as a practicing teacher. And I gained lots of policy insight from that process. I want to thank the PAST Foundation, the PAST Foundation in Columbus, Ohio, for doing the engineering design training to all of us lay teachers who knew nothing about engineering while trying to start a STEM school. And for the Black community in particular of parents, students, and teachers who taught me what my university did not teach me in my teacher preparation. And finally, for the National Science Foundation, who went out of their way and gave us $3.5 million to institute our teacher-led, flipped model, inner-city STEM school with lots of love, culture building, and success, both academically and beyond. They had that faith in us, and they gave us that chance to earn that support. Thank you all again.
All right, our Excellence in Education Award to Marley Cushon. Marley. Out here. Let's take on their behalf. Marley is the Executive Director of the Cottage Children's Center. Her expertise in strategic leadership, financial management, and crisis resolution has fueled enrollment growth, strengthened staff collaboration, and enhanced family communication. A respected voice in early childhood education, she has been featured in the Wall Street Journal and Teaching Strategies. Let's give her a big round of applause. Get your picture. All right, let's hear it one more time.
Hi, I am extremely honored to be here, to receive this, and to be part of the whole convention. Thank you, Education 2.0. I do feel like someone else who got the award this morning, and he said, I really feel like I'm the dumbest one here. But I don't feel that way. But I definitely feel like there are very many accomplished people here that I can learn a lot from. I want to thank my friend Susan, who is here as my assistant. My son said, does Susan know what she's getting into, taking care of you? And she's done well. The one thing I did want to say is we're from Massachusetts, and all hail Massachusetts. I work with teachers in early childhood. When 3 or 4 years ago, before the CARE grant, they all made $15 an hour. And now the state of Massachusetts is committed to taking the people that work in early childhood and trying to get them to be the professionals that they recognized as the professionals they are, and to be in the same trainings and recognized like the regular public school teachers. And we're really trying, since all of the research has come out about what goes on between birth to 5 years old, those are our children. And we are very, very blessed to have them, but you need to have trained people, and you need to keep them instead of going to the public school to work as an aide and making more money. So I'm happy to say that as of today, all of those people are making $25 an hour, and half of that comes from the state of Massachusetts. I get $43,000 every month specifically to raise the salaries of my teachers and to reward them and recognize them. So also, all hail Massachusetts, we don't ban books. So thank you very much. I'm going to leave you with our motto, we measure success one child at a time. God bless.
All right, last but not least, we have our Excellence in Education Award to Anna Westlack. Anna, there she is. Anna is a seminar trainer, consultant, and owner of Westlack and Associates. She's associated with professional organizations like the Association for Talent Development and serves on the Lombard Chamber of Commerce Board. Her certifications include group coaching, everything DISC, and the 5 behaviors of a cohesive team. Congratulations.
Just what you wanted, one more person to stand between you and dinner. I am truly honored to receive this award from Education 2.0 and to be able to attend this inspiring conference. I really appreciate all those who have supported me in my journey as an educator, which has taken me places I never dreamt I would go. I have had the opportunity to be an educator professionally and as a volunteer to help support education across our country. As the leader of the National PTA for a couple of years, I advocated for children, parents, community support of public education in our country. And so I thank my family for their support of my 3 children, 7 grandchildren, and most of all my husband for allowing me the opportunity to serve our schools and our children, and to my parents who shared with me the value of education and of continuing education, of which I learn something new every day. So thank you again for this award. I appreciate it very much.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, let's raise a toast to the stars of today's Education 2.0 conference. Your dedication and innovation has shone brightly, and it's an honor to celebrate your contributions. As we close another enriching day of discovery and collaboration, we extend our heartfelt thanks to our bronze sponsors, Third Level Consulting Group and Language and Literacy Academy for Learning Incorporated, for their pivotal support in making this event a success. As day 2 winds down, let's look forward to what lies ahead. Our Dubai, Singapore, and Las Vegas editions are just on the horizon, promising captivating discussions, expert insights, and invaluable networking opportunities. Anyone interested? Well, chat with Jatine, who leads the 2.0 conferences team to learn more. Before the night ends, make sure to visit the exhibit booths. Dive into a treasure trove of knowledge offered by pioneers in the industry, ready to share their experience. Until we meet again tomorrow for another day filled with learning and fellowship, seize every moment and keep the flame of curiosity burning bright. Have a great dinner. Have a great evening. It's been a pleasure to have you guys again for day 2, and I can't wait to see you tomorrow morning.